Chapter 3664. Just as the green rogue Xiaohua was about to speak to the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, Xiaohua's body suddenly moved. He circulated his cultivation method and forced out Fairy Jing's true yuan. The green rogue Xiaohua knew that Jade Archive Xiaohua had awakened. Everything was about to end. Fairy Jing's heart was filled with grief. She didn't notice that the flames on her body had extinguished, nor did she notice that her true yuan had been forced out. She saw Xiaohua's eyelids blink a few times and slowly open. She hastily changed into a cheerful smile and forced herself to say, "Xiaohua, you're awake?" "Fairy Jing?" Xiaohua saw Fairy Jing's smiling face and didn't understand for a moment. However, when he heard her words, he understood the whole story. He glanced at her and said, Why are you here? Where is this place?" "Oh, this is the last great formation of the Jade Mountain. The last treasure has already been taken by the Taoist." Fairy Jing hastily replied, "However, the Dragon Gate of the Jade Pavilion Gathering hasn't appeared yet. The entire great formation is collapsing and all the cultivators are in a mess." Xiaohua heard this and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Nonsense, Kong Hongwu was killed by him. How could the Dragon Gate of the Jade Pavilion Gathering appear? As soon as he woke up, he met Fairy Jing and didn't have a chance to see Kong Hongwu's Qiankuan bag. Of course, he didn't know how to open the Dragon Gate. "Xiaohua, how did you get here?" "Just now." "No, I haven't seen you for a year." Fairy Jing hastily asked as if she was afraid that she wouldn't have the time to ask in this life. Xiaohua laughed bitterly once more and said in a low voice, "I was injured by the boulders in the rockfall formation, and then I lost consciousness. Now that I've just woken up, I presume all the grand formations were destroyed and I was sent out as well? Which my Dantian." When Xiaohua finished speaking, he actually cried out in alarm, as if no one else could hear him. "Shoo." Fairy Jing was anxious and whispered, "Xiaohua, don't say anything. Your Dantian is broken and your cultivation is no longer there. The Taoist and the others are not far away. You mustn't let them know. I'll take you to find Senior Taoist and the others first." Xiaohua's face was filled with panic as he hurriedly agreed. With Fairy Jing's help, he struggled to get up. Wind blew through the gap between the flames in the distance as if someone was about to enter. At this moment there was a boom sound. It was the sound of waves crashing into the mountain rocks that the Taoist cultivators were very familiar with. Everyone's vision darkened. Then a meteor soared into the sky and crashed into the crimson flames. The entire crimson sky shook violently. A huge black hole flashed with a golden frame. The meteor turned into a huge sun in the black hole. A three-legged golden crow flashed in the sun. Then the entire sun fell into the black hole and disappeared. A dazzling brilliance rushed out from the black hole. This brilliance was like a rainbow bridge. One end of the rainbow bridge was placed on the black hole, and the other end landed on the collapsed array. The strange thing was that as soon as the rainbow bridge fell, the entire disintegrating array stopped splitting. All the flames, inscriptions, and spatial cracks froze. "Is this the Dragon Gate?" Xiaohua was dumbfounded. After all, he was already looking through Kong Hongwu's Qiankuan bag. "Let's go." Fairy Jing didn't care about this. She roared and dragged Xiaohua to where the rainbow bridge fell. Below the rainbow bridge stood Zhai Xingzi. At this moment, Zhai Xingzi didn't step on the rainbow bridge. Instead, he looked up at the place where the meteor had come from. That place was filled with crimson clouds, so he couldn't see anything. However, Zhai Xingzi clearly saw that behind the clouds, there was a woman whose face was also covered in red clouds. Fairy Jing had just left with Xiaohua when the ashen-faced Taoist Yuan Qing emerged from behind the solidified flames. He fiercely stomped his feet on the clouds with a remorseful look on his face. Soon after, he flew up and carefully covered his tracks as he followed behind Fairy Jing. "This isn't the Dragon Gate." Taoist Huda stood not too far away from Zhai Xingzi and coldly said, "This is Star-Lord Palace's trap." The cultivators who had left the Jade Pavilion Gathering didn't move. Although the cultivators who hadn't seen the Dragon Gate open before were tempted, they still stopped after hearing Taoist Huda's words. The entire world was silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Zhai Xingzi's eyes narrowed. He shifted his gaze away from the clouds and stepped on them as he sang, "A 1,000-year withered tree doesn't see water. A 10,000-year ancient well doesn't have ripples. Today when the withered tree meets spring, the stagnant water ripples." My heart is firm. The onlookers were bewildered. Above the clouds, Gusuchiran bit her lips. Her face was so red that it seemed like it would drip water at any moment. She moaned, "Damn it. Although I don't know why I'm willing to give up everything for you with your words, I'm satisfied to wander the world." Daoist Jiaxing, be careful. Daoist Huda seemed to be worried. Jiaxing Zi wasn't afraid at all. He waved his sleeve and said, "You don't believe me, but I do. Who else wants to come up?" "I'm coming." At this time Xiaohua flew over with Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing's face was also red and hot. She wasn't inferior to Gusuchiran, who was hiding behind the clouds. After all, she was carrying a male cultivator in front of so many cultivators. Although Fairy Jing was carrying Xiaohua, in order to cover it up, Xiaohua and Fairy Jing were holding hands. This kind of intimacy was really moving. "Hey Daoist Xiao, please." Jiaxing Zi laughed and waved his hand. Fairy Jing and Xiaohua passed through the crowd and landed on the Rainbow Bridge. "Xiaohua." Daoist Huda bit his lips and fiercely looked at Xiaohua. An indescribable feeling arose in his heart. He couldn't help but want to fly up. "Oh brother Xiao, you're still alive?" Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong were both doubtful. Seeing Xiaohua suddenly appear with Fairy Jing, they were pleasantly surprised and immediately flew onto the Rainbow Bridge. With Xiaohua here, they had an indescribable confidence. Daoist Xiao has come." The group of nascent soul cultivators and gold core cultivators behind Zhang Daoran were all boiling with excitement. Those who had seen Xiaohua's great display of invincible might within the rockfall formation all rushed onto the Rainbow Bridge one after another. Those who hadn't seen him before had long since been talked about by these cultivators to the point that calluses grew on their ears. Seeing Xiaohua, who was more powerful than Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong, leave, how could they still stay? "Xiaohua." Daoist Huda clenched his teeth and also helplessly braced himself to fly onto the Rainbow Bridge. He knew in his heart that although this wasn't Kong Hongwu's Dragon Gate, since others had gone up, he couldn't not go up. However, he was still curious. What exactly was this Rainbow Bridge? If he was in danger, would Kong Hongwu help? The Rainbow Bridge didn't move and stabilized the collapse of the blazing fire formation. Jiaxing Zi and the others rushed into the black hole and quickly disappeared. After all the cultivators had left, Gusuchiran also appeared from the clouds. She turned to look at the fire and debris under her feet and clapped her hands. A cloud fell from the sky, and a moment later, a woman in a Taoist robe flew out from the cloud. A broken star armor fell from the cloud. When Gusuchiran landed on the Rainbow Bridge slowly shrank and disappeared into the black hole. Gusuchiran silently looked at the collapsing formation and frowned. He was very surprised. Kong Hongwu, where did he go? Could it be that something big happened to Star-Lord Palace? Right now. I'm afraid this is the best time for me to escape from Star-Lord Palace. When Gusuchiran's figure disappeared, the blazing sun formation began to boil and collapse again. There was indeed no one inside the formation, whether it was Taoist cultivators or Star-Lord Palace's immortal soldiers. However, Gusuchiran was wrong. She knew that the scorching sun formation was set by the immortal generals of the immortal palaces. The Confucian cultivators of Celestial Lord Hall, from Kong Hongwu to the Celestial Lord guarding the formation, couldn't pry into it. Thus she boldly used the so-called peach zombie Li Meng to escape. However, she didn't know that after the Lianyao pot escaped, the formation under Yaotai Mountain had already collapsed and the connection between the sun, moon and star formation was gradually disappearing. On the Yaotai Mountain within the palace, Linghu Pairan was standing before the mirror with an indifferent expression. Although the things on the mirror appeared to be rather indistinct, Linghu Pairan was holding his chin with one hand. He was looking at all of this in a very thought-provoking manner. His eyes contained a sneer, confusion and even a trace of concern. The light from the Lianyao pot rushed out of Yaotai Mountain and quickly disappeared into the void. The Heavenly General's primordial spirit shadow followed behind like a real person. When it reached the sky, it opened its mouth and a palm-sized imperial equipment flew out. This imperial equipment was in the shape of a flying shuttle, and a layer of light purple clouds appeared on top of it. The Heavenly General's body swayed, and the entire primordial spirit shadow entered the imperial equipment. Buzz. The flying shuttle let out a strong roar, and the space within a few feet showed slight distortions. A huge pillar of vast chi fell into the flying shuttle from all directions. Whoosh! The flying shuttle didn't move at all and it crashed into the void and disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, the flying shuttle that was flying forward at an extremely fast speed in the void suddenly hit an invisible enchantment. Circles of 9-colored light rippled in all directions in the void. Even the void was extremely distorted. When the flying shuttle entered the restriction, it suddenly slowed down and an extremely long shadow appeared. The originally palm-sized flying shuttle was stretched to 1,000 feet long. The rumbling sound of the flying shuttle also became muffled and erratic at this point. Then thousands of light spots flew out from the flying shuttle. Layers of inscriptions bloomed like an epiphyllum. Ripples appeared on the left side of the flying shuttle. The light spots scattered around the flying shuttle rushed into the depths of the sea and disappeared without a trace. There was a palace made of silver, and the surroundings were filled with light green clouds. The brilliance of the clouds was like the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The palace's vermilion door was extremely large. Above the vermilion door of the palace, there was a bright plaque with 3 inscriptions. Jasper Flower Palace. An indescribable majesty was emitted from these 3 inscriptions, covering a range of several hundred feet in front of the palace. Chapter 3665. Behind the towering palace gate were layers upon layers of pavilions and pavilions. They were dazzling, exquisite, and majestic. In the clouds above the pavilions, colorful phoenixes danced gracefully, followed by hundreds of other immortal birds. Their cries entered one's ears. On the ground inside the palace, clouds were also rolling. They seemed to be evergreen immortal grasses. Immortal trees were everywhere, giving off a clear light and a delicate fragrance. In the palace, many young women dressed in palace dresses of various colors were holding jade bottles, rui scepters, and other things. They were flying around on auspicious clouds. Similarly, there were also many young children playing or weeding beside the immortal grasses. It was indeed the auspicious and aura of immortals. It seemed that everything was normal. At this moment, in an extremely secret pavilion in the palace, a strange brilliance suddenly flashed. Then the crackling sound of firewood being roasted on a bonfire could be heard. Then from the corridor outside the pavilion, a woman in her 20s flew in at an extremely fast speed. She was as beautiful as a flower, and her watery peach blossom eyes flashed with a seductive smile. When the woman saw the brilliance in the pavilion and the bright clouds that were constantly gushing out from the noise, her face lit up with joy. But then she frowned slightly and raised her left hand. Her fingers that were whiter than snowflakes quickly bent. In just a moment the woman's face changed greatly. She almost cried out in surprise. Why? Isn't there still a few hours left? Why did this thing suddenly fly back? After saying that, the woman's face became ferocious, and the sweet smile disappeared in an instant. Then the woman flew to the pavilion. However, before she could get close, layers of tiny inscriptions gushed out from all over the pavilion, forming a huge chain armor. The chain armor shone brightly, and each ray of light was like a sharp sword, blocking the woman's path. Alas! The woman's eyes turned slightly, and then she seemed to have thought of something. She stepped on an auspicious cloud, rushed out of the pavilion, and flew directly to the palace gate of Jasper Flower Palace. Along the way, many palace maids stopped on their clouds and stood quietly to greet her. The woman looked hurried and didn't pay any attention to them at all, causing these palace maids to lower their heads and whisper to each other. After a while, the woman returned from outside the palace with a strange expression. She rushed into the depths of the palace and only stopped when she came to a small door. She lowered her cloud and took a deep breath. She walked to the door and lowered her head. Gu Xianyin requests to see the princess. After a while, a young and beautiful woman walked out of the small door and said with a smile, Sister Xian, the princess is not in the palace today. If you have something to do, you can come in 3 days. Ah! Hearing this, Gu Xianyin's face changed and he begged, Sister Xiajing, where did the princess go? Little sister has an urgent matter here. I want to report this to the princess as soon as possible. If there's any delay, I won't be able to keep my life. Hearing this, the woman's face turned serious and she asked anxiously, Xianin, what happened? However, this was only said out of impatience. After saying this, the woman quickly said, Oh Xianin, you don't have to explain it to me. Then she took Gu Xianyun's hand and comforted him. Don't worry, sister. It's only 3 days. The princess will be back soon. Sister, you 3 days. 3 days is 3 years. Gu Xianyun blurted out, but he didn't say it out loud. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojing immediately understood. Of course, she also knew the key point. However, she still shook her head slightly. Sister Xianyun, it's not that I don't want to send a message to you. It's the princess who doesn't allow it. Yesterday, the princess went to the school of the Emperor Star with Princess Miao Miao. Do you think I can go to the school of the Emperor Star to send a message? Alas. Hearing the school of the Emperor Star, Gu Xianyun immediately lowered his head and muttered, Princess Qingqing has always been at odds with the school of the Emperor Star. If I go to send a message, I'll be seeking death. Both of them will die. Which one do you choose? Yu Xiaojing blinked and looked at Gu Xianyun. Gu Xianyun froze and then pondered. After a while he bowed and said, Thank you for your reminder, sister. Everything will be decided after the princess comes back. Yes, that's right. Don't be too anxious. Yu Xiaojing nodded with a smile. Although I don't know what kind of task you're doing for the princess, there's no need to rush. However, since it's a task, there's a possibility that you'll screw it up. Then I'll have to see how badly I screw it up. Imagine if I made any mistakes and how the princess will punish me. Actually, the princess empathizes with us the most. She won't be too harsh on us. Gu Xianyun smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, Actually, I'm not sure either. However, perhaps it's not as serious as I think. Elder sister, if the princess comes back, can you take a look at her mood before you inform this little sister? You're making things difficult for me. Yu Xiaojing smiled even more bitterly. When has the princess ever come back with a smile from the school of the Emperor Star? Sister, you're just making things difficult for me. My life is at stake. Gu Xianyun begged, Sister, you must think for me. Sister Xianyun, go ahead. I remember this. Yu Xiaojing smiled. Everything will be fine after the heavens selection. Yes, thank you, sister. Gu Xianyun squeezed out a smile. After Yu Xiaojing entered the small door, he walked out of the small courtyard with displeasure on his face. Two of them were Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren. The two turned into rainbows and rushed over from afar. The other divine senses were somewhat resentfully retracted. Brother Xiao, Sun Kong Shangren shouted without flying close, You're really good. It seems that Fairy Jing was still beside this old man just a moment ago. In just a few breaths of time you actually, Senior Sun Kong. Fairy Jing's face was very red. She hurriedly flew over with Xiao Hua and shouted, Senior, quickly come and take a look. Xiao Hua At this point Fairy Jing changed to transmitting her voice. Zhang Daoran was naturally more attentive than Sun Kong Shangren. When he saw that Xiao Hua wasn't flying and was being carried by Fairy Jing, he already felt something was wrong. Without waiting for Fairy Jing to transmit her voice, he hurriedly flew over to Xiao Hua and raised his hand to check Xiao Hua's injuries. However, at this moment, Zhang Daoran stopped and looked at Xiao Hua with a stunned expression. At this moment, Xiao Hua's lips were slightly moving as if he was explaining something. Xiao Hua didn't say much and only said a few words. Zhang Daoran slightly frowned. He looked at Fairy Jing and then at Sun Kong Shangren. His expression was very serious as he said, Brother Sun Kong, do you have any medicinal pills? Chapter 3666. When Sun Kong heard this, he shook his head slightly and said with a bitter smile, Brother Daoran, you really think too highly of me. My dantian is destroyed and my nascent soul. I'm afraid it will also be greatly damaged. Not to mention completely obliterated. Even if I lose an arm or a leg to completely recover, not only will I need to take a nascent soul pill, but I also need to cultivate for hundreds of years to fully recover. That nascent soul pill is a legendary immortal pill. I've only heard of it and never seen it, but... At this point, Sun Kong hesitated and said in a low voice, I know a secret recipe to use the nascent soul of a cultivator who just became a nascent soul. Hee. Xiao Hua laughed and hurriedly waved his hand. He gave Zhang Daoran a look and then said to Sun Kong, No need to trouble Brother Sun Kong, I have a medicinal pill here. Although it's not as good as the nascent soul pill that fellow Taoist mentioned, it has an excellent effect on rebuilding the dantian. I just haven't had a chance to take it. After a while I'll find a place to take it. Although it can't be completely recovered in a short time, it's possible to use magic power and divine sense. Brother Xiao, what medicinal pill is this? Zhang Daoran was transmitting his voice to Sun Kong. Before Zhang Daoran could explain clearly, Sun Kong heard Xiaohua showing off and hurriedly spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was scolded by Zhang Daoran. Sun Kong's face also showed embarrassment. After all, both of them felt that Xiaohua was making an excuse. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out a jade bottle from his bosom. He said with a smile, "This pill is called the Heaven-Mending Pill. Not only can it be used to repair the dantian, but it can also repair meridians." "Damn, the name is really arrogant," Sun Kong said with a smile. "If it can repair nascent souls, that's even better." Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders and took another Heaven-Mend pill. He replied, "This medicinal pill has been used by Little Brother before on Gold Core and Foundation building disciples whose cultivations were crippled. I still don't know what kind of effect it has on nascent souls." "Really?" Not to mention Sun Kong, even Zhang Daoran asked with some surprise. Xiaohua smiled and took out a few more jade bottles and handed them over. He said, "I'll give these two brothers some first. Thank you for your care on Yao Mountain." Hee hee. Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong laughed and caught it. They looked at each other and there seemed to be something else in their eyes. Xiaohua, if you've consumed the medicinal pill, you should first find an abode to rest in. Once your injuries are slightly better, I'll ask the two seniors to send you back to Black Cloud Ridge. Fairy Jing had been holding Xiaohua back. Her previous anxiousness was a temporary measure, but now that there were two male cultivators, Fairy Jing could no longer act as a temporary measure. Now that Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong already knew that Xiaohua's injuries were fake, they naturally wouldn't expose it. They hurriedly waved their hands and said, "We still have matters to attend to. I'm afraid we can't send Xiaohua back to Black Cloud Ridge. Fairy Jing, if you don't have any special matters, why don't you send Xiaohua back? You're a nascent soul cultivator, so you should be able to protect Xiaohua." Fairy Jing didn't expect the two of them to push the blame away, so she hesitated. Zhang Daoran thought a lot. He smiled and said, "Now that we have come out of the Yaotai assembly, we have escaped from the tiger's den, there is no need to be so anxious. As a matter of fact, the fellow Taoists who trained with us on the Yaotai mountain have all gathered here. Let's first discuss how to distribute the things we obtained on the Yaotai mountain. Brother Xiao also happens to be recuperating from his injuries. It won't be too late for Fairy Jing to make a decision when it's time to leave." "All right." Fairy Jing nodded slightly. She looked to the left and pointed to a mountain peak in the distance, saying, "How about over there? Junior will take Xiaohua there first?" Sun Kong looked up. Although there was a lot of snow on the mountain peak, there was a large flat open space suitable for cultivators to rest. He nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Fairy Jing." Fairy Jing flew away with Xiaohua. Sun Kong took out the jade bottle, looked at it for a moment and whispered a few words to Zhang Daoran. Soon after, over 100 cultivators flew over from all directions. They were the Taoist cultivators who had gone through life and death with them at the Yaotai assembly a year ago. Even if Kong Hongwu was still alive, he probably couldn't believe that the Yaotai assembly he had painstakingly created to provoke Taoist cultivators to kill each other and weaken the power of Taoist cultivators had now become an opportunity for Taoist cultivators to get closer and cultivate feelings. Although it hadn't happened before, from today onwards, more and more cultivators had tasted the sweetness and began to form groups at the Yaotai assembly. When these cultivators saw Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong, they were still as respectful as they were at the Yaotai assembly. After greeting them, they stood quietly on the left in an extremely orderly manner. However, while many cultivators were standing, they also looked into the distance as if they were checking Xiaohua's movements. After less than an hour, Zhang Daoran looked around and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, thank you for trusting me and fellow Taoist Sun Kong, and handing over all our gains in the Yaotai meeting. We can't let you down. Now please come with us to discuss. We'll find a time and place and we'll distribute our gains to you." "Okay." The cultivators all smiled and said, "Seniors, you can come up with a plan. We believe in you." "That's not right." Sun Kong looked at the nearly 300 cultivators and said in confusion, "How come this old man doesn't remember there being so many people?" Zhang Daoran flew up and said with a laugh, "Those who can come are naturally Taoist cultivators. This old man won't mind. Brother Sun Kong, you don't have to worry about it." "Okay." Sun Kong glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "If you're sincere, this old man won't say anything." If you're half-hearted, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. After saying that, Sun Kong followed Zhang Daoran and flew to the mountain peak. Everyone was magnanimous and didn't care about Sun Kong's words. They followed the two to the mountain peak. Naturally, Xiaohua wouldn't immediately meditate. Instead, he stood there with a smile on his face. All the cultivators flew in front of him, then landed and bowed. Every one of them had a respectful expression on their faces. Xiaohua was very humble. After returning everyone's greetings, he said with a smile, "This Xiao has never been good at socializing. Previously, after leaving Yaotai Mountain, I wanted to leave first. However, Brother Dao Ran and Brother Sun Kong stopped this Xiao, saying that the idea of the trade fair was this Xiao's idea and that this Xiao must appear. This Xiao thought for a moment and didn't dare to agree. After all, this Xiao has his own matters to attend to. Moreover, these two brothers' characters and moral integrity are trustworthy. They definitely won't disappoint you. If this Xiao didn't go, it would be unnecessary." Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. The two of them naturally wanted to invite Xiaohua to participate in the trade fair. However, they didn't expect that Xiaohua would refuse before they even opened their mouths. Apart from what Xiaohua said earlier, there must be some other misgivings. "Brother Xiao, you're wrong," Sun Kong hurriedly said. "Since this idea was yours, you have to take responsibility until the end. Even if you don't participate, you have to at least know how the trade is done, the time and place of the trade, and even the results of the trade, right?" "That's right. We hope that Taoist Master Xiao can also participate if you have the time." The cultivators looked at Xiaohua fervently. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. "This Xiao has some injuries and needs to heal first. How about you two discuss it with your fellow Taoists first and inform this Xiao when there's a result?" "Good." Exalted Master Sun Kong signaled Zhang Daoran with his eyes again, and he led the group of cultivators to discuss the matters of the trade. Zhang Daoran brought Xiaohua and Fairy Jing to a secluded place. Zhang Daoran didn't avoid Fairy Jing and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, do you know how to refine pills?" "I do." Xiaohua nodded. Zhang Daoran's face revealed a happy expression and probed, "Was the heaven-mending pill refined by Brother Xiao?" "Yes," Xiaohua said concisely, putting Zhang Daoran's heart at ease. "Good, good, good." Zhang Daoran said 3 times in a row and rubbed his hands. "There are many fellow Taoists in the hidden immortal continent who can refine pills. Even this old man can only refine ordinary pills. As far as this old man knows, there isn't a single cultivator who can refine an immortal pill like the heaven-mending pill." Xiaohua smiled. He naturally understood what Zhang Daoran said. The cultivators of the hidden immortal continent had to rely on themselves to cultivate, whether it was refining pills or refining tools. However, because of limited energy, limited spiritual herbs, and limited materials, those who could truly become masters were naturally very few. Moreover, once they cultivated to foundation establishment, they had to prepare spiritual herbs for the dry separation pill and familiarize themselves with the refining method. Once they cultivated to Jindan, they had to worry about the nascent pregnancy pill. How could they be distracted by other pills? Even if there were some rogue cultivators who didn't establish a country and wanted to make a living by refining pills and refining tools, it would be impossible for them to cultivate to the point of perfection by themselves, right? "Brother Daoran, if you have any errands, just say the word," Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhang Daoran waved his hand. "Let's talk about it in detail later. It's not appropriate to say it now." "Good. If Brother Daoran has something to do, this Xiao will definitely do his best." Xiaohua agreed. Moreover, after thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and took out a small Qingkuan pouch. He handed it to Zhang Daoran and said, "The pills inside are for Brother Daoran and Brother Sun Kong. You can distribute them as you see fit." Zhang Daoran took the small Qingkuan pouch and scanned it with his divine sense. He opened his mouth slightly and his face was full of surprise. Xiaohua was already used to Zhang Daoran's surprise. Without waiting for Zhang Daoran to speak, he handed over a rejuvenation pill and a heaven-mending pill to Fairy Jing. He said, "Fairy Jing, this Xiao has a few pills for female cultivators. They aren't considered precious, please kindly accept them." Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Generally speaking, women didn't care whether the things given by others were precious or not. What they cared about was whether others gave them things. Xiaohua didn't say what kind of pills he gave Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing's heart was immediately filled with sweetness. Fairy Jing reached out to take them and carefully put them away in the Qiankuan pouch. She lowered her head and said, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao." "No need to thank me, no need to thank me." Xiaohua blinked his eyes. "Just take it as my thanks for escorting Fairy Jing." Chapter 3667. Hee, if you want me to be your bodyguard, I'm afraid these pills won't be enough. Fairy Jing replied with a chuckle. Since Xiaohua wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish, he naturally had to act well. Fairy Jing was a necessary person. Seeing Fairy Jing agree, Xiaohua laughed and clapped his hands. "Fairy Jing, you can name your price. If I have anything, I'll give it to you." Fairy Jing was overjoyed and acted like a spoiled child. Her eyes rippled with a smile. "I've been thinking day and night about entering the leaving body realm. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao can help me?" "No problem." Xiaohua agreed without hesitation. Seeing Xiaohua's seriousness, Fairy Jing hurriedly waved her hand. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm just joking with you. No need to take it seriously. I'll be happy if fellow Taoist can give me some pointers on cultivation." "I'm not joking," Xiaohua said seriously. Then he even looked at Zhang Daoran, who was smiling beside him. "Brother Daoran, we all have to face the out-of-body stage. Isn't it better to comprehend it together than to work behind closed doors?" "Well said, Brother Xiao." Zhang Daoran hurriedly gave a thumbs up and praised. "When Brother said you weren't going to participate in the trade fair, I was worried that Brother had some misgivings and that we had some bad intentions. Now it seems that's not the case. Since that's the case, Brother Xiao, this old man will discuss something with you." Then Zhang Daoran transmitted a few words to Xiaohua. The general idea was that he wanted to unite his forces with Sun Kong's and Xiaohua's forces to develop together. Moreover, there was a faint hint of entrusting. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and nodded. "This matter is of great importance. I'm afraid it's not something that can be explained in a few words. After the trade fair, I'll have someone discuss it with Brother Daoran's subordinates. The three of us will have a good idea." "Good, it's a deal." Zhang Daoran's heart was set. He smiled at Fairy Jing. "I'll have to trouble Fairy Jing to protect Taoist Xiao. I'll go over there and take a look. Senior Daoran, please." Fairy Jing respectfully bowed and sent Zhang Daoran away. Seeing Zhang Daoran leave, Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the snow with his 5 hearts facing the sky. His mind entered his body to investigate. When Fairy Jing saw Xiaohua circulating his energy, she didn't dare to come over and disturb him. She only slightly released her divine sense to guard the surroundings. Kong Hongwu is truly insidious and cunning. The green-robed Xiaohua was now in control of his nascent soul. He spat out golden light from his mouth, spreading the medicinal power of the heavenly mending pill and repairing his damaged dantian bit by bit. When he saw the Jade Archive Xiaohua enter, he gnashed his teeth and said, "Your methods are also vicious. Our corporeal bodies have been tempered, and our meridians are incomparable to those of ordinary cultivators. That so-called nascent soul annihilation art can penetrate the corporeal body and directly attack the dantian, and even destroy the nascent soul. If I hadn't gone out with my nascent soul, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him." "Once bitten, twice shy." Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed slightly. "This time we suffered a great loss, but the harvest is not small. In the end, nearly 100 nascent souls of the demon purification pot were taken away by the fiend's saber. I'm afraid he won't be able to take away many of them." Upon hearing the harvest, the green-robed Xiaohua was immensely proud of himself. He smiled and said, "Right now you and I have a lot of empty nascent souls. I want to wear one. Look at one and throw another one to the side." "Empty nascent souls?" Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned. "Aren't the nascent souls that we seized from the whirlpool in the demon refining gourd all intact?" The green-robed Xiaohua shook his head and said, "The nascent souls are all intact, but a lot of them have already been destroyed. The huge whirlpool outside the demon refining gourd is used to destroy the nascent souls and nascent souls. The longer they stay inside, the thinner their nascent souls will be. If I didn't have the Kunlun mirror and the spiritual fire, I would have already been powerless to protect myself. How could I save Taoist Jingting? Oh, this is troublesome." Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned. "I still wanted to save these nascent soul cultivators and let them cultivate scattered nascent souls. The Immortal Palace is also strange. Why do they have so many nascent souls?" The green-robed Xiaohua was quite puzzled. Jade Archive Xiaohua shrugged. I'm afraid you'll have to ask that immortal envoy in Kong Hongwu. Unfortunately, Kong Hongwu was killed by the demonic saber, and even his nascent soul didn't escape. There's simply no way to interrogate him. Right, Do Shanjun's spiritual sense control ink cloud pupil has a secret technique to control nascent souls using spiritual sense. The green-robed Xiaohua suggested again. Although this secret technique is really sinister, it's suitable for these nascent souls whose nascent souls have yet to reach perfection. It's better than letting their nascent souls dissipate in a muddle, right? Moreover, fellow Taoist is proficient in nascent soul branding and nascent soul splitting techniques. In addition, your spiritual sense has been tempered to such a terrifying level in the Rockfall Matrix. This nascent soul is simply tailor-made for fellow Taoist. That's not all. A voice faintly resounded in the void like heavenly thunder. Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his head in surprise. Soul Cultivator fellow Taoist has also made progress? That's right, fellow Taoist, please come in for a chat. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua said with a smile. Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure flashed, and disappeared into the mysterious dark clouds. After a moment he returned to his dantian with a smile. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua had already comprehended several soul cultivation techniques. Among them there was a technique to repair the nascent soul, or rather a beginner technique to repair the soul. Isn't this what Xiaohua needs the most right now? Great. Green-robed Xiaohua urged his invisible nascent soul to clap his hands and laugh. It's really like someone giving you a pillow when you're sleepy. Now that everything is ready, I don't even need the east wind anymore. Indeed. Xiaohua nodded. However, I seized 12 nascent souls from the swirl in the demon purification pot, and 11 were seized by fellow Taoist in green robe. Including the 117 nascent souls that fellow Taoist in green robe sent into the lost realm of Kunlun when he was refining the Kunlun mirror in the swirl, we have over 140 nascent souls that are still missing. It will take a lot of time and energy to repair the nascent souls of these nascent souls without using the secret technique of telepathic thoughts. Don't be a hypocrite. The green-robed Xiaohua sneered. Who knows what kind of character these nascent soul cultivators have? If you don't use your secret technique, how are you going to control them? Don't be a snake-warming farmer. And I will naturally consider this. Xiaohua smiled. You don't have to worry, fellow Taoist green robe. That's good. The green-robed Xiaohua didn't speak anymore. In fact, after this Yaotai meeting, it's obvious where our shortcomings are. Jade Archive Xiaohua said, I need a more powerful spiritual weapon, or even a spiritual treasure. And the green-robed Xiaohua curled his lips. He knew that his problem had come, so he only responded lazily. The soul-punishing vital light needs to be refined again. The previous 2 nascent soul sword spirits were already difficult to kill a 5th-stage essence chi cultivator. Moreover, the previous soul-punishing vital light mainly had a Yin-type sword spirit, which was too soft. Many cultivators' defensive magic treasures couldn't be pierced through. This time I obtained Taoist Huda's fire gourd. I can refine it into the soul-punishing vital light. There's also that spatial monster's thigh. The green-robed Xiaohua saw that he couldn't refuse, so he blinked his eyes and said, the tip of that thigh can pierce through the void. It's very sharp. There's no harm in refining it into the soul-punishing vital light. You only need to use the tip. Xiaohua knew that the green-robed Xiaohua's words were very reasonable. He thought for a moment and said, I feel that there are other uses for other places. Good. The green-robed Xiaohua clapped his hands. Just this little bit is enough. There's also the soaring dragon shears. Xiaohua said again. Previously I felt that this thing was only half a piece, so I didn't want to refine it. I wanted to wait until I gathered all the pieces. Unfortunately, even the last piece of the Kunlun mirror has been found, but this thing has no clues at all. Taoist green-robed, please refine it while you're at it. While I'm at it. The green-robed Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Does Taoist know how difficult it was for I to refine the Kunlun mirror? To tell the truth, if it wasn't a matter of life and death, I wouldn't have been able to refine it easily. Xiaohua of course instantly said, that's why Taoist is several times more powerful than I. I can only trouble Taoist for this matter. I heard Taoist Confucian Taoist drop a book bag, saying something about a hands-off shopkeeper. Taoist, isn't he talking about you? The green-robed Xiaohua said somewhat eccentrically. Huh. Confucian Taoist Xiao Hua's voice uncontrollably sounded above his head. He then hurriedly explained, Taoist, this isn't what I said, it's what the green-robed Xiao Hua said himself. No matter. Fellow Taoists are all improving, I am also very happy, Xiao Hua said with a smile. He then handed over the sword gourd, fire gourd and soaring dragon shears to the green-robed Xiao Hua, waiting for him to refine it after he repaired his dantian. Give it to me. The green-robed Xiao Hua stretched out his hand. Without Taoist's blood essence I can't refine it. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed and waved his hand. Taoist should first repair your dantian, and slowly nourish the two magic treasures. It's really not easy for I to take out my blood essence now. Let's wait a bit. That bastard Mo Ling has seriously injured us. The green-robed Xiao Hua was silent. After a while he advised in a low voice, Taoist, Mo Ling is an outsider after all, you can't trust him. That demonic technique is also a technique of the demonic realm. You and I are humans, it's fine if we don't cultivate it. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Maybe before, but now I have been forced to do something beyond my ability. If I don't cultivate the demonic technique, I can't control the demonic saber. If I don't control the demonic saber, I'll always be in danger of being controlled by the demonic saber. Taoist, what do you think we should do? This demonic saber is also strange. That demonic dragon has clearly been swallowed into a demonic spirit. How can it still be so arrogant? Confucian Taoist Xiao Hua gritted his teeth. Even I can't completely restrain it. Since it's a maggot in the bone, we can only slowly think of a way, Xiao Hua said. Although this demonic saber is really powerful and can kill a 5th-grade elemental energy great grandmaster like it's a toy, the backlash is too strong. Fellow Taoists, don't you all feel that everyone is a bit affected? Saint Tsing once said, I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Am I not loyal to others? Make friends but don't trust them? Pass it down and don't learn it? Xiao Hua's face turned cold. He asked, Confucian Taoist, have you never read it? Why don't you reflect on yourself? Why don't you understand yourself and create a grudge against Taoist Xiao Hua? Chapter 3668. Sigh, fellow immortal is right. The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua let out a long sigh. My Confucian cultivator's righteous qi is innately capable of suppressing devilish qi, but if it is corroded by a devilish spirit, the degree of damage is also several times greater than that of fellow immortals. Does matter? I was wrong. It's best to correct your mistakes. The green-robed Xiao Hua spoke first. Fellow Taoist, you've already given Green Robe the magic tool of the Taoist sect. Shouldn't you also give my Confucian cultivator's imperial magic tool to me? The regretful Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua asked for the imperial magic tool, as if he wanted to make up for his mistake. Jade Archive Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then nodded and said, That's right, the imperial star spike and the imperial shield should be given to fellow Taoist. There are also some things for Confucian cultivators. These aren't urgent. After fellow Taoist Green Robe organizes them, I'll give them to fellow Taoist to comprehend. Actually, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua hesitated for a bit before saying, I feel that the Confucian cultivator's Tao is a single breath. All the divine abilities are the same as the Buddhist sect's divine abilities. There is still a gap when compared to the Tao sects. I will refine these imperial equipment and will also help a mortal friend fight your enemies. But a mortal friend shouldn't expect too much. I naturally know this. Jade Archive Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, All right, let's not talk about this anymore. After this calamity we all have to learn from our mistakes. The path of cultivation is really too long. I hope that everyone can reach the peak. I've reached the peak. Doesn't that mean you've also reached the peak? The green-robed Xiao Hua smiled and then said to the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, you shouldn't covet Kong Hongwu's Qinkuan bag. Although I have been recuperating and haven't carefully examined it, I can roughly see that in addition to the star card and other things Kong Hongwu cultivated, most of it is my Dao sect's magic treasures and cultivation methods. It was most likely the body he had collected in the hidden immortal continent. On the other hand, the cosmos pouches of the other 3 Star Lords have quite a few good items. Speaking up to here, the green-robed Xiao Hua looked at the Jade Archive. Xiao Hua said, That's right, Fellow Taoist Jade Archive within Kong Hongwu's Qingkuan pouch. There are indeed a few good items from my Tao sect. There are even many secret techniques. There is a jade box with a lot of runes on it. Those runes are the talismans of the Tao sect, and there is definitely something strange inside. Fellow Taoist, why don't you go take a look? Alright, I understand. When Jade Archive Xiaohua heard that Kong Hongwu's Qingkuan bag didn't have many things from Star-Lord Palace, he lost interest and nodded slightly. I will go take a look now. Hee, farewell, fellow Taoist. The green-robed Xiaohua cupped his hands and said with a smile. Xiaohua waved his hand, and with a flicker of his figure he appeared in the space. After looking at Kong Hongwu's Cosmos sack, he reached into it and took out a jade box. Sure enough, just as the green-robed Xiaohua had said, this jade box was overflowing with extraordinary splendor, and there were countless strange runes on it. These runes were very simple and Xiaohua couldn't recognize the jade archive. However, this did not hinder Xiaohua. He casually opened the jade box and countless runes flew out from the jade box, turning into specks of light that floated in the air. As the runes dissipated, boom! With a low rumble, several auras of awe-inspiring auras rushed out of the jade box. This is... Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned slightly, looking at the 5 strange imperial equipment that rushed out of the jade box. His heart was indescribably strange. Kong Hongwu is the Palace Lord of Star-Lord Palace, and he himself is a Confucian cultivator. Why did he seal these 5 imperial equipment with Tao talismans? While thinking, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand, and one of the imperial equipment that was faintly connected flew out and landed in his hand. This was a fist-sized ochre imperial equipment, and when it landed in his hand, it gave off a warm feeling. Moreover, this imperial equipment's texture was very solid, and it was engraved with mountains and rivers, flowers, birds, fish, insects, and other things, giving off an indescribable feeling of heaviness. Looking at the Jade Archive, Xiaohua didn't know what to do, so he took out another one. After a while, Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the 5 imperial equipment. These 5 imperial equipment were obviously a set. It was just that the shapes were different, and the shapes were also strange. Some were like worms, some were like eagles, and some were like bears, and so on. These 5 imperial equipment. I'm afraid they're not simple. Jade Archive Xiaohua sneered. The Star-Lords of Star-Lord Palace are all criminals of the Immortal Palace, and Kong Hongwu himself probably isn't that strong. He racked his brains to collect these imperial equipment to curry favor with the people of the Immortal Palace, and perhaps it's that so-called immortal emissary. No matter who he wants to show filial piety to, these things have fallen into Ai's hands, and I'm afraid they'll never see the light of day again. Immediately, Jade Archive Xiaohua threw these imperial equipment back into the jade box, casually throwing them into the pile of imperial equipment and magic treasures, and then his figure swayed, entering the inside of the space. After a long time, Xiaohua opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Fairy Jing's concerned gaze. Although Fairy Jing wasn't close to Xiaohua, her eyes were overflowing with emotions as she watched Xiaohua's movements without blinking, fearing that Xiaohua would have any abnormalities. When Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes, Fairy Jing was rather surprised. She didn't have time to move her eyes away, and their eyes met. Seeing the concern in Fairy Jing's eyes, Xiaohua sighed in his heart, and he had an impulse to tell her the reason for this matter, or simply let her go back, and he would leave alone to see what Taoist Yuan Qing was plotting. But after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that aside from Fairy Jing, he really couldn't find a suitable cultivator to follow him. If he left, there would be a huge flaw. So Xiaohua stood up and smiled at Fairy Jing, who was hastily avoiding his gaze, and said, "Fairy Jing, I have something to tell you. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please speak." Fairy Jing was clearly somewhat absent-minded. If one day you discover that this Xiao is deceiving you about something, please don't blame this Xiao. This Xiao has his own difficulties. In fact, these words were quite obvious. If it was under normal circumstances with Fairy Jing's pure heart, she would definitely be able to hear it. Unfortunately, this woman was currently a part of the situation, so how could she distinguish it? She hesitated for a moment, and then a trace of sadness appeared between her brows, as if she was thinking of something else. Xiaohua's heart thumped. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Zhang Daren's loud laughter again. "Brother Xiao, I didn't disturb you, did I? If you've already rested, please come over like this. We've already arranged everything." Fairy Jing, don't think too much. Xiao Hua could only comfort her like this and urged his figure to fly over. Of course, flying techniques were the most ordinary and his speed was also extremely slow. Fellow Taoist Xiao has already recovered? Master Sun Kong blinked his eyes at Xiao Hua and said loudly. Xiao Hua smiled slightly. He naturally knew that Master Sun Kong, in order to cater to his plan, had promoted him quite a bit. Presumably, his heroic deeds in the Rockfall Matrix had also been exaggerated by him. Sure enough, when Master Sun Kong accompanied Xiao Hua in front of everyone, all the cultivators respectfully bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Taoist Xiao." Fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua hurriedly returned the greeting, and with a wave of his hand, everyone felt a flash of Xiao Hua's profound magic power, and the respect in their eyes became even more intense. Brother Xiao, this is the constitution that we've discussed. If you have time, take a look. Zhang Daoran took out a jade eye from his bosom and handed it over to Xiao Hua. The time is set to be 3 years later. Moreover, all the things that we've obtained in the Jade Pavilion conference this time, except for the 2 treasures, will be recorded in it to show fairness. Good. Xiao Hua nodded. We Dao sect cultivators don't have a good reputation in the hidden immortal continent. First, it's because Confucian cultivators exaggerate, and second, it's because our Dao sect's cultivation method is different from Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sections. We have a great need for spirit pills, spirit herbs, and cultivation methods. Sometimes we have no choice but to do some things that corrupt our conscience. These things are admittedly done secretly, but there will always be a time when it's exposed. There's an old saying, the heavens are watching what people do. This Xiao doesn't dare to ask you fellow Taoists for anything. I only ask you fellow Taoists to think about your own conscience when you do things, and think about the heavens above your head. Brother Daoran and Brother Sun Kong have done extremely well. The word fairness is easy to say, but it's difficult to do. The 2 fellow Taoists actually put this word in front of your head. Presumably, all of you fellow Taoists are convinced in your heart. Leaving the treasures you've obtained with other fellow Taoists is also a relief. If this Xiao has the opportunity 3 years later, I'll definitely go and participate in the conference at that time. Once Xiao Hua's words came out, the several hundred cultivators had different expressions on their faces. Some looked pensive, some looked disapproving, and even some looked disdainful. Xiao Hua naturally didn't feel that his words could change everything. He already felt pretty good that he was able to seize this opportunity to speak his mind. Immediately after, Xiao Hua waved his hand again, and several hundred jade eyes fell down like rain. 1 or 2 fell in front of each cultivator's eyes. The crowd of cultivators looked at the jade eyes with puzzlement. They didn't know whether they should take it or not. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoists, this Xiao has a matter to ask of you. Inside these jade eyes are low-level mental cultivation methods from Foundation Establishment to Enlightened Realm. There are also some mental cultivation methods that are different from the current cultivation methods. This Xiao hopes that you fellow Taoists can take these jade eyes back, or pass them on to your own disciples, or gift them to the later generations of Taoist disciples. Of course, if you fellow Taoists can copy them and gift them to Confucian disciples with potential, this Xiao will be even more grateful." "Ha, that's easy." When Master Sun Kong heard this, he flicked his big sleeve and took the jade eyes in front of him. He said with a smile, "This old man will let the disciples make 10,000 copies and pass them on to other low-level disciples. I also have no problem." When the crowd of cultivators heard this, they naturally agreed without hesitation. It was just helping Xiao Hua distribute the cultivation methods. It was simply a matter of lifting their hands. "Many thanks, fellow Taoists." Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He raised his hand and saluted everyone. Then the crowd of cultivators chatted with Xiao Hua for a while, trying to get familiar with him, and flew away respectively. Seeing that everyone had left and Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran were also about to say goodbye, Xiao Hua thought of something and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists are the senior experts of my Taoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. My Taoist lineage's inheritance will also have to rely on fellow Taoists." Chapter 3669. Then Xiao Hua told them about his suspicions that Confucian cultivators had tampered with the Taoist techniques. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong had cultivated for thousands of years and had encountered far more things than Xiao Hua, so how could they not feel anything? However, they had always been minding their own business. They were already very happy that they had obtained the correct techniques, so how could they care about others? Now that Xiaohua mentioned it, he even took out a lot of cultivation methods to ask them to teach their disciples. Of course, they all agreed. Finally, before the two left, Xiaohua specially asked them to help him find children with good aptitudes, and there was no limit to the number, the more the better. Sun Kong and Zhang Daoren knew that Xiaohua wanted to teach disciples, so they wanted to remind him, but when they thought about how high Xiaohua's cultivation was, how could he not know the pros and cons? They didn't mention it and cupped their hands to bid farewell to Xiaohua. Fairy Jing naturally stayed by Xiaohua's side. She looked at Xiaohua's actions with a dumbfounded expression. These were things she had never thought about before. In her heart, as long as she could cultivate to nascent soul, then late nascent soul, it would be her life's greatest goal. She didn't dare to hope for out-of-body cultivators, so her agreement with Xiaohua was just a joke. After everyone had left, Fairy Jing said in a low voice, Xiaohua, what are you doing all this for? Are you trying to revitalize the Taoist sect? Are you trying to develop your own power? Is it because your power isn't enough, so you don't want to become sworn brothers with Sun Kong and Zhang Daoren? Speaking of sworn brothers, Fairy Jing couldn't help but think of Xiaohua's famous words, and her face flushed. If you're talking about revitalizing the Taoist sect, this Xiao's power isn't enough. Xiaohua said with a smile, then just think of it as developing my own power. Although this Xiao's cultivation is good, I don't have many disciples under me, and many of them are good and bad. So it's like that? Fairy Jing nodded, but she understood that just developing her own power didn't need to be so troublesome. This is a great man. Fairy Jing couldn't help but praise in her heart. Xiaohua didn't know that he was so great in Fairy Jing's heart. He waved his hand and said, let's go, this Xiao still has some things to do. You have to escort this Xiao. Of course. Fairy Jing smiled and was abnormally quiet. Oh, actually. Xiaohua thought for a moment and finally said, I didn't suffer such heavy injuries. Nonsense. Fairy Jing said angrily, I'm the only one who knows about your injuries. Your nascent soul is damaged and your dantian is damaged. Why don't you release your nascent soul for me to see? Xiaohua sweated. Even if his nascent soul was in perfect condition, it still couldn't be seen by others. He raised his hand wanting to cast a spell, but right now he didn't have any magic power in his body, so he could only cast Confucian cultivation techniques. Forget it, this Xiao's nascent soul isn't wearing any treasured armor. Xiaohua shrugged helplessly. Cheeky. The corner of Fairy Jing's mouth curled up as she spat again. Her expression was one of joy. After flying with Xiaohua for a while, Fairy Jing was somewhat bewildered and said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiao, you want to go to the front of Yaoti Mountain? Yeah. Xiaohua said with a smile. This Xiao still has 2 new disciples there, and this Xiao still has some trivial matters to attend to. Fairy Jing advised, Fellow Taoist Xiao, this time's Yaoti Mountain gathering was really strange. I feel that, besides the strange treasure that Kong Honggu mentioned, there must be something else that we don't know about. In particular, in the end, the Dragon Gate of the Yaoti Mountain gathering didn't appear, and that so-called Rainbow Bridge was even more strange. It's better for us to leave Yaoti Mountain as soon as possible. Xiaohua was well aware of this, but as a Taoist cultivator who killed Kong Honggu, he should stay here at this time. Even if someone from the Immortal Palace came to investigate, he would appear calm and not easily be suspected by the Immortal Palace. Of course, this kind of calmness couldn't be too excessive. If people felt that he had nothing to fear, he would be suspected of trying to hide something. Therefore Xiaohua nodded. Fairy Jing is right. Let's hurry to the front of the mountain and leave as soon as we finish our business. When Fairy Jing heard Xiaohua say hurry, she immediately stretched out her hand and held Xiaohua's arm. She urged her magic power, and her figure turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and could only let it be. He didn't know where the scorching sun formation was set up on Yaoti Mountain, but it took Fairy Jing more than an hour to bring Xiaohua to Yaoti Mountain. Perhaps it was because some cultivators had already come here, or perhaps it had already been a year since the Yaoti Mountain gathering began, but the previously lively Yaoti Mountain had become a lot more desolate. Not to mention the tents stationed in front of the mountain, even the Taoist cultivators flying in the air had almost disappeared. Xiaohua didn't wait for them to arrive and had already released his divine sense. After Chang Yu and Wu Tian sensed it, they immediately flew out from their secluded cultivation and stood respectfully in the air. When Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing arrived, the two looked at Fairy Jing very curiously and bowed. "Greetings, Taoist Xiao, greetings, senior." Xiao Hua smiled and said to the two, "This is Fairy Jing, she saved this old man at the Yaotai Mountain gathering." Then he told them about Chang Yu and Wu Tian's origins. The two didn't dare to be negligent and said respectfully again, "Many thanks, Fairy Jing." Fairy Jing waved her hand and took out two magic treasures from her bosom, handing them over to the two saying, "This is the first time we've met. I don't know what hobbies you have, but I obtained these two magic treasures in my early years. Take them." Chang Yu and Wu Tian didn't dare to take them and looked at Xiao Hua. "Ha, take them," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "In the future, Fairy Jing won't be an outsider. You can treat her as your senior." "Yes, we understand." Chang Yu and Wu Tian smiled. Seeming to understand something, they reached out to take the magic treasures. Xiao Hua's words were clearly ambiguous. Even if Fairy Jing heard it, her face turned slightly red. But let alone Fairy Jing, even Xiao Hua himself understood that at this moment, as long as one listened attentively, they would definitely have different meanings unless he didn't say anything. Since Xiao Hua said he could treat Fairy Jing as his senior, Chang Yu didn't hold back and said in a low voice, "Master, did you succeed?" Disciple heard that this time's Jade Pavilion gathering was a great calamity. Out of 10 nascent soul seniors, less than 10% of Jindan cultivators survived. "Master?" Fairy Jing's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange splendor. She increasingly felt that there were too many things she couldn't see through on Xiao Hua. "Hehe, when Master takes action, how could I leave anything empty?" Xiao Hua chuckled, looking very wretched as if he was going to steal chickens and touch dogs. "Congratulations, Master, you can be the master of a country." Chang Yu and Wu Tian were overjoyed and bowed to salute. "Congratulations, congratulations." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "How has your cultivation been recently? Have you thought it through?" Wu Tian rushed to say, "Disciple came to Jade Mountain to die. Disciple cleaned up the cave. As long as Master comes out, Disciple will follow Master to Black Wind Ridge." Chang Yu also smiled and said, "Master's cultivation method. Hehe, Disciple's cultivation is very smooth. Moreover, Disciple also saw junior brother's progress. There's no deviation. Although Disciple didn't expect to go to Black Wind Ridge, it doesn't matter if Disciple goes back a few years later. Disciple will follow Master to Black Wind Ridge." "Good, since that's the case, you all go to Black Wind Ridge first," Xiao Hua said and waved his hand, taking out the jade box containing the lot of the state preceptor from the space. "What? Master? Isn't going back to Black Wind Ridge?" Chang Yu and Wu Tian were stunned. Even Fairy Jing was shocked. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, aren't going back to Black Wind Ridge? Where are you going? With your current situation, it's better to cultivate as soon as possible." This Xiao Hua was about to explain. "Wu." A ray of light appeared in the distance, turning into a ray of light that fell in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua grabbed it with his hand. It was the message talisman he refined. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "We'll talk about this later. This Xiao's good news is coming." Sure enough, after a short while, that 1,000-demon sacred realms Ingpa brought 2 demons over. The 3 of them were wearing strange armors that covered their faces and bodies, but the grayish-white demon clouds under their feet still exposed their identities. Seeing the 3 demons flying over, the doubt on Fairy Jing's face became even stronger. Xiao Hua urged his body to fly forward for a while and he cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoist Ingpo is indeed a trustworthy person." Cough cough, "No, a demon with trustworthiness. This Xiao just came out of the Jade Pavilion conference and I have good news." Ingpa smiled and cupped his hands. "This one congratulates Taoist Xiao. This year, those who can come down from Jade Mountain are all elites of the Hidden Immortal Continent's Taoist sections." Although this one heard a lot of alarmist news, this one firmly believes that Taoist Xiao can return safely. You're welcome, Xiao Hua said with a smile. This one was just lucky to escape death. Fellow Taoist must have noticed that this one is already injured. Therefore this one is far from being the elite that fellow Taoist thinks. Ingpa waved his hand. This one doesn't care if you are an elite of the Taoist sects or not. What this one cares about is Taoist Zhao's trustworthiness. Then he took out 2 Qingquan bags from his waist. The 2 demons behind him also hurriedly took out 4 Qingquan bags and handed them to Xiaohua together. Ingpa didn't do anything special. The 2 demons behind him slightly flew forward a few steps and sandwiched Xiaohua in the middle, as if they were afraid that Xiaohua would escape. Seeing this, Ingpa said with a bitter smile, "Daoist Xiao, please don't blame them. This one's clansmen have suffered too many losses in front of the human race. There are too many tricks that they can't think of. Hee. Even if this one took out Daoist Zhao's vitality stones, the clansmen wouldn't dare to believe it too much. And this old man can understand." Xiaohua nodded and didn't think it was strange. He waved his hand and took out several small Qingquan bags and handed them to Ingpo and the 2 demons, saying, "You guys take the vitality stones first. This one will look at the things inside." Ingpa didn't take the small Qingquan bags, but said a few strange words indifferently. The 2 demons hurriedly took the small Qingquan bags and looked at each other, then flew back behind Ingpa. "Okay, this time thank you, fellow Daoist." Xiaohua took out a jade-eye bag and handed it to Ingpa, saying, "Next time if fellow Daoist has something, you can send it to the place recorded on the jade-eye bag. This one's imprint is inside, it's also recorded who you give it to. They will pay fellow Daoist enough vitality stones." Chapter 3670. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Ingpa was stunned and said in a low voice, "Daoist master, you don't want to take a look at the things inside?" "No need." Xiaohua said with a smile, "To be honest, the things I need are all rare and strange. Daoist friend might not have the things inside. However, if I only want my own things, then wouldn't you be wasting your time on the other things? Rather than letting Daoist friend run around for nothing, I might as well take them all." Hearing this, Ingpa was silent for a moment and stretched out his hand. Those were obviously demon claws covered in light brown fur. Xiaohua smiled and stretched out his hand to shake Ingpo's hand. The brown fur on Ingpo's hand was very sharp and prickly. However, Xiaohua looked straight at Ingpo's face that was hidden in the armor and didn't care at all. "Daoist friend is the first trustworthy person I met in the hidden immortal continent." Ingpa looked into Xiaohua's eyes and said in a low voice, "If the first transaction was for profit, then the future transactions with Daoist master will also be for profit." Xiaohua originally thought that Ingpo's second sentence would have a twist, but who knew that Ingpo would be so straightforward? Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. "Daoist master, please don't laugh. For the survival of my clan, profit is the most important thing. Of course, other than profit I will do my best, and even use the power of my entire clan, to serve Daoist Master Xiao." Ingpa said immediately. After speaking, Ingpa let go of his hand and Xiaohua also withdrew his hand with a smile. Xiaohua naturally didn't think that what Ingpa said was the same as what Ao Zhantian and the others said, so he said with a smile, "To be able to obtain Daoist friends' trust, I am also honored. However, I don't know if the primeval stones I took out are enough. If not, how much more do you need? I will make up for it." Ingpa asked the 2 demons several times in a low voice and then said with a smile, "Daoist master has more than enough. My clan is very satisfied. If Daoist doesn't have anything else, I will take my leave. I will find the things and send them to the place Daoist master wants." After sending Ingpa off, Fairy Jing brought Chong Yu and Wu Tianfei over and said with a smile, "Daoist master Xiao has friends all over the world. Even the demons of the 1,000-demon sacred realm are old acquaintances." Not at all, not at all." Xiaohua waved his hand, "It's just that we met during the negotiation. Fellow Daoist Xiao, the items in the 1,000 demons sacred realm are indeed suitable for Daoist cultivators, but most of them are harmful to the physical body." Fairy Jing reminded him with concern. "Fellow Daoist, you must be extremely careful when using them." "Yes, thank you for your reminder." Xiaohua naturally knew that Fairy Jing had good intentions and agreed with a smile. Fairy Jing then asked, "Also, fellow Xiao, where are you going instead of returning to the Black Wind Ridge to cultivate?" "Hehe, Fairy, don't be anxious. Come with me to watch a good show and then I'll tell you." Xiaohua giggled. He waved his hand and brought Fairy Jing, Chong Yu and the others to where the alliance was. Not to mention Fairy Jing, even Chong Yu and Wu Tian were confused. They didn't know what Xiaohua meant. However, when they saw Xue Ping hurriedly flying out of the barracks before Xiaohua landed, Chong Yu and Wu Tian thought of something. Senior. Xue Ping's face was filled with ecstasy. He bowed and greeted. Junior congratulates Senior on leaving the Jadestige gathering unscathed. Yes. Xiaohua didn't stop and landed in the largest tent in the alliance. He said as he flew, "Is your monarch still here?" Yes. Xue Ping hurriedly followed. Although he didn't know why Xiaohua was moving forward in such a hurry, he didn't dare to ask. He smiled and said, "My monarch is a benevolent monarch. He emphasizes finishing what he started. He definitely won't leave the Jadestige gathering early." Although there was news before noon that not many cultivators could leave the Jadestige gathering, my monarch still waited here and prepared to be the last to leave. Good. Xiaohua looked at the tent that was getting closer and closer. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Did you mention me to Xiao Jun?" Xue Ping shrunk his neck and said in a low voice, "Junior didn't dare to forget Senior's instructions. Junior didn't mention it. I hope Senior can give my monarch a surprise." "Ha, of course I'll definitely give Xiao Jun a surprise." Xiaohua laughed loudly. His laughter actually had a different meaning. Xue Ping was stunned and looked at Xiaohua in surprise. After all, from Xiaohua's tone he seemed to be familiar with Xiao Jun. Then seeing that Xiaohua was already dozens of feet away from the tent, Xue Ping hurriedly reminded him, "Say, Senior, my monarch's tent is right in front. Please wait for a moment. Allow Junior to inform him." Xue Ping's forehead was already sweating when he said this and he was stuttering a little. He already felt that something was amiss. When he thought about it carefully, he immediately realized that there was something strange about it. "There's no need to inform him," Xiaohua said coldly. Xue Ping's heart clenched and he opened his mouth. But, yes, although Xiaohua was a nascent soul senior and looked down on Xiao Jun, this was the military camp of the Chanyang Kingdom after all. This tent was the golden tent of the monarch of the Chanyang Kingdom. Xiaohua clearly didn't care about Xiao Jun and the Chanyang Kingdom by barging in so openly. "Who dares to barge into my monarch's golden tent?" As he spoke, several cultivators dressed in different clothes flew out from the left side of the tent. The cultivator at the front, who was at the 3rd grade of essence force, shouted coldly. Xiaohua snorted coldly. With a sweep of his divine sense, these cultivators stopped in their tracks and hugged their heads with their hands as if they were in extreme pain. You two are indeed here. I'm sure you already know why I'm here." Xiaohua swept his gaze and saw 2 old men in the middle of these cultivators. One of the old men was holding a Buddhist staff. Weren't they the 2 people who protected Xiao Jian while playing chess in front of the Tidal River Temple? "So, Xiaohua, you're Xiaohua." Once Xiaohua spoke, the 2 old men naturally came to their senses. They had seen Xiaohua and Xiao Jian being intimate, so how could they not know the relationship between Xiaohua and Xiao Jian? Xiaohua's appearance didn't change much, but after all, his bearing could change people. How could the current Xiaohua be compared to the Xiaohua who was in dire straits and wore Xiao Jian's Taoist robes? "Hurry!" The old man was about to shout a warning. Boom! Xiaohua didn't seem to do anything, but the 2 old men were dragged out from the crowd of cultivators by Xiaohua. No matter how they opened their mouths, they couldn't utter a single word. Xue Ping was sweating profusely. At this point, how could he not know? He had wholeheartedly wanted to find a strong helper for the single Yang Kingdom, but he didn't expect to become Xiao Jun's mortal enemy. "Senior," Xue Ping hastily begged. "Shut up," Xiaohua berated. "I know what I'm doing." Xue Ping was helpless. He bit his lip and turned to look behind Xiaohua. Fairy Jing had long concealed her cultivation and looked similar to Chong Yu and the others. The 3 of them were astonished at first, but when they saw that there were people from the Buddhist sect among these cultivators, they calmed down and thought that there was a rift between Xiaohua and the Buddhist sect. Therefore they ignored Xue Ping's gaze. "Wu!" Xiaohua flew to the front of the golden tent and raised his hand. The many soldiers standing guard in front of the golden tent were swept aside by the hurricane, and the tent door was immediately opened. Xiaohua sneered as he landed in front of the tent door. He didn't even look at the nearby armored soldiers who were rushing over. He stepped into the golden tent and said, "Xiao Jun, your enemy asked me to come see you. Are you ready? Are you going to return the throne you snatched from someone else? Do you want me to take your head, or do you want to deliver it to me? Do you want me to take away your throne, or do you want me to take away your single Liang Kingdom?" Boom. Upon hearing this, Xue Ping's head went blank. His body trembled in midair and he almost fell. Naturally, there were many people inside the golden tent. In front of him were several generals with shining weapons in their hands. Their faces were vigilant as they blocked Xiaohua's path. Behind these generals were several Buddhist protectors. Each of them held a Buddhist weapon in their hands as they looked at Xiaohua with bright eyes. Layers of telekinesis were emitted from their bodies. Behind these people was a tall and sturdy monarch wearing an apricot yellow hat and a bright yellow embroidered dragon robe. He was frowning as he looked at Xiaohua with a puzzled expression. Of course, when this monarch saw Xiaohua's appearance, he immediately understood something and his face revealed a trace of relief. Xiaohua walked into the golden tent and narrowed his eyes to look at the monarch's appearance. He saw that Xiao Jun, whom he had never met before, looked completely different from Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian was a wretched old man, but this Xiao Jun was not only tall but also had a dignified appearance. He had a square face and large eyes under his thick eyebrows flashed with a dignified divine light. He had a dignified appearance and even his mottled white hair made others feel a sense of respect. What? He looked at Xiao Jun and coldly said, "You want to fight with this old man?" Without waiting for Xiao Jun to reply, Xiaohua took a step forward. An invisible force pushed the general, who was at least a grade 2 origin energy, to the side. That general clenched his teeth and raised the treasured saber in his hand. Before he could do anything, humph. Xiaohua coldly snorted. That general immediately flew away from Xiaohua's eyes. With a pew sound, he crashed into the side of the golden tent and fell to the ground. "Protect the emperor, protect the emperor." A Buddhist cultivator in front of Xiao Jun shouted as he prepared to take out his Buddhist weapon. "Stop!" Xiao Jun shouted. His face was calm as he said, "This is my private matter. It has nothing to do with you. Don't worry, monarch. Even if this cultivator..." How could the Buddhist sect cultivators give up? But before they could say anything, Fairy Jing let out a cold snort and released the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. The Buddhist sect cultivators were all submerged by this pressure and found it difficult to even open their mouths. Fortunately, Fairy Jing only revealed a bit of her power and immediately withdrew her pressure. The cultivators in the tent were all shocked. That's right, a nascent soul cultivator who came out of the Jade Pavilion conference should have just experienced a life-and-death situation. How could these people compare to her? Chapter 3671. All of you retreat. Xiao Jun remained calm. Although his face was pale, he could still stand there and barely resist the power of a nascent soul cultivator. "My lord," all the cultivators and generals said in unison, "we would rather die in front of my lord than retreat." "Retreat." Xiao Jun waved his hand and said, "This is my family's matter, not the country's. You all are not allowed to interfere." This. The cultivators looked at each other and replied in unison, "Yes." However, they all retreated to the edge of the golden tent and didn't leave. AI. Seeing the reaction of the cultivators and soldiers, Xiao Jun sighed. He looked at Xiaohua and bowed. "Junior Xiao Jun greets Senior Xiao." Xiaohua nodded and didn't return the greeting. He walked in front of Xiao Jun and said, "You're enjoying being the monarch. Isn't it time to return it to Xiao Jian?" Xiao Jun didn't find it strange at all. He took a deep breath and looked at Xue Ping behind Xiaohua and the two Buddhist disciples behind the tent. He said, "Actually, when I heard that Xiao Jian was protected by a Taoist expert and Xue Ping said so, I knew that sooner or later Senior would find me. He 2 state teachers." Xiaohua sneered. "That day I thought it was strange how 2 Buddhist disciples with second-grade essence power could become the state teachers of the single Liang kingdom. Seems like it was just a fake edict." Xiao Jun ignored Xiaohua's mockery. He looked at the people around him, then looked at the falling snow outside the tent. He faintly said, "Junior's throne was originally seized from Brother Wang's hands. Junior has always felt guilty. Even though I poured my heart and soul into state affairs, I still couldn't remove it. Since Brother Wang wants to take back the throne today, then Junior will return it to Brother Wang. Senior, please tell Brother Wang that I hope he will treat his people well after taking over the throne." At this moment, a gust of wind blew from behind Xiao Jun. An old woman in plain clothes rushed out from behind the golden screen. Her hair was white and her face was covered by a silk handkerchief, so her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, as soon as the old woman came out, she immediately stood in front of Xiao Jun facing Xiao Hua's might. She was not afraid at all. She only coldly said, "Who said my husband's throne was stolen?" Others might not be able to recognize Xiao Jian's true face. But how could this servant not know Xiao Jian's background? Xiao Jian is a selfish person who seeks nothing but profit, and is addicted to gambling. How can Senior believe the words of such a person? If Senior insists on listening to only one side of the story, if you agree that you are doing the Tao of Heaven, that you are replacing the people of the single Liang kingdom to choose the king, and that you want to take my husband's life, then I am willing to let my husband die. I hope this servant's death can give Xiao Jian an explanation and allow Senior to calm down for a moment. Gigi. Xiao Jun reached out to pull the old woman away and said in a low voice, "This has nothing to do with you. This is a grudge between Xiao Jian and me. Don't get involved." How can this servant not get involved? The old woman named Shiji clearly knew that today's matter would not have a good ending. She said somewhat agitatedly, "As early as 40 years ago, you said that this was a matter between you and Xiao Jian, and you didn't want this servant to get involved. And the result? You were deceived by Xiao Jian, and for the so-called family affection, you abandoned this servant. This servant tearfully obeyed royal father's order to marry Xiao Jian, making him the king of the single Liang kingdom. After that, Xiao Jian didn't care about the court, and for the sake of cockfighting, he neglected the country's affairs and even lost several border cities to other countries. This servant came to you to discuss it, but you said that this was a matter between men, and you didn't want this servant to get involved. After that, this servant chased Xiao Jian off the throne and wanted to imprison him. You said that this was a matter of the country and you didn't want this servant to get involved. Not only did you let Xiao Jian go, you even sent experts to protect him. Look, what did your kindness get in return? It was Xiao Jian's revenge. Xiao Jian repaid kindness with enmity. This monarch can't ask about other people's matters. This monarch only wants to have a clear conscience." Xiao Jun reached out to hold Gigi's hand and said warmly, "Moreover, Xiao Jian is this monarch's brother and your husband. This monarch can't let you and I carry infamy. Since today's grudge has come to an end, you don't need to think about other things. All of this was done by this monarch and it has nothing to do with you." Finished speaking, Xiao Jun looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Senior Xiao, you and I have the same surname. This junior doesn't dare to climb up to the same sect. I ask Senior to be lenient and just take this junior's life. Gigi is Xiao Jian's original wife, and I presume that he didn't ask Senior to take Gigi's life, right?" And Xiao Jian didn't mention this. Xiao Hua lightly nodded. "In the heavens we are willing to be lovebirds, and on earth we are willing to be intertwined branches. Even if this servant dies, this servant wants to be a mandarin duck with the same name as my husband." Gigi said affectionately, "In this life, this servant will only recognize Xiao Jun as my husband. Xiao Jian is nothing more than a treacherous rascal." Facing these two people who were unafraid of death, Xiao Hua was a bit embarrassed. He knew of Xiao Jian's selfishness and his addiction to gambling. However, he didn't expect that Xiao Jian, Xiao Jun and Gigi had such a deep relationship. Moreover, Xiao Jian's position of monarch was taken away by Xiao Jun, but this position was originally passed down by Gigi's father. If Gigi took it away, it could be considered as returning it to its rightful owner. Especially if it was as Gigi said, Xiao Jian wasn't a qualified monarch, and Xiao Jun was the wise monarch that Xue Ping spoke of. How could Xiao Hua give the position of monarch to Xiao Jian? Daoist Xiao. At this moment the others didn't dare to speak. Fairy Jing, who was behind him, opened her mouth and said, "This servant can't discern the words of others, but this woman's words, this servant can tell that they come from the bottom of her heart. Has Daoist Xiao been bewitched by others? This servant hopes that Daoist Xiao can be a bit more lenient and carefully investigate before speaking again." And Xiao Hua nodded and said, "It seems that this matter is far from as simple as this Xiao thought. This Xiao might even be wrong. All of you can leave." Fairy Jing said indifferently, "If Daoist Xiao wants to make a move, it's useless for all of you to stay here. All of you can leave." Xiao Jun waved his hand and said, "Senior Xiao is here for a family matter. It has nothing to do with all of you." However, the soldiers and cultivators were still somewhat unwilling. "Quickly leave." Gigi said coldly, "This old woman is going to talk about some family scandals. Do you all want to listen?" Yes. Gigi's words were still the most effective. Everyone hurriedly bowed and quietly retreated to the sides. Looking at the peaceful tent, Xiao Jun pulled Gigi's hand and walked down from the seat of honor. He bowed and said, "Senior, please take a seat." And Xiao Hua didn't hold back. He walked to the back of the jade table and sat down. He said to Chang Yu and Wu Tian, "The two of you can leave. I'll talk to Xiao Jun." "Yes, master." Chang Yu and Wu Tian hurriedly left the tent. Fairy Jing's beautiful eyes swept over and said with a smile, "Since it's your Xiao family's matter, it's not convenient for this servant to listen. I'll leave for a moment." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded, "Very well. Fairy Jing, please wait outside for a moment." After Fairy Jing left, Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Jun's slightly calmed face and said, "Tell me the matter between you and Xiao Jian. No matter how big or small it is, tell me everything." "Yes, senior." Seeing Xiao Hua's tone as a senior of the Xiao family didn't dare to be negligent and told the whole story in detail. The matter was far more complicated than Xiao Hua imagined. Xiao Jun and Xiao Jian were cousins. They were from the side branch of the Xiao family of the Single-Yang country. The Xiao family had some influence in the Single-Yang country and was a big family that the king of the Single-Yang country wanted to rope in. Xiao Jun and Xiao Jian had a good relationship since childhood. Xiao Jian's character wasn't good and others didn't like him. However, Xiao Jun was magnanimous and didn't care about Xiao Jian's shortcomings. He could be considered one of the few family members that Xiao Jian could trust. When the two of them got older, they entered the academy of the Single-Yang country to study. Although Xiao Jian's character wasn't good, he was exceptionally intelligent. His studies were outstanding and he also stood out in Taoism cultivation. On the other hand, Xiao Jun couldn't compare to Xiao Jian in any aspect. As the princess of the Single-Yang country, Gigi also studied in the academy. Naturally, she was like the moon surrounded by stars. Xiao Jian even spent a lot of effort to get close to Gigi. Unfortunately, Gigi had unique insight and didn't pay much attention to Xiao Jian. Instead, she was especially close to Xiao Jun. Thus, Xiao Jian pretended to be drunk and confided in front of Xiao Jun that he wouldn't marry anyone other than Gigi. Xiao Jun fell for it and reluctantly dropped out of the academy. He was even punished by the Xiao family. Later, the king of the Single-Yang country selected a son-in-law from the Imperial Academy. Xiao Jian stood out and obtained the king's favor. Of course, when the king was alive, Xiao Jian pretended very well. He handled the affairs of the country and family cleanly without any mistakes. Although Gigi's heart wasn't with Xiao Jian, she didn't think too much about it for the sake of the Single-Yang country. However, when the king passed away, Xiao Jian took control of the country and immediately revealed his true nature. Not only did he begin to neglect the affairs of the country, he even learned cockfighting from an unknown disciple. For a time, cockfighting became the norm in the Single-Yang country and no one paid attention to the affairs of the country. Because of this, Gigi also paid a visit to the state preceptor of the Single-Yang country and begged him to step in. However, the state preceptor was at the juncture of cultivating his golden core. How could he care about the life and death of the Single-Yang country? He didn't pay attention to it at all. In the end, when Xiao Jian lost the 3 border cities to the neighboring country and wanted to gamble again, Gigi couldn't bear it anymore. She contacted Xiao Jun and found a Buddhist sect expert who was also looking for help in the hidden immortal continent. In one fell swoop, Xiao Jian was kicked off the throne. The Golden Core State Preceptor was also expelled from the Single-Yang country by the Buddhist sect expert. From then on, Xiao Jun established the country with the Buddhist sect and sat on the throne of the Single-Yang country. "Oh, if what you said is true." After listening to Xiao Jun's analysis, Xiao Hua said indifferently, "This old man was wrong." "Oh right, Gigi, what happened to your face?" Gigi wasn't surprised. She took off the handkerchief on her face and saw that the left side of Gigi's face was densely covered with a layer of purple pimples. It was very frightening. Gigi said indifferently, "Senior, please no. I also don't know what happened. Ever since Xiao Jun left the Imperial Academy, my face has been covered with pimples. Father searched everywhere for a divine doctor but to no avail. Previously there were only 1 or 2 pimples, but later on half of my face was covered with them. If it wasn't for my face, how could Xiao Jian be chosen by father so easily?" Chapter 3672. Speaking of this, Gigi rejoiced again. It is also because of this disease that Xiao Jian has never touched me since we got married. I have always let the maidservants by my side accompany me. Only then can I keep Xiao Jun's chastity. Xiao Hua was quite moved and looked at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun, you don't dislike Gigi's face. What Junior doesn't like is the disease on Gigi's face, not Gigi's face. Xiao Jun didn't dare to hide and said in a low voice, facing Gigi's heart, that kind of trust and affection is enough to drown this kind of dislike. Thinking back to those days in the bamboo pavilion after the rain, Gigi half closed her fan. This kind of memory is enough for Junior to be drunk for the rest of Junior's life. You are telling the truth. Gigi slightly curled her lips. Can't you say that you don't dislike it? Xiao Jun smiled and didn't refute. Where was the majestic appearance of a monarch from before? Gigi said to Xiao Hua again, Junior knows that men like beauty, so I have always used a handkerchief to cover it. Previously, Junior still had some doubts about Xiao Jun, but after so many years he didn't find someone to serve him like Xiao Jian. What else can Junior say? Good. 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 Xiao Hua praised 3 times, what an affectionate and righteous monarch. Senior praises too much. Love fills one's stomach. Junior doesn't feel that there is anything special. Xiao Jun answered honestly again. Che. Although Xiao Hua didn't say anything, he was cursing in his heart. He secretly curled his lips and said, extinguishing the candle, isn't it the same? Of course you don't care too much. This old man is also someone who has experienced it. Then Xiao Hua stood up and said, Xiao Jun, don't be too proud. This old man has heard your and Xiao Jian's words, but each of you has your own reasons, so this old man can't jump to conclusions. However, based on the affection between you and Gigi, this old man won't take your life. As for whether or not you should give up your throne, this old man will go to Danliang country to take a look. Remember, don't try to send any information to Danliang country, that will be even worse for you. Xiao Jun listened and said with a smile, Senior, don't worry, Junior has a clear conscience, but I ask Senior to investigate openly and secretly. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and beckoned, Gigi, come here, let this old man see your face. Huh. Gigi's body trembled and her voice trembled. Senior, do you have any ideas? I don't know. Xiao Hua lightly said, if you are willing, this old man can give it a try. Xiao Jun said anxiously from the side, if Senior has a way, Junior. Junior is willing to give up the throne. Why would I want your throne? Isn't it tiring enough? Xiao Hua waved his hand, stretched out his hand and squeezed the purple lump on Gigi's face. Then he put his finger in front of his nose and smelled it for a moment. After that he frowned and said, this is the poison of the bamboo heart. It's caused by the birth of insects in the bamboo heart in a cold place. It's quite rare. Do you particularly like bamboo? Yes, my house in the Imperial Academy is all made of bamboo. Seeing Xiao Hua expose her in a single breath, Gigi couldn't help but tremble again. She hurriedly replied, moreover, that bamboo house doesn't see the sun all year round. When you go back, move away the thing blocking the bamboo house or burn the bamboo house. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said. Gigi smiled bitterly, that bamboo house has already been burned by Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua understood that this was Xiao Jian's action of being jealous of Xiao Jun and Gigi's relationship. He replied, this old man can cure this poison. Plop. Xiao Jun no longer cared about his status as a monarch. He knelt in front of Xiao Hua and begged, Senior, please help. Half a day later, 4 figures flew out from the alliance of the Single Yang Kingdom and headed towards the direction of the Single Yang Kingdom. After flying for an hour, seeing that the snowflakes gradually stopped, Fairy Jing was puzzled and asked, Fellow Taoist Xiao, since you have already treated Gigi's illness and you think that Xiao Jun is a loyal and affectionate monarch, then why do you still have to make a trip to the Single Yang Kingdom? What I have heard and what I have seen are not important. Xiao Hua smiled and said, the most important thing is the choice of the people of the Single Yang Kingdom. Moreover, whether Xiao Jian's words are true or not, is too important to the Jiang country. Therefore I have no choice but to make a trip to the Single Yang Kingdom. Of course, Fairy Jing didn't know what Xiao Hua was thinking. She didn't ask and only smiled. Is this the reason why you didn't return to the Black Wind Ridge? Not all. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, I didn't return because someone else did. They are more suitable than me. Oh, them. Fairy Jing turned to look at Chong Yu and Wu Tian and asked curiously, just the two of them? How can they compare to a real person? Hee, of course it's not them. Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously and said, I have even better help. Fellow Taoist also knows how to keep people in suspense. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and pointed to the distance and said, let's go. When we get there I will ask my helper to come out and meet with Fairy Jing. Ask him to come out. Fairy Jing was even more bewildered. Fellow Taoist can't have brought out the fellow Taoist from the Jade Pavilion meeting in his Qingquan bag, right? Ah, that's right. Can't I? Xiao Hua laughed. When they landed on the foot of the mountain, Xiao Hua looked around and threw out a jade talisman. After setting up the capital star array, he made a grabbing motion with his hand. A dozen waves rose from the foot of the mountain and sealed the space within a few hundred meters. This is the great heavenly cycle. Star array? Fairy Jing's gaze was a bit blank and her mouth was bitter. Looking at the changing scenery around her, she couldn't help but blurt out in disbelief. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. Fairy Jing has good eyesight. However, this star array isn't complete. I still haven't figured out a few parts. It's not a few parts, it's 100. Fairy Jing stopped being surprised and said with a smile, as far as I know, the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Array needs 365 talismans. Fellow Taoist Xiao just cast out less than 100. At this point, Fairy Jing suddenly realized something and her face flushed. She smiled and said, I understand. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed an unparalleled talent. You can already set up a simple Great Heavenly Cycle Star Array with the least number of talismans. Fairy Jing, if you like it, when this matter is over, follow me back to Black Wind Ridge. There is a relatively intact Great Heavenly Cycle Star Array there. Xiao Hua invited her in a timely manner. However, Fairy Jing didn't agree as readily as Xiao Hua expected. Instead, she hesitated and finally lowered her head, saying, we'll see, okay? Xiao Hua didn't think much and patted his head. Buzz. The mountain and river seal made a rumbling sound and flew out of his meridians. Waves of dragon chi filled the array. This is a nation weapon. Fairy Jing was naturally an experienced and knowledgeable person. When she saw Xiao Hua take out the mountain and river seal, she immediately understood something. However, she was a bit confused and stared at Xiao Hua as if she wanted to see something from him. Xiao Hua patted his hand and Su Tingzi and the 9 golden core cultivators flew out of the mountain and river seal and landed on the ground. Although Su Tingzi's cultivation hadn't fully recovered, his face was already flushed, and the magic power around him was faintly surging. He should be fine. The other 9 golden core cultivators also seemed to have restrained their divine light. Although it was unknown how much their injuries had recovered, it seemed that Xiao Hua's pills had already taken effect. Su Tingzi stood on the ground and looked around. He cupped his hands and said, Taoist Xiao, have you left Yaotai Mountain? Greetings, Senior Xiao. The 9 golden core cultivators hurriedly bowed and stood beside Xiao Hua. They had already sworn a blood oath on Yaotai Mountain, so they were naturally considered Xiao Hua's disciples. Of course I left Yao Mountain. Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at Fairy Jing. Come, let me introduce you. This is Fairy Jing and this is Su Tingzi. Greetings, Fairy Jing. Greetings, fellow Taoist Su Tingzi. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries. Xiao Hua then pointed at the 9 Jindan cultivators and said, these 9 cultivators swore a blood oath within the Yaotai Mountain's Grand Formation to pledge their loyalty to me. I then brought them out of the Yaotai Mountain. Afterward, Xiao Hua pointed at Chong Yu and Wu Tian and said to the 9 people, these are my disciples. You should familiarize yourselves with them first. Yes. Chong Yu saw that the 9 were all late-stage golden core cultivators and knew that they would be Xiao Hua's helpers in the future. He obediently agreed and brought Wu Tian to greet the 9 golden core cultivators. Taking advantage of the golden core cultivators' greetings, Xiao Hua smiled and said to Su Tingzi, fellow Taoist Su Tingzi, I've already fulfilled my promise to you. Our cooperation on Yaotai Mountain ends here. Fellow Taoist, you can leave now. Don't worry, don't worry. Su Tingzi waved his hand and said, I missed the show on Yaotai Mountain in order to lure the enemy. I still want to listen to Taoist Zhao's explanation. Oh, actually, I was also injured by the formation in the end. Xiao Hua smiled and said, In the end, I was still discovered by Fairy Jing and was brought out of Yaotai Mountain by her. How is that possible? Su Tingzi couldn't believe it. Even with fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation, you were still heavily injured? Nothing's impossible, Xiao Hua said indifferently. This time, less than 20% of the Golden Core cultivators and less than 40% of the nascent soul cultivators were able to come down from Yaotai Mountain. It's normal for me to be injured. Ah? So many Taoist disciples died. Su Tingzi was flabbergasted, but he also felt lucky in his heart. Fairy Jing nodded. What fellow Taoist Xiao said is true. I followed Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong and killed several large formations. If fellow Taoist Su Tingzi wants to listen, I can tell you one by one. Okay, I'm all ears. Su Tingzi obviously wanted to listen. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Don't be anxious. If you want to listen, let's listen together." Oh, there are more people? Su Tingzi and Fairy Jing were stunned. Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously and shook out two late-stage nascent soul cultivators, Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian from the mountain and river seal. Then dozens of golden core cultivators fell out like dumplings. Su Tingzi and Fairy Jing were dumbfounded. Although the two of them were both early-stage and mid-stage nascent soul cultivators and weren't very famous, Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were late-stage nascent soul cultivators comparable to Taoist Huada. The two of them could recognize them at a glance. They never thought that the two of them would come out of Xiao Hua's mountain and river seal. Chapter 3673. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were stunned at first, but they soon understood. They looked at each other and greeted Xiao Hua. Su Tingzi and Fairy Jing also hurried over. After the dozens of golden core cultivators greeted them, they also walked over to Chong Yu and Wu Tian and greeted each other again. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Xiao Hua smiled again after the situation calmed down. There are still some fellow Taoists who haven't arrived yet. Puff puff puff. The mountain river seal trembled again one after another. Fairy Jing was flabbergasted as more than 30 nascent soul cultivators and dozens of golden core cultivators walked out. It wasn't just Fairy Jing, Chong Yu and Wu Tian. Even Su Tingzi, Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the other nascent soul cultivators who were brought out by Xiao Hua were dumbfounded. After all, they were taken in by Xiao Hua one by one, so they couldn't see anything. Now that they all came out, they could see the results. These were dozens of nascent soul cultivators and hundreds of golden core cultivators. Which country or Taoist cultivator could control so many nascent soul and golden core cultivators? There were dozens of nascent soul cultivators, early, mid, and late nascent soul cultivators, and some of them were familiar with each other. At this moment, those who knew each other greeted each other, and those who didn't know each other introduced themselves. It was a lively scene. Apart from Xiao Hua, who stood at the head of the table, Fairy Jing, Su Tingzi and the others were also present. Fairy Jing, in particular, was tactful enough to sneak into the group of mid-nascent soul cultivators and exchange greetings with a few of them. After the time it took to eat half a meal, the noise in the hall gradually died down. Xiao Hua looked around and coughed twice, then raised his voice. Fellow Taoists. Although everyone was talking, they were all paying attention to Xiao Hua. When they heard Xiao Hua speak, everyone immediately stopped. Ao Zhantian and the other late nascent soul cultivators stood at the front, while the other cultivators lined up according to their cultivation. They all bowed and said, "Thank you, Taoist Xiao, for saving our lives." As he looked at the nascent soul stage and golden core stage cultivators that filled the place, Xiao Hua's little tail was slightly raised. Right when Xiao Hua was on the Dawn Rain continent, he had only seen a few nascent soul stage cultivators. Now, these nascent soul stage cultivators that were comparable in number to the Dawn Rain continent had to bow down to him and even serve him for 1,000 years. How could Xiao Hua not be complacent? However, Xiao Hua's complacency only lasted for a moment. He immediately raised his hand and said with a smile, "Everyone, there's no need to thank me. This is also a coincidence. Moreover, the heavenly Tao didn't want to cut off the descendants of my Tao sect, so it borrowed my hand. If you want to thank someone, you have to thank the Tao sect seniors in the heavens." He. Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly as he looked at Xiao Hua's harmless smile. He felt extremely bitter in his heart. He had seen Xiao Hua's angry smile before. The soaring dragon shears were even sharper than a sword, hanging above his head. Why didn't the senior from the Taoism appear at that time? Why did he have to swear a blood oath and serve Xiao Hua for 1,000 years to come up with an excuse? Similarly, Xiao Hua didn't care about what others thought and said, "This is also a sign of the prosperity of my Tao sect. You may not know that the Jade Pavilion meeting this time is a trap for Star-Lord Hall to massacre my Tao sect cultivators." At this point, Xiao Hua raised his eyes to look at Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing hid among the nascent soul cultivators and gave Xiao Hua a desperate look. It seemed that she didn't intend to speak. Xiao Hua smiled. He naturally understood what Fairy Jing was thinking. He had obtained the memories of Sun Horse of Star and Tail Fire Tiger. After coming out, he also listened to Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong's analysis. Naturally, he knew more than Fairy Jing. It was naturally more appropriate for him to explain than Fairy Jing. Then Xiao Hua explained the arrangements and plans of the Confucian cultivators on the Jade Mountain, as well as the losses of the Tao sect cultivators. All the cultivators present, whether they were early Golden Core or late Nascent Soul cultivators, had a great change in expression. The trace of dissatisfaction and unhappiness in their hearts from being forced to swear allegiance had now completely turned into rejoicing. If they hadn't met Xiao Hua, they would have already fallen on the Jade Mountain. Since they could live, why should they care too much? After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he looked at the changes in everyone's expressions and said with a smile, "Since the Tao sect seniors borrowed this Xiao to rescue you, then this Xiao would like to thank the Tao sect seniors for giving this Xiao an opportunity to work together with everyone to contribute to the Tao sect of the hidden immortal continent." At this point, Xiao Hua didn't wait for everyone to speak and immediately changed the topic. He scratched his head and said with a smile, "Actually, I won't hide it from everyone. When it comes to contributing to the Tao sect of the hidden immortal continent, this Xiao also feels that it's a bit empty. Long before this Xiao came to the Jade Mountain, this Xiao only had one goal, which was to get the Imperial Preceptor's signature and establish my own country. I want to be a comfortable retired emperor and enjoy the happiness of one side. Even when I saw all of you, I only felt a kind of warmth and emotion. To be able to gather so many Taoist cultivators together in the hidden immortal continent where there are so many Confucian cultivators is really a very happy thing." For now, you will all be in-name disciples. Chapter 3674. Thank you, Master. All the Jindan stage disciples were wild with joy. After all, they knew better than anyone the difference between being an apprentice and being loyal to a master. Cultivators who had died once could see more clearly than others, and many taboos were nothing more than smoke in their eyes. I don't have the ability to guide you one by one for now. All of you stay with Chong Yu at the side. Once we return to Blackwind Ridge, I'll let all of you know that joining my sect is the best choice you'll ever make in your lives. Oh, it's the best choice besides joining my Tao sect. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua's words were somewhat unsteady, but it made many Golden Core disciples feel warm in their hearts. After agreeing in unison, they stood aside. Xiongyi, Xiao Hua asked with a smile, "I promised you that I would take you out of the Jade Pavilion gathering. At that time, although you said you wanted to serve me, I knew you were in a dangerous situation and had no choice but to say those words. Now I will give you a chance. You can leave now." "Taoist Master Xiao, I want to ask you a question first, then I can decide," Xiongyi said very seriously. "Taoist Master, the joy of cultivation is admiring the flowers and the moon and discussing the Tao? If so, why did Taoist Master come to the Jade Pavilion gathering to snatch the Imperial Preceptor's lot?" Xiongyi immediately asked. "Let's not talk about cultivation first." Xiao Hua smiled faintly and explained, "Just talking about happiness, there are many kinds of happiness in the secular world. Drinking wine can make you happy, singing can make you happy, dancing can make you happy, having a lot of friends can make you happy, having power over the world can make you happy, having millions of soldiers can make you happy, and even adjusting your breath in your spare time can make you happy. There is only one kind of happiness, but there are endless ways to be happy. Everyone's happiness may be different. I hope to pursue the happiness of cultivation, but I said before that I don't know what happiness is. That's why I want to discuss the Tao with you all. Some fellow Taoists like alchemy, maybe refining ninth grade pills can make them happy. Some fellow Taoists like refining tools, maybe refining spiritual treasures can make them happy. Of course, there may also be fellow Taoists who like power, like building a country, like fighting against Confucian cultivators. When the purpose of building a country surpasses the needs of cultivation, this kind of fighting will naturally make fellow Taoists happy. Besides, to experience the joy of cultivation, there's a price. There's no such thing as happiness or pain for no reason in this world. Especially on the hidden immortal continent. If our Taoist cultivators want to be happy, they might have to build on the foundation of the pain of Confucian cultivators. After speaking up to here, Xiaohua let out a long sigh and looked up into the sky. I don't dare to say that I have lofty aspirations, but I also hope that the fellow Taoists I get to know can all find their own happiness. Xiongyi smiled and said, I know a little about what you're talking about, but I'm willing to fight with those Confucian cultivators. I feel that it's more interesting than pure cultivation. Xiaohua looks at this cultivator who didn't listen to Taoist Huoda's orders at the Jade Pavilion Assembly and nods. Since I've taken the State Master's lot, I'm really going to establish a country. There won't be too few disputes with Confucian cultivators. If fellow Taoist Xiong is willing, I'd like to ask fellow Taoist to lend me a hand. Alright, I'm also someone who died once. Seeing Taoist Xiao being so magnanimous and straightforward, I'm also willing to follow you and see how far our Taoist cultivators can go on the hidden immortal continent. Xiongyi resolutely kneels on the ground and says, Disciple kowtows in salute to Master. Not to mention Xiaohua himself, even Fairy Jing and the others who were watching from the side also woke up. Why did he want to take Xiongyi as his master? Xiaohua's astonishment disappeared in a flash. With a smile on his face he said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiong, what do you mean? Isn't it good for you and me to be fellow Taoists? If you work for me, I won't shortchange your cultivation needs. Why do you have to take me as your master? Xiongyi raised his head and said very seriously, Disciple naturally doesn't need to explain the difference between working for me and taking me as your master. If they could be the same, these dozen or so Jindan disciples wouldn't take senior as their master and would choose to work for you instead. Especially disciple, I feel that I've already reached the end of this path of cultivation. I'm already powerless to struggle and unable to find the goal to move forward. Disciple needs a cultivator like senior to guide the way for disciple and illuminate the way forward. Moreover, disciple wants to do, besides cultivate, disciple wants to strengthen our Taoism. No Confucian cultivator can casually bully our Taoism disciples, and the so-called Jade Pavilion meeting can no longer be held. Disciple wants to realize this wish, but without a Taoism expert like senior to protect disciple can't do it. Moreover, although senior's cultivation is at the upper 4th level, you've already suppressed Taoist Huoda, Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian, 3 late nascent soul stage seniors. Stepping into the 5th level is just around the corner. At that time, the number of cultivators who want senior's guidance will be more than the number of carps crossing the river. At that time, senior won't be able to guide them, so disciple might as well become senior's disciple right now and listen to senior's teachings. Can't guide them. A trace of doubt appeared in Xiaohua's heart, but he naturally couldn't ask. Looking at Xiongyi's face, Xiaohua naturally thought of another person. That was Daybreak Continent's Bai Fei. That's right, it was that mercenary Changbai sect disciple Bai Fei. Although this Bai Fei was a Dao sect disciple, during the Sword Dao battle he used a secret technique to threaten Xiaohua in exchange for the cultivation method he wanted. Moreover, he was quick to react and had an excellent ability to judge the situation. In Xiaohua's opinion, this kind of cultivator was most suitable for cruel cultivation worlds like the Dawn Rain continent or the hidden immortal continent. Even now, Xiaohua had a feeling that when he left Daybreak Continent, Shi Wuming, Ruo Taohong and Mo Shan were going to that dangerous place. This Bai Fei would definitely follow them. Xiaohua didn't know whether Shi Wuming and the other two would be able to escape, but Xiaohua was certain that as long as there was a chance, Bai Fei would definitely be able to escape. After nearly 100 years of cultivation, Bai Fei must have reached a considerable height. On the surface, he might not be inferior to Xiaohua himself. Thinking about Bai Fei and then looking at Xiongyi, weren't they both the kind of cultivators who would seize every opportunity to improve their cultivation? Good. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and nodded. Since you have the heart to become my disciple, then I won't disappoint you. I'll accept you as my disciple. Fairy Jing's small mouth slightly opened. This Xiong Yi's way of accepting a master was strange, and Xiaohua's way of accepting a disciple was even more inexplicable. He didn't ask anything, didn't say anything, and just accepted an early nascent soul cultivator as his disciple. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Xiong Yi was overjoyed and respectfully kowtowed. He kowtowed a total of 9 times before getting up. Xiaohua smiled. Xiong Yi, you are the first nascent soul disciple this old man has accepted. When this old man has time, I will properly guide your cultivation. I can't let you sully this old man's reputation. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple will follow master's instructions. Xiong Yi very respectfully replied. He didn't feel that Xiaohua was boasting at all. And Xiaohua nodded. He looked at Chang Yu and the others and said, "You all come and greet your senior brother." Chang Yu, Wu Tian, and the other Golden Core disciples were also dumbfounded. At this moment, they all rushed over to greet this senior brother who was qualified to be their master. However, everyone also heard clearly that the senior brother that Xiaohua spoke of was only senior brother. He didn't say eldest senior brother. After everyone finished greeting each other, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "Since you all are this old man's disciples, then you are different from others. You all don't need to return to your respective caves. Go to the Black Wind Ridge first. When you get there, Xiong Yi will first assist Li Xiang and the others in the Black Wind Ridge, and establish the Jiang country that this old man promised them." With that, Xiaohua took out a jade eye from his bosom and handed it to Xiong Yi. "Your identities as well as the appearance of Li Xiang and the others are all recorded inside. You all will know when you see it." Yes, this disciple understands. Xiong Yi respectfully received it and said, "When Master returns to the Black Wind Ridge, this disciple will give Master a complete Jiang country. Master, please be the imperial preceptor." This old man doesn't have the leisure to be the imperial preceptor. Xiaohua laughed and said, "That's your matter. Go." Seeing that Xiaohua was urging him and didn't give him the imperial preceptor's lot, Xiong Yi probably already entrusted it to someone else. However, Xiong Yi didn't care. "I didn't say that I wanted to oppose Confucian cultivators. Then what about fellow Taoist Xiong Yi?" Su Tingzi stared at Xiaohua and asked. Chapter 3675. Establishing a country. Didn't I come to the Jade Pavilion gathering to obtain the imperial teacher's lot? Isn't it just following the requirements of the Confucian cultivators and establishing a country in the name of the imperial teacher? Xiaohua shrugged innocently. Su Tingzi bitterly smiled. Biting words is the specialty of Confucian cultivators. I didn't expect Taoist Xiao to understand this as well. Xiaohua sternly said, "Fellow Taoist is correct. I am acting under the rules of Confucian cultivators. I don't have the slightest intention of overstepping my boundaries. The reason I allowed fellow Taoist to stay until now is to give fellow Taoist the leeway to choose. If fellow Taoist doesn't have a choice now, you can return to your cave and think about it. Fellow Taoist helped me with your life, so I will definitely treat fellow Taoist well." Su Tingzi's expression slightly changed when he heard Xiaohua mention this. Killing a Star Monarch of Star Monarch Hall. Xiaohua was extremely daring, and Su Tingzi could be considered to be helping the tyrant. If Star Monarch Hall really pursued this matter, he would be heavily punished. Su Tingzi cupped his hands and bid farewell. "This matter. I hope Taoist Xiao can give me some time to think about it. Fellow Taoist, please." Seeing Su Tingzi looking at the formation with some fear, Xiaohua pulled his hand, and the formation was immediately torn apart. Su Tingzi cautiously flew out of the formation and directly flew 300 meters before letting out a sigh of relief. He was the only cultivator who didn't agree to cooperate with Xiaohua. Moreover, he had seen Xiaohua kill Star Monarch Hall's Star Monarch Mu Xian. He was truly afraid that Xiaohua would silence him. After Su Tingzi flew far away, Xiaohua waved his hand and took back the several dozen jade talismans. He then looked at the pensive Fairy Jing and said, "Let's go, Fairy Jing. We're going to the single Yang Kingdom." At this moment, Fairy Jing was no longer as calm as before. Her misty eyes flickered with a strange expression as if she was thinking about something or hesitating about something. Hearing Xiaohua's call, she absent-mindedly nodded and followed him into the air. However, it only took a moment for her to come to her senses. She hastily stopped and waited in the air. She directly flew away, leaving Xiaohua extremely far behind her. "Fairy, what are you thinking about?" Xiaohua chased after her and said with a bitter smile, "Why did you leave me behind?" "It's nothing." Fairy Jing stammered. "Wait a moment, fellow Taoist Al." Speaking of this, Fairy Jing looked apologetic. "My mount was originally Yinghua, but it was seriously injured in the Jade Pavilion gathering to save me, so I had to ask you to take a flying boat." Soon after, Fairy Jing took out a small flying boat. After Xiaohua got on, she activated her magic power and flew into the distance. Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the airship and meditated for half a day with his eyes closed. Seeing Fairy Jing's silent appearance, he smiled and said, "Fairy Jing, do you have something you want to ask this Xiao?" Sigh. Fairy Jing sighs and turns her head. She looks at Xiaohua with her beautiful eyes and says in a low voice, This concubine doesn't want to ask. I just find it strange. Fellow Taoist, you have so many nascent soul cultivators by your side, and any two of them you pick are more powerful than me. Wouldn't they be more suitable to escort you than me? Why did fellow Taoist choose this concubine?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's very simple. It's because you were the first one to notice my serious injuries. Moreover, in order to cover up the news of my injuries, I could only choose you." Fellow Taoist. Fairy Jing slightly shook her head and said in self-mockery, "This concubine thinks I can already see through people's hearts. But in front of you, it seems like I'm an idiot." Xiaohua touched his nose with his hand and thought for a moment, saying, "Fairy Jing is right. This Xiao wants to lure people into a trap. Because this person covets this Xiao is very surprised. Because this person has no enmity with this Xiao, and Xiaohua even helped him. However, this Xiao didn't expect that he would want to harm this Xiao. This Xiao wants to know why. In particular, he has seen this Xiao's cultivation and strength. This Xiao really wants to see what his trump card is." Sigh. Fellow Taoist is a bit careless. Fairy Jing said worriedly, "Fellow Taoist's injuries won't heal for several years. This concubine's strength is limited." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. This is only a guess of this Xiao's and it might not be true. Moreover, this Xiao feels that that guy isn't so stupid as to really chase after this Xiao." "That's good." Fairy Jing smiled sweetly. Now that fellow Taoist said this concubine's heart is still a bit anxious and on edge. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said while looking at the sky, "This Xiao originally didn't want to say it, but who asked someone to think so much?" "Hee hee." Fairy Jing laughed as if she hadn't relaxed for a long time. The two of them were silent for a moment and Fairy Jing asked again, "This concubine feels that the happiness of cultivation that fellow Taoist talked about to those nascent soul cultivators is very interesting. It seems to have enlightened this concubine, as if this concubine's previous cultivation had deviated." Xiaohua smiled and said, "What if this Xiao says that this is nothing but a lie, a drawing of a pie or a fantasy? Would Fairy Jing be very disappointed?" "I would." Fairy Jing's face turned bitter. Actually, this concubine also thought about it before. The Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent are really free and unfettered, and the Buddhist sects of the Western Paradise also cultivate Western Paradise. Even the demons of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm should be incomparably free. Why is it that our Tao sects are bullied and controlled like this? Is there no paradise that belongs to our Tao sects? There is. But it's not here nor is it at this time. Xiaohua nodded with certainty. Fairy Jing's eyes flashed with surprise. Then fellow Taoist Xiao, tell me, where is it? When is it? There will be such a day. There will also be such a place. Xiaohua made a solemn vow and said, "This Xiao will let you see that the cultivators of my Tao sect can freely fly in the sky. My Tao sects will bloom on the earth. My Tao sect's seniors will soar into the sky from time to time. There will be a smooth path of cultivation in front of us. Perhaps at that time, this Xiao will talk about the happiness of cultivation with Fairy Jing. Establishing a sect." Fairy Jing's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. "Previously when I saw fellow Taoist Xiong Yi O and those 20 Jindan disciples call fellow Taoist Xiao Master, this concubine is very fond of you. Feels like a home." Fairy Jing, with your nascent soul middle stage cultivation, you can naturally accept disciples, right? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Fairy Jing wryly smiled and shook her head. This concubine isn't as ambitious as fellow Taoist. I don't dare to attract the attention of Confucian cultivators. At this point, Fairy Jing suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, fellow Taoist Xiao, when Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were here, why didn't you tell them about the alliance between Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong? If you told them, wouldn't they be more confident? It's different. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said, these cultivators are fundamentally different from the 200 people that Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong brought. Fellow Taoist, please enlighten me. Fairy Jing didn't understand and said with a smile, this concubine is confused. To put it bluntly, these cultivators that I brought were deserters from the Jade Pavilion conference. Although they experienced bloodshed, they didn't experience life and death. They didn't persevere to the end. Can be said that their nature is cowardly. In the future, when there are few storms, perhaps they will choose to run away again. If this Xiao had told them about my alliance with Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong with their knowledge, they would have immediately understood the size of this force. Perhaps they would have been scared away. How could that be? Fellow Taoist, you can't bring them out for no reason, right? Fairy Jing looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. Of course. Xiao Hua says with a smile, everyone has been forced by this Xiao to pledge their loyalty to me for several hundred to 1,000 years. Otherwise, do you think that this Xiao's happy cultivation would be able to move these old ghosts who have cultivated for several thousand years? That's what I said. Fairy Jing was full of smiles. How could they take the bait so easily? That Su Tingzi, fellow Taoist Xiao, has been earnestly persuading fellow Taoist Xiao for so long, and he's still only considering it. Just as they were talking, a divine sense swept over from afar. This divine sense was very hurried and swept over the flying boat as if it was casual, then swept elsewhere. However, it was only a moment before the divine sense swept back and circled around Xiao Hua for a moment before immediately withdrawing. Chapter 3676. Oh. Who is this? Xiao Hua's face was a bit astonished. He looked at Fairy Jing blankly and asked in astonishment, I'm injured and my spiritual sense is also somewhat damaged. It's hard to tell who it is. Fairy Jing was startled, but she soon understood. She blinked her eyes and said, this cultivator's cultivation should be at the middle nascent soul stage, but I'm not familiar with his spiritual sense. It's not a fellow Taoist I'm familiar with. It shouldn't be Taoist Huda either. Oh, Xiao Hua nodded and stood up. He looked into the distance and said with a smile, is that the fellow Taoist who came to see me off? Perhaps. Fairy Jing didn't dare to stop the flying boat. She continued to fly into the distance, but she was secretly on guard. After all, they had been flying for so long, and they had yet to see any nascent soul cultivators. Perhaps Xiao Hua was right about this sudden appearance. Fairy Jing. A moment later, a voice that Fairy Jing wasn't familiar with came from the distance. Please wait a moment. Fairy Jing slightly tilted her head and thought for a moment. Her expression slightly changed but soon returned to normal. She said to Xiao Hua, fellow Taoist Xiao, it's Taoist Yuan Qing. Fairy Jing's eyes flickered with a misty expression. She looked very beautiful. That's right. Xiao Hua said with a smile, since it's an old friend, let's wait a moment. All right. Fairy Jing looked at Xiao Hua's appearance and could only helplessly nod. She tapped her foot and the flying boat stopped in midair. After a while, Taoist Yuan Qing flew over. His face was slightly flushed and his forehead was unexpectedly sweating. Taoist Xiao. Taoist Yuan Qing called from afar. Why are you flying in this direction? I thought you were going back to Black Wind Mountain. You flew towards Yu province for a long time. So it's fellow Taoist Yuan Qing. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. I had some matters to attend to. Liang province, so I didn't directly return to Black Wind Mountain. Taoist Yuan Qing descended from the sky and glanced at Fairy Jing. I'm afraid you're not really going to Liang province? Are we still going to the seaside? Xiao Hua laughed heartily and waved his hand, you're too kind. This one ran into Fairy Jing at the Jade Pavilion banquet. Moreover, Fairy Jing was slightly injured at that time, so this Xiao conveniently brought her out. After asking, I found out that Fairy Jing was heading in the same direction as this Xiao, so this Xiao abruptly asked Fairy Jing to lead the way, that's all. That's all. Taoist Yuan Qing suddenly understood. He looked at Fairy Jing and said with a smile, Fairy Jing, you're really lucky to meet Taoist Xiao again and again. At this point, how could Fairy Jing not know that Xiao Hua was guarding against Taoist Yuan Qing? She also smiled and said, yes, compared to Jinren Jingting, my luck is not just a little bit better. Zai. Indeed. At the mention of Taoist Master Jingting, Taoist Master Yuan Qing seemed to have found a topic to talk about. He hurriedly continued and sighed. Apart from the difficulty of cultivation, our Taoist cultivators are also far inferior to Confucian cultivators in terms of luck. Taoist Master Jingting. I'm afraid he's a very extreme example. Although he wanted to serve Taoist Xiao in the end, he still died. At this time, Taoist Master Jingting's nascent soul was naturally already in Xiao Hua's mountain river seal. With the mother-child spirit fruit, he should be able to cultivate a scattered nascent soul like Hong Songzi. Although he couldn't compare to Xiao Hua and the others, he was still alive after all, which was a lot better than dying. What Xiao Hua was currently thinking about was how to use the immortal slaying platform or the 5 Qis righteous thunder to refine the 2 nascent souls, and even the 100 or so nascent souls that were about to be repaired. Of course, he wouldn't mention this to Taoist Yuan Qing and the others. Therefore Xiao Hua asked with a smile, that's right, Taoist Yuan Qing chased me all the way here. Is there something you need from this Xiao? Taoist Yuan Qing waved his hand and said, how could there be anything? It's just that this one received a lot of help from Taoist at the Yaotai conference. Moreover, this one already said before entering the Yaotai mountain that this one wanted to ask Taoist for advice on cultivation. Who would have thought that there was no time before the Yaotai conference, and this time the Yaotai conference was a mess. As soon as this one left the Yaotai mountain, Taoist disappeared. Hastily Hai Hongzi and I split up to look for Taoist. Oh, later on Hai Hongzi encountered a lot of calamities in the Yaotai mountain's great formation. In his heart he regretted not following Taoist. He even wanted to apologize to Taoist. It's fine. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it's all in the past. Don't mention it. In the face of benefits and danger, no matter if it's a cultivator or a mortal, they all have a selfish side. This one can't avoid this custom, and there's no harm in imposing it on others. Alas, unfortunately, fellow Taoist Hong Songzi's luck was not good. In the end he still fell in the great formation. Taoist Yuan Qing sighed and said, fortunately his nascent soul was protected by the Star Lord Palace's great formation. I don't know what kind of opportunity he had. Opportunity? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and asked very strangely. Fellow Taoist Yuan Qing said. Those fellow Taoists whose bodies were destroyed, their nascent souls weren't destroyed by the great formation? Could it be that they had other opportunities? Taoist Yuan Qing smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know about this. However, since those nascent souls weren't killed by the great formation at that time, they probably wouldn't be killed later on. I only guess that they might be protected by the Star Lord Palace. Alas, even if they can protect them, what can they do without their bodies? Xiao Hua glanced at Fairy Jing, but her expression didn't change. It seemed that she wasn't looking for Ren Jing for her nascent soul. Let's not talk about it. Taoist Yuan Qing waved his hand and said, I'll send a messaging talisman to Hai Hongzi. Fairy Jing, let's keep going. I'll take the opportunity to ask you some questions about cultivation. Fairy Jing looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and said, let's listen to fellow Taoist Yuan Qing. If Hai Hongzi doesn't come, we'll take fellow Taoist Yuan Qing to the seaside. Very good. Taoist Yuan Qing sent the messaging talisman and asked Xiao Hua to sit down. He also sat down. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something and said curiously, Oh Fairy Jing, aren't you injured? How can I trouble you to drive the boat? Why don't you be my spiritual shuttle? Oh, since Taoist Xiao and Taoist Yuan Qing are here, I'll naturally drive the boat. Fairy Jing covered it up casually. Both of you have profound cultivation and are discussing the Tao. I can learn a thing or two from you. And all right. Taoist Yuan Qing smiled and ignored Fairy Jing. He opened his mouth to ask Xiao Hua for advice. Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony. As long as Taoist Yuanqing asked a question, he would answer it from the simple to the profound. He didn't hide anything and even drew inferences about other problems. Whether it was the essence of Confucian cultivation or Buddhist scriptures, he could always explain it well. Not only did Taoist Yuanqing scratch his ears and cheeks, but even Fairy Jing's face blushed as if she couldn't control her joy. For more than 3 days, Xiaohua didn't stop talking. He talked about the essence of cultivation in the middle nascent soul stage. It was like a deluge of heavenly flowers. Occasionally, Fairy Jing would come to realize that Xiaohua wasn't talking to Taoist Yuanqing at all. He was clearly talking to her. Joy and disappointment appeared in her watery eyes, but she immediately focused and didn't dare to delay. In her 1,000 years of cultivation, she had never been as happy as listening to lectures for 3 days. Taoist Yuanqing's eyes flashed across the abyss as he pondered. Suddenly, a hint of panic flashed through his eyes. In this panic there seemed to be reluctance, choice and hesitation. But soon Taoist Yuanqing's eyes became clear again. He stood up with a smile and bowed. Taoist Xiao, this junior really admires Taoist Yuanqing's cultivation. The teachings I've received in these 3 days are worth 300 years of cultivation. This junior really didn't expect Taoist Yuanqing to be so well versed in Confucianism, Taoism and Buddhism. Moreover, you've cleverly combined the teachings of these 3 sections. Although this junior doesn't know what level Taoist Yuanqing's cultivation has reached, the teachings you've given me in these 3 days have answered all of my questions. This junior is very regretful. If this junior had met senior 100 years earlier, no 10 years earlier, this junior wouldn't have had such a difficult time. Of course, even so, this junior is confident that I can reach the late nascent soul stage after receiving senior's teachings. This junior must thank Taoist Xiao. Oh? Why are you being so polite? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said in astonishment, Fellow Taoist Yuanqing, please take a seat. This place is still far from where we're going. Let me have a good chat with fellow Taoist Yuanqing. This junior really wants to ask for some advice from Taoist Xiao. Unfortunately, as Taoist Yuanqing spoke, his figure turned into a streak of light and immediately fled from the flying boat. His voice, however, remained. Taoist Xiao, your path has come to an end. Oh. Xiaohua didn't find it strange at all. He said regretfully, Fellow Taoist Yuanqing, you've finally revealed your true face? This Xiao is still looking forward to your repentance. Huh? Taoist Yuanqing saw that not only was Xiaohua not nervous, he even spoke in such a manner as if he had seen through everything. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He hurriedly said, How did you know? As he spoke, boom boom boom. 3 enormous rumbling sounds rushed out from the clouds of the heavenly moat. After one of the rumbling sounds, a sharp eagle cry suddenly rang out. A pair of wings that were over 30 meters in size stirred up a strong wind. A tall, red-faced cultivator rushed out from the abyss while standing on Heaven-shaking Tsang. Heaven-shaking Tsang's eyes were like lightning, his eagle claws were like hooks, and his entire body's navy blue feathers were dotted with red spots. Roar! Heaven-shaking Tsang rushed out in front of Xiaohua's head. Another bestial roar that sounded like a great bell came from behind Xiaohua. A short cultivator wearing tight clothes rode a scarlet leopard that was several meters in size out of the fog. Not only was the leopard's entire body scarlet red, even its eyes were abnormally red. Fire lotuses faintly flickered on its 4 hooves as it stepped on the air. Chapter 3677. Looking at Xiaohua's left hand, there was a waterfall hanging upside down in the air. Standing above the waterfall was Hai Hongzi, whom Xiaohua had met before. Hey, sure enough, I've attracted all of you here. Xiaohua sneered, this saves me the trouble of looking elsewhere. Xiaohua. Taoist Yuanqing was very puzzled. How did you know? When did you find out? Do you think you're being very secretive? Xiaohua sneered. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence that you met me? There are thousands of people participating in the Jade Pavilion meeting. How did you meet me all of a sudden? Hearing this, Taoist Yuanqing sneered. I was going to welcome Hong Songzi at that time, but I didn't expect you to be there. Didn't I take advantage of the situation? Isn't what you're saying a bit too far-fetched? Then, In the first formation you clearly knew that Taoist Xiangtian was related to Fairy Xiangfeng, so why did you let your two-headed snake fight with Taoist Xiangtian? You were so anxious to provoke a fight, didn't you want me to meet Taoist Xiangtian face to face? Do you think I'm an idiot? Xiaohua laughed. Taoist Yuanqing nodded. You're right, this was my mistake. I was a bit impatient, but you can rest assured that Taoist Xiangtian's death. I've already found someone to tell Fairy Xiangfeng about it. I'll take your head to Fairy Xiangfeng. You're really a troublemaker. Xiaohua sighed. Before the Jade Pavilion meeting, I was still worried about Fairy Xiangfeng's revenge, but now I don't care. Do you think you can escape from the four of us? Hai Hongzi sneered. Unfortunately, Xiaohua ignored Hai Hongzi and said to Taoist Yuanqing, also when you snatched the jade box in the formation, you didn't snatch it yourself, but called my name and asked me to do it. Isn't this the trick that Fairy Jing used to call Taoist Jingting's name? I've done this kind of thing before, how could I not know? It was at that time that I became suspicious of you. Taoist Yuanqing's face darkened. Actually, now that I think about it, you pulled me, Hong Songzi and Hai Hongzi to participate in the Yaotai gathering together before the Yaotai gathering. At that time, Hai Hongzi had already said that he and you had already practiced the joint attack of the three of you, so there was no need to pull me along. This itself was also a flaw. I don't think Hai Hongzi knew about your plan at that time, right? Also, I beat you at your own game twice. One time I killed Jing Mubai and the other time I killed Soaring Heaven. You didn't help me even once, right? You said that you wanted to join hands with me, but you didn't even try to help me. You even let Reverend Xiangtian stab me in the heart with a flying sword in front of you. This really makes me feel disappointed. Kill Jing Mubao? Hai Hongzi was shocked. The other two cultivators also had strange expressions on their faces. Xiaohua, what's the use of saying this now? Immortal Yuanqing could not allow Xiaohua to continue speaking. He laughed out loud and said, even if you have the ability to kill a Star Lord, you were seriously injured at the Yaotai banquet. Lying in the red clouds, you did not even have the slightest feeling. How could you possibly be a match for us now? Don't tell me that it wasn't Fairy Jing who brought you out of the Yaotai gathering. Don't tell me that it was Fairy Jing who used her magic power all the way and you didn't use any magic power at all. Don't tell me that your cultivation was destroyed. Don't tell me that you didn't go back to the Black Cloud Ridge and went somewhere else. Don't tell me that you were afraid that others would kill you on the way. As he spoke, he looked at Fairy Jing's expression and smiled. Fairy Jing, this old man doesn't know how you were bewitched. When you saw the dying Xiaohua, you didn't even care about your own life to save him. If you didn't make that choice back then, you wouldn't have died today. Fairy Jing raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, what? You were there that day? Yes, he was half a step earlier than you. Xiaohua said with a smile. Unfortunately, he was frightened by my plan to beat you at your own game. He thought it was my plan this time, so he didn't dare to make a move. When he wanted to make a move, you came. But when he wanted to make a move on you, the formation was broken. So he had no choice but to endure until now. How do you know everything? Taoist Yuanqing looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face pale. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. There are still many things I don't know. I don't know why you want to kill me. I also don't know why I've told you so much in these 3 days. You clearly know that my cultivation is far above yours, but you still want to kill me. Fellow Taoists. Taoist Yuanqing didn't answer Xiaohua. Instead, he turned to Hai Hongzi and the other two and said, now that things have come to this, there's no need to retreat. Xiaohua killed Star Monarch Jing Mushuan of Star Monarch Palace. He won't let this news leak out. Regardless of whether he still has magic power or not, he won't let us live. Moreover, fellow Taoists, don't worry. I did see Xiaohua faint earlier. He was brought out of Jade Mountain by Li Jing. He doesn't have the magic power to fly. Moreover, in these 3 days I didn't see him use any true essence. His nascent soul is long gone. When Hai Hongzi and the others heard this, their expressions became calm. At this time, Taoist Yuanqing said to Xiaohua, Xiaohua, as for why I want to kill you, you can rest assured. I'm not an idiot. I definitely won't tell you. However, I can tell you that even if you preach in front of this old man for 3 days, this old man will still kill you. Because as long as we kill you, the 4 of us will no longer be restricted by Confucian cultivators. It was far from what Fairy Jing had said earlier. Xiaohua looked at Fairy Jing with some doubt. At this moment, Fairy Jing had already walked in front of Xiaohua and blocked him with her figure that couldn't be considered weak. Sure enough, you two are in love. Taoist Master Xiao, you have such good luck with women. Another cultivator standing on a rainbow leopard opened his mouth and laughed loudly. His eyes flashed with a dirty look. Participating in the Jade Pavilion gathering and being able to obtain the heart of a nascent soul female cultivator is more precious than any treasure. But rest assured, Taoist Master Xiao, your luck with women, this old man will enjoy it for you in the future. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to that cultivator's gaze. He looked at Taoist Master Yuanqing and nodded. For this ambush, you've really put in a lot of effort. Not only did you find Song Zhentian, who naturally restrains seeking spirit mice, you even found a demonic beast that Ying Huo is afraid of. To be honest, to be able to arrange all this in such a short time, you're definitely a genius. Killing you is truly a pity. The two demon beasts jumped up together and took the initiative to fly out from under the two nascent soul cultivators. Their eyes flashed with a flirtatious light. They were clearly very excited and cared a lot about their opponents. Woo-woo. While the demonic beasts were fighting, Taoist Master Yuanqing's halberd let out a wave-like cry. Hai Hongxi's magic weapon that was like a waterfall let out a mighty roar that was even more powerful than Fairy Jing's shell magic weapon. The two nascent soul cultivators activated their divine thoughts and the transcendence energy around their bodies transformed into two huge hands, grabbing towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua laughed and shook his head slightly. If I kill you all, it'll really be bullying you. It'll be an unfair victory. As he spoke, sword chi flashed around Xiaohua's body. Thousands of sword lights suddenly burst out from Xiaohua's body. Then Xiaohua opened his mouth and 4 flying swords of different colors rushed out. The thousands of sword lights surged with sword chi and turned into 4 giant swords that flew towards the 4 cultivators. The sword chi was imposing, the sword light was cold, and an austere aura sealed off the entire area. You're a Confucian cultivator? Taoist Yuanqing was shocked and his face turned ashen. After all, the position of Xiaohua's sword was enough to block one of Ming Hao's halberd's attacks. Without Fairy Jing's help, Xiaohua would still be undefeated in a 1 versus 4 battle. Xiaohua sneered. You think I'm all talk and no action? After listening to me for 3 days, I'm afraid that you're only thinking about how to kill me, right? Impossible. You're proficient in Buddhism, Taoism and Confucianism. Taoist Yuanqing didn't dare to believe it. At this moment, 4 loud sounds rang out as the flying swords struck Ming Hao's halberd. Ming Hao's halberd, which hadn't been damaged even during the Jade Pavilion conference, was instantly pushed back several meters by Xiaohua's flying swords. A deep crack appeared on it and it looked like it was about to break. With Ming Hao's halberd in such a state, Hai Hongxi's magic weapon was even worse. With a loud bang, the sword light was split in half, and Hai Hongxi's figure flew back several meters, his face dark red. The other 2 cultivators were even more miserable. Not only were their nascent souls' hands shattered, but their left and right arms were also shattered by the sword light. Their faces flashed with astonishment, as if they had never seen such tyrannical sword chi before. Let's go. Taoist Yuanqing was indeed an ambitious and ruthless person. Seeing that Xiaohua was unstoppable, he immediately made a decision. We don't need to tangle with him. As long as we pass the news of him attacking Star-Lord Palace's Star-Lord Well to Mount Yaotai, Senior Kong Honggu will naturally personally take his dog head. Oh. At this moment the arrogant rainbow leopard let out a miserable roar, leaving behind its last sound in this world. Then its body fell from the sky. That cute little silver swung its body and carefully used its little paws to wash its face in the air. It was unknown whether it was because of mysophobia or because it was shy. The thin and small cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know that he was even more shocked that his arm was injured by Xiaohua, but before he could urge his body to fly back, an extremely heavy hissing sound came from afar. The demonic cloud in the sky suddenly flourished, and then a bloody light suddenly appeared. The sky-shaking heavens was actually split in half from head to toe by a black light. Taoist Yuanqing was scared silly. He had really calculated for a long time and thought of many possibilities, but he still neglected to consider that Xiaohua actually had the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator. Even if his dantian was shattered and his nascent soul was destroyed, he still couldn't be Xiaohua's opponent. This so-called demonic beast divine power centipede was even more unexpected, and he didn't even consider it. After all, it was already good for a Taoist cultivator to have a demonic beast as a companion. How could they raise a second demonic beast? Go go go. This was Taoist Yuanqing's only thought at this time. Trembling with fear, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Unfortunately, this simple thought couldn't be realized now. Just when the four nascent soul cultivators wanted to urge their magic power to escape, they suddenly felt an incomparably powerful force confining them. Oh, it couldn't be said to be confinement, because there wasn't the slightest bit of magic power fluctuation. It was a kind of pure power. Taoist Yuanqing turned pale with fright. He hurriedly rubbed his hands and several rays of light suddenly appeared in the void. The light around Taoist Yuanqing violently trembled, and cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in midair. The hand of a nascent soul? When Hai Hongzi saw this, a familiar feeling spontaneously arose, and he couldn't help but involuntarily cry out. How can your divine sense, how can it be so strong? Another nascent soul cultivator was so scared that he trembled slightly and said in a low voice, Are you a nascent soul cultivator? Go to hell. Xiaohua didn't answer and indifferently opened his mouth, like a god in the sky. The actions of these four people were no different from bandits. What was special was that they had superhuman divine abilities. If they were left in the world, they would only be able to kill more Taoist cultivators. Following Xiaohua's words, the four divine senses were like hammers, rushing down, and a rumbling sound rang out in the air. Falling stone array. Fairy Jing had already put away her magic treasure, and when she heard the familiar whistling sound, she couldn't help but think of the huge falling stone that made her tremble with fear. Facing this divine sense hammer that was comparable to falling stars, the four nascent soul cultivators' faces were ashen. They finally understood why Xiaohua wasn't afraid of them. With such a strong divine sense, even if he didn't have a dantian, then. So what? Fight. Taoist Yuanqing let out a heart-wrenching roar, and just as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, a withered green wooden vine flew out. Boom. Light flashed around Taoist Yuanqing's body, and the strong impact instantly tore his body into pieces. A 6-foot-long nascent soul flashed inside his body, and its figure slightly drifted as if it was about to teleport. Unfortunately, when Xiaohua stretched out his hand, the space around the nascent soul was like iron, and the nascent soul couldn't disappear after squeezing for a moment. Xiaohua waved his hand and the nascent soul immediately fell into his hand. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to stretch out his left index finger, and a faint crystal thread entered the space between the nascent soul's eyebrows. After a moment, several dark green lights flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows, and strands of ghost-like light once again fell between the nascent soul's eyebrows. After that, there was nothing after that. Facing a cultivator like Xiaohua who was able to kill a cultivator of the upper 5th level of essence energy, how could 3 nascent soul cultivators of the middle 4th level of essence energy be his opponent? The bodies of the 3 cultivators were shattered by the divine sense hammer, and after Xiaohua searched their souls, the 3 nascent souls were stored in the mountain river seal. In the future, even if they came out, they could only wear the Taoist robes of the green-robed Xiaohua. A painstakingly planned ambush was only a wedding dress for someone else. Chapter 3679. Seeing Xiaohua deal with 4 cultivators who were more powerful than her so easily, Fairy Jing had an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was as if she had been cheated, but also as if she was relaxed. She even felt that it was only natural. As for Xiaohua's method of dealing with the 4 nascent soul cultivators, Fairy Jing didn't think much of it. She knew that if she and Xiaohua had fallen into their hands, it would have been even worse. However, she was still a little curious. She didn't understand why he had to keep the 4 nascent soul cultivators alive. Of course, she wouldn't ask too much. She landed on the flying boat with a smile in her eyes. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you still need me to steer the boat for you? Of course not. Xiao Hua laughed and waved his hand, and the Pegasus pulled the flying carriage out. Fairy Jing's eyes lit up at the sight of such an arrogant Pegasus, and she smiled. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed very resourceful. This kind of light feather unicorn is very rare in the world. Oh? This is called a light feather unicorn? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. I thought it was a Pegasus. Although Pegasuses also have light feathers, they don't have a horn. Fairy Jing landed on the flying carriage with a smile. Moreover, Pegasuses are most particular about the purity of their bloodline. The Immortal Palace would never let their Pegasuses. At this point, Fairy Jing stopped talking. She looked at the light feather heavenly horse with some envy and said, actually, it's this kind of demonic beast with an impure bloodline that has the potential to develop. Can have unexpected abilities. Xiao Hua also landed on the flying carriage. He patted the Pegasus with his hand and put little silver on its back. He put away the divine power centipede and said, I didn't expect Fairy Jing to know so much about demon beasts. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Didn't I tell you before? I established my country by the sea, and there are often demons of the 1,000-demon sacred realm who come to trade. It would be strange if I didn't know about this. That's right. Hearing this, Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something. He extended his hand and said, Fairy Jing, if possible, please give your magic treasure to me. I'll find some time to refine it for you. If it has the power of a spirit treasure, consider it my apology for deceiving you. When Fairy Jing heard this, her face turned red and her eyes flickered. She bit her lips and said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. It's just that my magic treasure is different from others. I can only refine it myself and no one else can help me. Oh, there's such a strange thing? Xiao Hua was stunned and wanted to ask more, but seeing Fairy Jing's awkward expression, he knew that her magic treasure was a bit strange, so he didn't ask any more questions. He scratched his head and said, This is troublesome. This Xiao has to do something to feel at ease. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and said, If fellow Taoist Xiao has the heart, just like what you said a few days ago, explaining cultivation to me again, I would be very grateful. Good. Xiao Hua said with a smile, This Xiao likes this kind of business that only talks and doesn't make a loss. Fairy Jing, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. This Xiao can help you resolve them. Fairy Jing was stunned by this question. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. After all, what Xiao Hua said in 3 days was enough for her to comprehend for many years. Even someone as strong as Taoist Yuanqing praised that 3 days was equivalent to 300 years of bitter cultivation. Although this was a bit exaggerated, it also showed that what Xiao Hua said was indeed profound. Fairy Jing had already heard a lot. If she couldn't comprehend it herself, what was the point of asking more? All right. Xiao Hua blinked and said, Then let's chat casually. There's no need to worry about any cultivation method. Shui. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't pursue the matter, Fairy Jing's eyes flashed with a strange light. She said, I have a little secret that I don't want others to know. It doesn't matter. Xiao Hua waved his hand. It's nothing. Every cultivator has their own privacy. I won't let you know about my privacy. My privacy is also nothing. Fairy Jing thought for a moment and asked in a low voice, I wonder what fellow Taoist thinks about the monsters of the 1,000 monsters sacred realm? Monsters? Xiao Hua was stunned. He thought for a moment and smiled. Monsters are monsters and humans are humans. Monsters don't seem to be lower than humans and humans aren't nobler than monsters. So, that's right. Fellow Taoist is right. Fairy Jing bit her pale lips and nodded. It's something that can't be compared. Why force yourself to compare? That day I saw you make a deal with Ingpu of the 1,000 monsters sacred realm. Although other people have something to ask of monsters, there was disdain on their faces when they made the deal. On the other hand, fellow Taoist Zhao's smile was so sincere that I rarely saw it. So, I really feel that, in the eyes of fellow Taoist, monsters and humans are equal. Fairy Jing, you're making me embarrassed. Xiao Hua scratched his head. But we both have our own needs. I've never thought of such a high level. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua blinked. He seemed to have thought of something and a strange light appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, Fairy Jing blushed and said shyly, "Fellow Taoist Xiao must have already guessed that my bloodline isn't pure. I have monster blood flowing in my veins." "Is that so?" Xiao Hua smiled. "What's so strange about that? Do you think I'm a Confucian Taoist?" Hee hee. Seeing that Xiao Hua acted as if he hadn't heard her, Fairy Jing relaxed and said, "That heart shell is a magic treasure that I was born with. The secrets inside can only be discovered by me. Others can't help me, that's good." Xiao Hua nodded. "Possible, could you let me take a closer look at that heart shell?" When Fairy Jing heard this, a trace of shyness appeared on her face. Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything." "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment." Seeing Xiao Hua waving his hand, Fairy Jing was a bit worried. She hurriedly opened her mouth and a three-colored brilliance rushed out from her mouth. The fist-sized heart shell flew out and landed on Fairy Jing's hand. Fairy Jing handed the heart shell to Xiao Hua without hesitation and lowered her head. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a look." Looking at how Fairy Jing's ears were burning and how she didn't dare to look him in the eye, how could Xiao Hua not know that he was being rude? However, although he did not take the heart shell, he still looked at it carefully. He saw that this heart shell was like a real shell with lines engraved on it. Between the lines there were extremely small runes buried within. The runes were a little strange, but Xiao Hua found them familiar. Weren't they the runes on the bones of the two demonic beasts from before? However, Xiao Hua's gaze was fixed on the three-colored light of the heart shell, as he was familiar with these three colors. Taoist magic treasures and spells were mostly bright, and three-colored lights were not uncommon. However, the three colors of Fairy Jing's heart shell were different from the other three colors. They were bright and lively, just like a person's eyes. These three colors were very similar to the seven-colored conch's brilliance Xiao Hua obtained in the Sui He seabed formation. Moreover, Xiao Hua saw that these three colors were three of the seven colors of the conch, and they were very similar to the size of the light. Thump thump. Just as Xiao Hua was concentrating on examining the heart shell suddenly trembled like a human's ear. Xiao Hua's eyelashes also moved along with the trembling. He no longer dared to look closely and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. He smiled and said, "Fairy, this heart shell is really beautiful." And Fairy Jing responded in a low voice and quickly withdrew her hand. The heart shell strangely disappeared, and even Xiao Hua didn't see how she put it away. After a while, Fairy Jing's expression returned to normal and she said in a low voice, "Didn't fellow Taoist Xiao ask me how to use the Renjing from Yaotai Mountain? Actually, I want to use it on this heart shell." "Oh, I understand." Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and asked, "Then, is it true that the older it is, the more useful it is for Fairy Jing?" "Of course." Fairy Jing answered without hesitation. "Ah." Fairy Jing immediately cried out in alarm because Xiao Hua waved his hand and a dazzling golden Renjing immediately appeared in front of her eyes. Xiao Hua said very calmly, "I have occasionally obtained Renjing in the past, but I didn't know what it was, so I kept it. Only today at the Jade Pavilion gathering did I know the origin of this item. I'm afraid I won't be able to use it. How about exchanging it for Fairy Jing's Renjing?" Fairy Jing smiled like a flower and didn't act polite with Xiao Hua. She took Xiao Hua's Renjing and gave her Renjing to Xiao Hua, which was not only pitifully small, but also had a very different luster. She then said, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist. If I succeed in my cultivation in the future, it will be fellow Taoist's credit. Your own cultivation has nothing to do with me." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile, "By the way, if fellow Taoist needs my help, feel free to tell me. My cultivation isn't high, but I have some disciples under me and some of them can travel in the Thousand Demons sacred realm." Fairy Jing returned the favor and asked. Xiao Hua muttered to himself and with a wave of his hand he took out a jade eye and placed it on his forehead. After a moment he handed it to Fairy Jing and said, "I don't know if Fairy Jing has seen this before, or if you know what it is?" Fairy Jing took the jade eye and looked at it. A look of disbelief appeared in her eyes, but after a moment she murmured, "That's not possible. That's not possible." Xiao Hua's heart moved and he stared at Fairy Jing, waiting for her reply. Unexpectedly, Fairy Jing raised her head and said, "This thing? I haven't seen or heard of it before. However, I'll help fellow Taoist look for it. If I have any news, I'll send a message to Senior Taoist and ask Senior Taoist to pass it on to fellow Taoist." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble Fairy Jing. However, if Fairy Jing has any news, it's better to directly send it to me. There's no need to let Zhang Taoist know." Chapter 3680. Ha! When Fairy Jing heard this, she didn't say anything. She hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I have a secret. Honest. I don't know if I should say it." If it were anyone else, Xiao Hua would definitely reply, "Since you don't know if you should say it, then don't say it." But when he saw Fairy Jing's slightly red face, Xiao Hua seemed to think of something and faintly smiled. "Fairy, if you have something to say, then say it. I'll tell you everything I know." "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Fairy Jing bit her lips and looked outside the flying carriage. Her voice was lower than a mosquito's. "I wonder which fellow Taoist has the fortune to be your dual cultivation partner?" This. Xiao Hua wasn't surprised. He was just hesitating on how to explain it to Fairy Jing. After thinking for a moment, he faintly looked at the clouds below the flying carriage and sorrowfully said, "I'll tell Fairy a story." Then Xiao Hua slightly concealed the matter between him and Xue Xue. Xue Xue's feelings were so deep that even Fairy Jing's heart trembled. Her face paled and her rippling eyes were filled with envy. Although she left, she already remained in his heart. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, Fairy Jing took a deep breath and waved her hand. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, there's no need to say it. This is what it means to be a pair of lovebirds in the heavens and a branch on earth. Yin and Yang are connected through the heart, and the bridge of helplessness is stronger than metal. Understand?" After saying this, Fairy Jing closed her eyes and seemed to be meditating. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and also closed his eyes to comprehend the powerful divine sense technique. In the silence, the Pegasus had already flown far away. The scenery below the flying carriage changed and many cultivators passed by. Xiao Hua had already changed his Taoist robes and looked like a scholar. Moreover, there was an early nascent soul stage female cultivator on the flying carriage, so no one dared to cause trouble. Seeing the sky turn dark and the Pegasus' brilliance illuminated half the sky, Fairy Jing opened her eyes and seemed to be in a good mood. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Fellow Taoist, this light feather heavenly beast is truly amazing. If it was in the hands of others, it would be a disaster." "That's right. When this Xiao's cultivation was still low, I didn't even dare to use it." Xiao Hua took the opportunity to sigh and said, "After all, human nature is hard to fathom. Regardless of whether it's a Taoist cultivator or a Confucian cultivator, it's hard to avoid greed when they see this item. Oh, by the way, why did Taoist Yuanqing want to kill you?" Fairy Jing didn't seem to want to ask this question at first, but after showing the shell to Xiao Hua, their relationship seemed to have gotten closer. Then after hearing Xiao Hua's story, their relationship seemed to have gotten even closer. As they chatted, Fairy Jing inadvertently brought it up. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, it's very simple. I'm on the profound yellow rankings." "Ah, I see." Fairy Jing was startled and then she said with a smile, "I have to congratulate fellow Taoist Xiao. From now on, you can become famous in the hidden immortal continent. Any cultivator who wants to be famous will break their heads to find trouble with you." "Oh, is fellow Taoist on the profound roll or the yellow roll?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at Fairy Jing and said with hidden bitterness, "Fairy Jing, do you think I've lived long enough? With my cultivation, how can I be on the profound roll?" "What's your rank on the yellow roll?" Fairy Jing didn't find it strange and asked with a smile. Not high, not high. I just got on the profound roll." Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "Just got on the profound roll." Fairy Jing shook her head even more. "Those Confucian cultivators are blind." With fellow Taoists cultivation, I'm afraid you can get into the top 100. Yes, this was before I participated in the Jade Pavilion gathering. Xiao Hua sneered and said, "I never thought I could be on the profound yellow roll. I'm afraid it's the doing of the Copper Pillar country's king." Although Taoist Yuanqing didn't say it and he didn't have a specific name in his memory, I'm sure that the person behind this is definitely related to the Copper Pillar country in countless ways. Speaking until here, Xiaohua was slightly startled as if he thought of something. He didn't have many enemies on the hidden immortal continent. The Copper Pillar country was one and the other was the Duanmu family. Of course, the Duanmu family was a colossus, and Xiaohua only offended one or two disciples. However, Xiaohua couldn't rule out the possibility that Duanmu Qing and Duanmu Qiu weren't involved. Moreover, Xiaohua didn't know about the profound yellow roll before. He just found out from Taoist Yuan Qing's memory that it was a hidden Confucian power on the hidden immortal continent, the profound yellow roll. It was a bounty list set up by the Taoist disciples who had grudges with Confucian cultivators. The profound roll was ranked 180, and the yellow roll was ranked 360. The difference between the profound roll and the yellow roll was in strength. The yellow roll was generally below the 5th grade, while the profound roll was for old monsters above the 5th grade. As for the profound roll and yellow roll's ranking, it was based on the bounty and had nothing to do with one's cultivation. Of course, it was only average. Those with higher cultivation would naturally have higher bounties. Taoist Yuan Qing's memory didn't have the details of the profound yellow roll, and Xiaohua only knew that he just got on the yellow roll. However, Xiaohua couldn't ask Fairy Jing anything. After sneering, he said, "When I return to the Black Wind Ridge and destroy the Copper Pillar Nation, my ranking will probably rise." Hee hee. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and laughed. If fellow Taoist Xiao destroys the Copper Pillar Nation, wouldn't the bounty be gone? Then how can fellow Taoists still be on the roll? Hee, that's true. Xiaohua came to a realization, looks like the Copper Pillar Nation is definitely going to be destroyed. Fairy Jing was a little puzzled and asked curiously, since fellow Taoist Xiao has such a deep grudge with the Copper Pillar Nation, why don't you just return to the Black Wind Ridge? With fellow Taoists' current cultivation, not to mention relying on Xiong Yi and the others, you should be able to restore the country by yourself, right? It's very simple. Xiaohua had previously concealed something from Fairy Jing, but now he thought for a moment and said, "I'm not helping Jiang country alone. There's another person inside, and that's Xiao Jian. He is also the former king of the single Yang country that Xiao Jun and Jiji spoke of." As he spoke, Xiaohua briefly recounted the whole story of the matter, and then he sighed and said, "This Xiao has always felt that Xiao Jun was an ungrateful and shameless person. But all the way until now this Xiao feels that I seem to have been deceived by Xiao Jian. The heartless one should be Xiao Jian and the loyal one should be Xiao Jun. For the truth of the matter, I have no choice but to go to the single Yang country and see for myself. Furthermore, the princess of Jiang country is a pitiful person and she is also Yuanya. The only thing in my heart, I can't help but be cautious. I can't let Xiao Jian ruin the establishment of Jiang country." There's such a strange thing. Xiaohua's story was not short and Fairy Jing listened with relish. At this moment she was rather envious. I really didn't think that there would be such a romantic encounter in this world. Furthermore, fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a man of his word. For the sake of the previous promise, for the sake of the Imperial Master's fortune, he actually participated in the Jade Pavilion meeting with such a profound cultivation. I truly admire him. Speaking up to here, Fairy Jing comforted Xiaohua. Actually, fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to blame yourself. Although your cultivation far surpasses ours, you don't have the experience of establishing a country. It's normal for you to be deceived. Since fellow Taoist has the heart to investigate, you definitely know who Xiao Jian is. Of course, I feel that Xiao Jian was like this in the past, but after such a huge change there might be some changes. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to be too worried. Sai, that might not be the case. Thinking of Xiao Jian's gamble that night, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. It's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. I only hope that I don't do anything wrong. What can a small first-grade cultivator do? Fairy Jing said coldly. He can't even be a pinky in front of Xiong Yi. Fellow Taoist Xiao can rest assured. And this is also one of the reasons why I accepted Xiong Yi as my disciple. Xiaohua said with a smile. Sigh. At this moment Fairy Jing suddenly felt a bit melancholy. I actually want to see Yuanya and Diaowu. I want to know what happened to them in the end. What's so hard about wanting to see them? Xiaohua didn't understand. When Fairy Jing follows me to the single Liang kingdom, we can return together. However, it won't be easy to see what happened in the end. Diawu seems to have some secrets and didn't admit to what happened when she was young. Who knows what happened in the end? It's actually very simple. Fairy Jing smiled faintly. Just like Yuanya, as long as he finds Diawu, he can stay by her side. But how would he know? His Diawu isn't called Diawu. His Diawu is a princess. Chapter 3681. I naturally heard it from a senior who has a relationship with me, and it's true. Fellow Taoist wants to hear it. I can break it down for fellow Taoist. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "This Xiao likes to listen to other people's stories the most. Very quickly tell me." Bah. How improper. Fairy Jing's face was slightly red. After lightly spitting at Xiao Hua, she lightly opened her red lips and spoke tirelessly. At this moment the stars were shining, the crescent moon was like a hook, the distant mountains were faintly discernible, and the clothes were fluttering near the water. The sound of wind whistling entered his ears, the sound of pine trees rustling in his heart, and the fairy was softly telling stories of the past. In the night, Xiao Hua was clearly somewhat intoxicated. In the past, Xiao Hua didn't feel that the hidden immortal continent was very big, especially since each small country was only a few hundred to 1,000 li. It was much smaller than a city in the Dawn Rain continent. However, after coming to the Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai conference, he realized that he was still wrong. Although the countries of the hidden immortal continent were small, there were many countries and the entire continent might not be small. And under Fairy Jing's guidance, this time he flew to the single Liang country. Even with the speed of a Pegasus, it actually took him half a month to fly. This made Xiao Hua understand that the hidden immortal continent was also a huge monster, far from what he had thought before. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing the scenery in front of them change, the mountains began to gradually lower, the water began to surge and small streams separated from the big river, turning the fertile land on the ground into pieces. Fairy Jing stood up and said, 300 li ahead should be the border of the single Liang country. Fairy Jing's divine sense can actually see 300 li ahead? Xiao Hua stood up and said with a smile, "Seems like you also have a cultivation secret technique. You know all of my remaining secrets." Fairy Jing said with a smile, "It's not a secret technique, just a kind of talent." Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. This Xiao has racked his brains to find secret techniques and treasures, but I can't compare to you. You're already so powerful from the start. Fairy Jing curled her lips even more. Don't talk about cultivation. You're someone who has a chance to be on the Xian ranking. How can an ordinary person like me compare to you? Xiao Hua smiled faintly and looked up. He saw that below him was a water village with little lakes all over. Paddy fields were either in the wilderness or on the hillside. Occasionally there were terraced fields that Xiao Hua was familiar with. It was as if ripples were spreading all over the foothills. In the mountains and on the terraced fields, there were villagers working. Under the shade of the trees by the river there were laughing children. In the ravines and on the lakes, there were small boats either casting nets or drifting. It was a picture of a land of plenty. There were also melodious songs that sounded like the cries of orioles coming from the boat from time to time. While they spread across the land, there was also a sonorous voice that sounded like a lion's roar coming from the shore. It resonated with the woman's voice, adding a bit of vitality to the beautiful scenery. Not bad. Fairy Jing was in the air and couldn't help but praise. Let's not talk about the monarch of the Chanyang country. Just the simple customs of the people and their rich lives are enough to make this concubine have a whole new level of respect for Xiao Jun. Xiao Hua smiled and said, moreover, this place is so far away from the Yaotai mountain. As the monarch of a country, Xiao Jun is actually so far away from the capital. Xiao Hua was wearing Confucian robes and holding a folding fan in his hand, looking like an elegant young master. Fairy Jing had changed into ordinary clothes. However, since she hadn't changed her appearance, her beauty was still far beyond that of ordinary people. The two walked along the road for a while, but all the people on the road, whether they were in a carriage or walking, couldn't help but look at Fairy Jing. Many people even drooled. Xiaohua bitterly smiled and transmitted, Fairy Jing, why don't you change your appearance a bit? If you go and look like this, why would we need to descend from the sky? Hee hee. Fairy Jing covered her mouth and laughed. She followed Xiaohua into the nearby forest. When she appeared in the distance, her appearance had become ordinary. That's more like it. Xiaohua smiled and narrowed his eyes at the terraced fields in the distance. He quickly walked over and saw an old monk sitting on the ground resting. He walked forward and cupped his hands. Ba. Grandmaster, please. I don't dare. When the old monk heard Xiaohua call him Grandmaster, he hurriedly got up from the ground and put his palms together. This old man is just an ordinary monk. I don't deserve to be called Grandmaster. If young master doesn't mind, you can call this poor monk Chong Hong. Oh, Master Chong Hong. When Xiaohua heard the old monk's name, he knew that although the old monk wasn't young, his seniority was really low. He didn't hold back and called him Master. Benefactor is too polite. Calling me old monk is enough. At this moment, the old monk seemed to realize that he should call this young master benefactor. However, when he heard Xiaohua call him master, the old monk was very happy. His face was flushed red. Xiaohua smiled. Master Chong Hong is too stubborn. Whether it's a master or a monk, isn't Chong Hong a monk? What other changes can there be? Xiaohua's words were very Buddhist. If it was a senior monk, he would definitely secretly nod. Maybe he would have to salute again. Unfortunately, Chong Hong scratched his head and said with a smile, Young benefactor, this old man has just shaved his head half a year ago. My Buddhist Dharma. To tell you the truth, this old man really doesn't understand. If you have any business, you can go to Qinghui Temple on the mountain. Oh, if young benefactor doesn't know the way, this old man can take benefactor there. No need. Xiaohua said with a smile. I was just passing by and saw that the people were simple and honest. Especially an old monk like Master Chong Hong who was actually working in the fields. I was quite surprised, so I stopped to ask. This old man has been working in the fields all my life. If I don't work, what do I eat? Chong Hong scratched his head and smiled. This old man doesn't know what's so strange about this. Come. Xiaohua pulled Chong Hong and said with a smile, let's sit down and talk. I'm afraid you're tired, so there's no need to stand. Saying this, Xiaohua looked at the stone next to him and sat down. Where was the bearing of a nascent soul master? You're a good young master. Chong Hong saw that Xiaohua's sitting posture was very familiar. He smiled and said to Fairy Jing behind Xiaohua, Young miss is very lucky. This young master who doesn't put on airs must be a good person at home. He won't make young miss angry. Fairy Jing was much older than Chong Hong. Hearing the old monk's words, her face flushed red. Her eyes couldn't help but fiercely glare at Xiaohua. She looked around and frowned. How could the ground next to the paddy field be clean? Fairy Jing couldn't sit down casually. Young master is also a lucky person. After Chong Hong praised Fairy Jing, he didn't forget to praise Xiaohua. Young miss is from a big family. You have good upbringing. Although you haven't been to the countryside, you're willing to stay by the side for young master. In the future, young master's family will definitely be very harmonious. Haha. Xiaohua laughed. He knew that the old monk was talking about the table. He cupped his hands and said, Old master, sit down. Let's chat casually. All right. The old monk Chong Hong sat down and reached for something at his waist. Unfortunately, it was empty. He smacked his lips and said, Sigh, everything is good about being a monk. There's food and drink and there's work to do. It's a pity that there are more rules. This old man has smoked tobacco for God knows how many years and now I have to quit. Xiaohua said with a smile, Since you can't quit, then don't. Why make things difficult for yourself? That won't do. Old monk Chong Hong hurriedly waved his hand. Since this old man entered Buddhism, I have to abide by the commandments of Buddhism. This old man can't lose face for my Buddhism. Then the old monk looked at Xiaohua with vigilance. Young master, are you testing this old man? Monks should call themselves poor monks. Young master should also be called benefactor. Xiaohua replied with a smile. That's different. The old monk proudly waved his hand and said, That won't do. Just like a senior monk. Chapter 3682. The old monk proudly said, "This old man's master said that the title is a mark. No matter what the title is, it's fine as long as others know it. Even if it's Buddha, this old man should praise Amitabha. It's normal for this old man to call him Buddha. At the very least, this old man doesn't open his mouth. It's not wrong for this old man to say it in his heart. But the precepts of Buddhism are that this old monk is fundamentally different from the old farmer. Only by abiding by these rules can this old man be a monk. Otherwise, this old man isn't a monk." Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiaohua couldn't help but recite the name of Buddha. He nodded and said, "Old master is right. This young man is a bit stubborn." The old monk naturally couldn't hear the difference, but Fairy Jing was a bit stunned. She looked at Xiaohua strangely. She had never heard the name of Namo Maitreya Buddha before. "Young master, what do you want to ask?" The old monk regretfully raised his finger and sniffed deeply a few times. He lifted his hand and pulled out a few blades of grass from the ground. While speaking, he put the roots in front of his yellowed teeth and chewed. Strands of grass-green juice seeped out from the roots, emitting a wave of fragrance. Xiaohua looked at the old monk's somewhat familiar actions and said with a smile, "This young man has been to many places and seen many monks. Those monks are different from old master. They wear clean monk robes and kasayas. They hold wooden fish and prayer beads. The most important thing is that they hold bags. They don't farm. They beg alms every day and ask people to give them alms. So when I saw old master, this young man felt very strange. Could it be that the monks of Danliang are different from other places?" The old monk scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "Young master, you've stumped this old man." In the past, this old man had never seen any monks. Later, Qinghui Temple appeared in Centipede Ridge, and then there were monks in Qinghui Temple. Since the day this old man saw monks, monks have to farm. This old man has never seen a monk who doesn't work. This old man can't answer you. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Master Chonghong, it's fine if you don't know. In a while, this young man will pay a visit to Qinghui Temple's abbot and ask. Then can master tell this young man why you didn't live a good life and insist on becoming a monk? Why are we having such peaceful days?" The old monk Chonghong blinked his eyes, looked at Xiaohua and said, "Little Gongzi, which eyes of yours saw that this old man was living a good life before? What's wrong with me becoming a monk?" Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's still my fault. I've always felt that monks who leave home in the temple are all lonely lamps and shadows. It's very boring. Chanting sutras every day is tiring and there are so many rules and precepts. How can it compare to being outside the temple?" "Ha, that's what the young master and young lady think." The old monk Chonghong said with a smile, "Young master has a wife to warm his bed. Naturally, he doesn't need to become a monk. But I'm different." Fairy Jing couldn't help but blush and lower her head. She really didn't understand why Xiaohua was so interested in such a vulgar old farmer. Chonghong then explained the reason why he wanted to become a monk. The old monk's experience could be considered complicated. When he was young, he was considered a good laborer in the village. However, his family was poor and he couldn't find a wife. Later on, a woman from another country who fled to the Chaoyang country passed by and stayed in his home. However, later on there was war at the border of the Chaoyang country. This area became the territory of another country. The people in the village were either killed or fled. The old monk's family was separated during the flight. When the old monk returned, everything had changed. In order to wait for his lost family, the old monk stayed in the village. His family didn't come, but time came. Although the old monk could farm and make a living, it wasn't easy to live alone. If he married again, he would be too old and wouldn't be easy to find. Helpless, the old monk found the Qinghui Temple in Centipede Ridge and donated his paddy field to the temple. He even shaved his head and became a monk. Every day he ate and drank in the temple and farmed the temple's fields. His daily life was taken care of by the young monks of the temple. It was much better than before. Hearing Chonghong's words, Xiaohua frowned. It wasn't right to say that the Qinghui Temple took over the villagers' fields and turned it into their private property. After all, Chonghong volunteered. Moreover, Chonghong said very clearly that there were many other old monks who were in a similar situation. These old monks all volunteered to donate their fields to the temple. Chonghong and the other old monks were not able to grow all of these crops by themselves, but there were strong and healthy young monks in the temple. Usually these old monks could not eat meat or fish, but they did not lack any other vegetables. They even had some silver and copper coins distributed to them. Not only that, there were monks in the Qinghui temple urging Chong Hong and the other old monks to chant sutras every day. Even if these old monks couldn't read, the monks would recite the sutras line by line and let these old monks chant along. The monks' usual homework was also necessary. Of course, the time for this homework might be much less than in ordinary temples. When Xiaohua heard the old monk Chong Hong talk about Qinghui temple, not only were there old monks like them, there were also some orphans who had been acolytes since they were young. Normally, the poor people around Centipede Ridge and those who had difficulties would come to Qinghui temple to find a monk to solve their problems. Xiaohua couldn't help but turn to look at Fairy Jing and whisper, "The old are taken care of, the young are taught, the poor have support, the widows, lonely and disabled are all taken care of." Although Fairy Jing wasn't a Confucian cultivator, she was in charge of a country and had heard of this. She nodded slightly, "You're right. The state teacher of the single Liang country isn't simple." Yes, after hearing Master Chong Hong's words, I have an urge to meet this Buddhist state teacher, Xiaohua said with a smile. He then asked old monk Chong Hong, "Old master, do you know Xiao Jian?" Xiao Jian? The old monk was stunned and shook his head slightly. "Which village is he from?" "Ah, Xiao Jian isn't a young man. He's the previous king of your single Liang country." Xiaohua smiled and explained, "Do you know this person?" "So the person who gave birth to a son without a dick is called Xiao Jian." Chong Hong gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Of course I know this person. If this person didn't lose a cockfight, how could my village be seized by the neighboring country? If the neighboring country's soldiers didn't come, how could my home be gone? So this damn son of a bitch is called Xiao Jian. He's really despicable. Damn it, I can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood." "Namo Maitreya Buddha," Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Master, you've broken too many rules today. Be careful not to anger Buddha." Even if Buddha is angry, I'll still scold him." When the old monk Chong Hong heard this, he was furious. "My damn Liang country used to be so good. When I was young, the whole village and the surrounding villages were very good. But because of this bastard who gave birth to a son without a dick, the villagers around Centipede Ridge were ruined. Sigh, if it wasn't for the monks of Qinghui Temple, I don't know what would happen now." "Oh." Hearing that, Xiaohua's heart moved and he suddenly asked, "Then master, do you know who the king of single Liang country is now?" "I don't care who it is." Chong Hong waved his hand angrily and said, "They beat me and I beat you. It has nothing to do with me. I just want to live my life." "Ah, then there haven't been any wars in the past 10 years, right?" Xiaohua asked again. "Of course not." Chong Hong smiled and said, "With Buddha in my single Liang country, how could there be wars?" "That makes sense." Xiaohua smiled and stood up, saying, "Master Chong Hong, do you have time to bring me to visit the abbot of Qinghui Temple?" Of course." Chong Hong hurriedly stood up and raised his right hand habitually to knock on the stone below him. Unfortunately, he knocked on empty air this time. The old monk was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "Sigh, it's a habit of many years. It's not easy to change. But Master said it well, as long as you have Buddha in your heart, all habits can be changed." "Probably. Of course, it's also because of Buddha's blessings." Xiaohua replied with a smile. "Let's go, young master, please follow me to Centipede Ridge. The abbot of Qinghui Temple likes knowledgeable people the most. I remember that many scholars came to the temple in the past." Although the old monk Chong Hong was not young, he walked as if he was flying. He walked very quickly on the mountain path, talking as he walked. Although Centipede Ridge was called a mountain, it should be called a ridge. It wasn't high, but the ridge was quite big and extended for a long time. It was like a centipede with many hillsides. In addition to the common trees on Centipede Ridge, there were also many fruit trees. These fruit trees formed a forest. Where there were no fruit trees, sometimes there were melon gardens, sometimes there were wheat fields, and occasionally there were rows of bean sprouts. Chapter 3683. "And I know. You can go." When the middle-aged monk heard this, he said lightly, Then he took out a fist-sized fruit from a bamboo basket and handed it to Chong Hong. This is what this penniless monk picked up from the ground. Take it to fill your stomach first. It's still early, so bear with it if you're hungry. Thank you, master. Chong Hong spoke respectfully. After receiving the fruit and bowing, he smiled at Xiaohua and Fairy Jing before turning around and leaving. This poor monk Jian Dong greets the two benefactors. Jian Dong's tone began to sound like that of an ordinary monk. Xiaohua and Fairy Jing cupped their hands casually as a greeting. Xiaohua looked at the bamboo basket in Jian Dong's hand and smiled. What is master doing? Aren't you chanting in the temple? Why are you strolling around with a bamboo basket in your hand? Fairy Jing was a bit confused. Xiaohua had clearly asked Chong Hong this question. She didn't know why he would ask again for no reason. Jian Dong put his palms together and said in a low voice, Amitabha. If this poor monk has Buddha in his heart, then no matter when or where, his heart will worship Buddha. If this poor monk doesn't have Buddha in his heart, then even if he sits in the temple with a scroll in his hand and a wooden fish in front of him, the golden Buddha sitting in the hall of great strength would still ignore this poor monk. And what you say makes sense. Xiaohua didn't comment and said, actually, you can send the strong men of the temple for the things in your hands. You don't have to come in person. Jian Dong's expression didn't change. He gestured for Xiaohua to follow him while answering in a low voice. Other than the golden Buddha, everything else in Qinghui Temple is idle. This poor monk is a young monk, so I came. Seeing that Jian Dong's answer was very good, Xiaohua's originally satisfied heart became even less picky. Soon after, Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions. He only pointed at the surrounding fruit trees and melon fields and asked some questions. His tone was no different from that of a farmer in the countryside. At first, when Jian Dong saw Xiaohua asking about the temple, he felt somewhat disgusted. But then he listened to Xiaohua's words, which were related to the livelihood of farming and mulberry trees, and had the intention of asking for guidance. He thought Xiaohua was a young official who happened to pass by today to collect materials, so he answered with great care, not hiding anything from him. Before arriving at the gate of Qinghui Temple, Xiaohua had already asked about the temple's affairs. As expected, the Chanyang state had given Qinghui Ridge to Qinghui Temple as a property. However, Qinghui Temple didn't encircle the ridge like the other temples. Instead, they divided the ridge into different areas and planted different things according to the soil and water. They even cultivated the land of Centipede Ridge together with the land under the ridge, regardless of whether the land belonged to Qinghui Temple or not. What was special about Centipede Ridge was that other than being used by the temple, it was also given to the surrounding villagers. Even the child beggars who had fled to this place were given to them. To put it bluntly, Qinghui Temple was like some kind-hearted rich people in the countryside. However, Qinghui Temple was different from these rich people. Qinghui Temple didn't accumulate money at all. Xiaohua sighed slightly. The Buddhist doctrine of Buddhism was profound and taught all living things to be good. However, there was one thing that was hard for people to accept. The monks in the temple always considered themselves to be monks. They didn't produce anything themselves and only wanted people to worship them. They called it giving alms and soliciting alms. Of course, giving alms and soliciting alms were something monks should have. This showed that monks didn't have the foundation to establish themselves and could only rely on the help of people to live. However, most of the monks were eminent monks who gave alms. Most of them still had humanity. In the end, the temple had a lot of land and the monks lived a very rich life. They still had to rely on people who had difficulties to worship them. People had their own eyes, so who would believe in the temple? Who would worship monks? As time passed, the Buddhist sect began to appear hypocritical. I've learned something. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, if all the temples in the world were like Qinghui Temple, then why would there be a longevity town in the hidden immortal continent? Monk Jian Dong didn't seem to know what longevity town Xiaohua was talking about. He only smiled and said, young benefactor, I'm afraid you came from another country and aren't a citizen of my country. In my country all the temples are like this. Really? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. Jian Dong didn't answer Xiaohua's words. He looked at the stairs in front of him and then looked at Fairy Jing behind him. He bowed and said, Amitabha. Female benefactor, my Qinghui Temple doesn't allow women to set foot in. Female benefactor, please serve tea outside. Fairy Jing's eyes flashed with slight anger. How could she put this secular temple in her eyes? However, Xiaohua's smile and warm words calmed her down. You wait here first. I'll come out immediately after I visit the temple's abbot. Xiaohua didn't say fairy or fellow Taoist, but it sounded warm, as if there was a kind of indescribable intimacy contained within. Fairy Jing agreed in a low voice. She turned her head and walked towards the mountain plum trees in front of the mountain gate. Benefactor, please. Jiandong raised his hand and gestured. He took the lead and walked up the stairs to the mountain gate. Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense, but he had already seen the exterior of Qinghui Temple on the way. This was a regular temple. It looked very big, but the buildings inside were simple. There was a main hall, a meditation room, and there seemed to be a forest of pagodas behind. Moreover, these buildings didn't look very new and were somewhat old. In particular, some places had a lot of moss because of the year-round rain collection. Although the mountain gate and stairs in front of Xiaohua were very clean and tidy, they were also somewhat shabby. They weren't even as bright as the mountain gate of Longevity Town's Shaojin Temple. Xiaohua followed Jiandong up the stairs and stepped through the mountain gate. What greeted him was a main hall and square. There was an incense burner in the square and incense in the main hall. However, there were sparse villagers kowtowing and offering incense. There were several young novice monks accompanying them. The incense burner didn't seem very vigorous. Jiandong walked in and took a look. He called out to a young novice monk who was standing in front of the incense burner. Master. The young novice monk carefully placed the incense stick in his hand on the incense burner and hurriedly ran over. He put his palms together and bowed respectfully to Xiaohua. Greetings, benefactor. Take this benefactor to see the abbot. Master will go to the kitchen. Jiandong instructed the young novice monk. He then said to Xiaohua, this poor monk will deliver tea to the benefactor. Thank you for your trouble, master. Xiaohua nodded. Soon after, under the guidance of the little monk, Xiaohua walked through the main hall and went all the way inside. In the end, he actually passed through the meditation room and came to a pine forest. He saw a slightly withered old monk wearing a shabby kasaya sitting on a mountain rock. He was holding a shiny prayer bead in his hand and his mouth was slightly moving as he chanted. Martial ancestor. The young novice monk didn't dare to approach. He stood still from afar and bowed. A benefactor came to pay a visit. This disciple has brought him here. Who would have thought that the old monk didn't pay any attention to him? He only closed his eyes and slightly moved his hands. He was chanting scriptures word by word. Benefactor. The young novice monk turned his head and said apologetically, Martial ancestor is like this. If you want to wait, you can wait here for a moment. If you feel impatient, please turn back. This little monk still has some matters to attend to and can't accompany benefactor here. After he finished speaking, the young novice monk respectfully bowed and slowly walked away. Looking at his appearance, he was already used to this kind of situation. Moreover, his attitude was definitely not disrespectful. Xiaohua didn't mind that the group of monks had left him hanging. He faintly smiled and quietly stood there, listening to the old monk chanting scriptures. The old monk's voice was extremely soft and even somewhat vague. However, Xiaohua heard it clearly. It was the Vimalaka Sutra. The Vimalaka Sutra wasn't a scripture that ordinary monks often chanted. The things inside were rather obscure. Even Buddha's Sarira Bodhi had read it before, but he didn't understand it too well. When he heard the scriptures, Xiaohua felt somewhat disdainful at first. However, after a moment, a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. He then slightly closed his eyes and quietly listened. The old monk's chanting voice was like a gurgling stream flowing through the pines and into Xiaohua's ears. After a full 4 hours, the sky was already dark, but the old monk still didn't stop. Monk Jiandong also came twice. When he saw Xiaohua quietly standing there, he didn't dare to disturb him and quietly left. Outside the temple, Fairy Jing took out a praying mat from her Qingkuan bag and sat down. She didn't cultivate and only silently recited Xiaohua's teachings. As for monk Jiandong's tea, she didn't even touch it. The sky was already dark. Naturally, the monks who were working at the foot of the mountain returned. The group of monks was very well behaved. Their footsteps weren't loud and they didn't make any noise. When they saw Fairy Jing, who still had an outstanding appearance, they didn't dare to look at her too much and carefully entered the temple. Old monk Chong Hong was naturally among them. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything and followed the others into the temple. Not long after, the sound of chanting came from inside the temple. Then the bell rang and waves of the fragrance of vegetarian food came from inside the temple. In the twilight, Jian Dong came back with a basket and some food to invite Fairy Jing to eat. Fairy Jing slightly opened her eyes and looked at him. She only said 3 words, "No need." Then she ignored Jian Dong. Jian Dong was helpless and could only put the basket next to Fairy Jing. Then the young monk called Chong Shi stood guard at the side. "This Xiaohua is a bit strange." Fairy Jing was comprehending the mysteries of Xiaohua's teachings while also being puzzled. "It's just a temple, what's so good about it? Could it be that there's a hidden Buddhist expert?" When she thought of a Buddhist expert, Fairy Jing's eyes suddenly opened. Xiaohua had already said that he was proficient in Taoism, Confucianism and Buddhism. Fairy Jing had seen Xiaohua's Taoist abilities and Confucian abilities, but she had never seen Xiaohua's Buddhist abilities. Could it be that Xiaohua really met a Buddhist expert in the temple? Fairy Jing originally wanted to release her divine sense, but she hesitated. She didn't know if her divine sense would disturb Xiaohua. Forget it, so be it. Fairy Jing closed her eyes again. Sometimes waiting is also beautiful. How long can this beauty last? If it wasn't for the heavy rain, perhaps there would still be dust and stains between the old monk's wrinkles. This poor monk, Shin Ku, greets fellow immortal. The old monk did not get up. He put his palms together and said, "This one is Xiaohua." Xiaohua cupped his hands in return and said, "This one greets Zen Master Shin Ku." Fellow immortal, you must be an expert Confucian cultivator. I wonder what advice you have for coming to my Qinghui temple? Shin Ku looked at the clouds around Xiaohua's body and asked indifferently. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and said, "On my way here, this one saw your temple's monks farming at the foot of Centipede Mountain Ridge. I also saw the peace of the villagers near Centipede Mountain Ridge. It was different from what this one had seen before. Therefore I was curious and came to pay you a visit." "If that's the case, fellow immortal may leave," Shin Ku replied, treating his words like gold. Xiaohua scratched his head and thought for a while, then said, "This one wants to give some food to Qinghui Temple. Is that possible?" "Fellow immortal has the heart, you can go to the main hall. There's no need to look for this poor monk." "Then what if this one wants to discuss Buddhism with Zen Master?" Xiaohua asked with interest. "Since when did Confucian cultivators talk about Buddhism?" Shin Ku raised his eyebrows. However, he said with a bitter expression, "However, fellow immortal is wrong. Buddhism is only in the heart. Even I, the Buddha, can only smile. If I were to preach it, would it still be a true scripture? Forget it, forget it. I won't discuss Buddhism with great monk. Which sector you from?" Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "In this poor monk's eyes, there is Namo Dip Ankara archaic Buddha in the past. In this poor monk's eyes, there is Namo Maitreya Buddha in the present. In this poor monk's eyes, there is Namo Shakyamuni Buddha in the future. How can there still be any sects in this world?" Hearing this, Xiaohua's nose almost went crooked from anger. This old monk's question was not answered. It was a common method of Buddhism. However, in the end, Xiaohua still couldn't figure out this old monk's background. "Old monk, you're no fun at all," Xiaohua coldly said. "Buddhism pays particular attention to opening the door of convenience. Although this one is a Confucian cultivator, this one also understands Buddhist principles and wants to discuss with Grandmaster. You look like you're rejecting this one at the door, so how can you talk about merit? What cultivation are you talking about? Cultivation is cultivation. Merit is also merit. The two can't be mixed up." Shin Ku seemed to feel that he had gone too far. His tone softened. "My Buddha talks about fate. If benefactor is fated with my Buddha, this poor monk doesn't need to say anything more. Benefactor will naturally enter my Buddhism. If benefactor isn't fated with my Buddha, what can this poor monk do even if this poor monk is eloquent?" Then why is this monk sitting as the abbot of Qinghui Temple? Why are there so many benevolent fields around Centipede Ridge? Isn't this merit to attract the villagers to Buddhism? Isn't it to let the light of Buddha shine on the single Liang kingdom? The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll see the shore. This poor monk doesn't want any merit. The light of Buddha doesn't need eyes merit to shine on the single Liang kingdom. Shinku replied faintly, this poor monk only knows that cultivation is life. Every action and word is cultivation. Since this poor monk can't get rid of this stinky body, this poor monk can only cultivate day and night. Xiaohua wanted to say something but Shinku continued, Benefactor, I'm afraid you have the same idea as ordinary people. As long as one cultivates, one must break away from worldly affairs. You don't know that everywhere in this world is a sea of bitterness. Even if you hide in a meditation room, it's impossible to be peaceful. Instead, why not go deep into the sea of bitterness to cultivate? Benefactor, you just mentioned merit. Saving one person is merit. Saving 10 people is also merit. It doesn't have to be saving others in times of danger to be merit. The monks of Qinghui Temple and even the monks of other single Liang kingdom, although they lack the time to chant sutras and meditate, they are also cultivating while working. Moreover, the monks of my single Liang kingdom don't let the people of the world suffer and accumulate merit. Who can say that this isn't merit? Ah, old monk, you're right. Xiaohua laughed. Saving people from suffering is a small merit. Teaching people to get out of suffering is a great merit. There's no need to teach Buddhist principles. As long as you teach kindness, Buddha's light will shine. This Xiao is more and more interested in the state preceptor of the single Liang kingdom. Goodbye. After saying that, Xiaohua cupped his hands at Shinku. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet and he rushed into the sky. Outside the temple, Fairy Jing saw Xiaohua come out. She also turned into a rainbow and chased after him. In a moment, the two figures disappeared. Shinku raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Then he closed his eyes and was about to chant sutras. But at this moment he thought of something and said loudly, Xingzhu, which disciple brought this benefactor here? The seat has something to ask. Xiaohua flew into the sky with a smile on his face. Fairy Jing saw him and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao seems to have gained a lot from this trip. Yes indeed. Xiaohua nodded. The Buddhist sect of the single Liang kingdom is different from what this Xiao knows. Although Qinghui Temple is the smallest temple in the single Liang kingdom, everything it does is magnanimous. The abbot of the temple is also different from ordinary monks. He's indeed a cultivator. I've never seen fellow Taoists speak so highly of a monk. Fairy Jing agreed. It seems that Xiao Jun is indeed a wise ruler. Whether Xiao Jun is a wise ruler or not, I don't know for now. But the Buddhist disciple supporting Xiao Jun is an expert. This Xiao is very interested in this Buddhist disciple of an unknown sect. Oh? With fellow Taoist Zhao's Buddhist sect cultivation, you can't tell what sect it is? Fairy Jing pretended to be surprised. Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, This Xiao is just a dabbler. My Buddhist sect cultivation is for Taoist Yuanqing to hear. How much can I know? But this Xiao also knows some secrets of the Buddhist sect. Unfortunately, this knowledge is not enough to see the origin of the Qinghui Temple's abbot. Isn't that simple? This place is only a few hundred miles away from the capital of the single Liang kingdom. We'll arrive in a moment. Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to visit the state preceptor. Why wouldn't he tell you? Fairy Jing said with disdain. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Don't be anxious. This Xiao still wants to see. I'll listen to fellow Taoist's instructions. Fairy Jing nodded her head in a virtuous manner. She didn't feel any annoyance beside Xiaohua. She seemed to want this road to be further and further or even to have no end. After flying for a while they arrived at another place. Some monks were farming but there were no mountains here. Instead there were many lakes. An exquisite temple was built between the lakes and mountains. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to descend from the cloud. What Xiaohua didn't know was that not long after he landed, a Buddhist light flew out from the Qinghui Temple of the Taowu mountain range. It quickly flew over his head in the direction of the capital of the single Liang kingdom. 2 days later, Xiaohua once again flew out of the small temple with a smile on his face. Fairy Jing simply used the auspicious cloud technique to follow behind him. When they encountered another temple, Xiaohua didn't stop but directly flew past it. It seemed that he was satisfied with what he saw in the two temples. Chapter 3685. Fellow Taoist, are you not going to go down and take a look? Fairy Jing asked with a smile, clearly trying to find something to talk about. Xiaohua replied, since I already know, I naturally don't need to go down. Fellow Taoist, aren't you afraid that Xiao Jun arranged this beforehand? Fairy Jing reminded Xiaohua. If the ruler of a country can arrange farming to such an extent, he must be a wise ruler. Xiaohua smiled. Fairy Jing, you might not understand farming and don't understand that farming is not easy to fake. Indeed. Fairy Jing also sighed. Although I am in charge of a country, most of the country's affairs are handled by the ruler. I only deal with the provocations of Confucian cultivators and my own cultivation. Right. Speaking of which, I finally understand why Xiao Jun wants to go to Yaotai Mountain. I already know. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Although these Buddhist disciples cultivate, not many of them cultivate Buddhist protective divine abilities. This way, it will be difficult for the Chanyang country to resist the provocations of the nearby Confucian cultivator country. That's right. Nothing in the world is perfect. Advantages always come with disadvantages. Xiaohua sighed. The Chanyang country's state teachers' actions have made the people rich, but the country isn't strong. Since the country isn't strong, it's hard to protect the happiness of the people. Xiao Jun probably saw this and went to Yaotai Mountain after traveling thousands of miles. No matter what, he's still better than that Xiao Jian who tricked you. Fairy Jing sneered. Then she was suddenly stunned. She looked into the distance and asked curiously, what's wrong? So many monks. What are they doing? Xiaohua had already noticed and smiled. Who knows? Maybe there's a Dharma discussion somewhere and these monks are joining together? They seem to be coming for fellow Taoist Xiao. Fairy Jing blinked her eyes. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao defeated 2 abbots in 2 temples and they're coming for revenge? Xiaohua rubbed his chin and thoughtfully looked into the distance. His figure slowly slowed down. A few miles ahead of him, there were about a dozen monks sitting cross-legged in the air. Each monk was holding a wooden fish in their hands. As they knocked on the fish, they chanted sutras. They were blocking Xiaohua's path to the Danliang kingdom. These dozen or so monks were naturally nothing. What surprised Xiaohua was that below the dozen or so monks in the mountain range, there were more than 100 monks sitting cross-legged. These monks didn't seem to have any Buddhist divine abilities and couldn't fly, but they also held wooden fish in their hands and chanted Buddhist scriptures like the monks in the air. I'm not familiar with Buddhist etiquette, so I don't know what this means. Could it be that it's welcoming us? Looking at the strange scene, Fairy Jing said curiously, of course, it could also be that Xiao Jun sent a message back to the Chanyang kingdom, and the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor sent someone to rely on. I'm not sure. Let's go and take a look first. Xiaohua's tone was somewhat cold. He said while flying forward. Actually, Xiaohua was also at a loss. If this was really Xiao Jun's message, then the previous farming matters might really have been arranged by the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor. You lot are blocking this old man's path. What do you want? Xiaohua flew forward and scanned with his divine sense. He knew that these monks were only at the 1st or 2nd grade of origin energy. He didn't put them in his eyes at all and asked indifferently. Hearing Xiaohua's question, a monk flew out and bowed. Amitabha, those who walk different paths cannot work together. Confucian Senior, please turn back. My Chanyang kingdom doesn't have the person Senior is looking for. Do you know who this old man is looking for? This poor monk doesn't know. The monk's expression didn't change. Although my Chanyang kingdom was founded by a Buddhist sect, the imperial preceptor doesn't care about the matters of immortals and Buddhas. He only wants the citizens of the Chanyang kingdom to live a peaceful life. Therefore I ask Senior to return to where you came from. Can you block this old man's path? Xiaohua sneered. Do you have the qualifications to give this old man orders? This poor monk doesn't dare. After the monk finished speaking, he returned to his original position and sat down cross-legged. He lowered his head and chanted Buddhist scriptures. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. The clouds around him surged as he charged towards the monks. His powerful aura pushed the monks away before he could get close. Although the monks weren't thrown off their feet, they still opened up a path for Xiao Hua to calmly fly through. These monks are very strange. Fairy Jing flew over and turned to look at the monks. They weren't discouraged and didn't have any anger on their faces. They adjusted their formation and slowly flew behind Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing. They were still knocking on the wooden fish and chanting Buddhist scriptures. On the ground, although the monks couldn't catch up to the monks in the sky, they were still slowly moving forward. What are these monks doing? Xiao Hua was a bit angry because when he scanned with his divine sense, there were monks blocking the sky every few dozen li. Obviously, they weren't willing to let Xiao Hua enter the capital of the Chanyang kingdom. Moreover, these monks had low cultivation. They didn't even spare Fairy Jing a glance, let alone Xiao Hua. This concubine doesn't know either. Fairy Jing smiled bitterly. It seems that the capital of the Chanyang kingdom has some unspeakable secret that they don't want fellow Taoist Xiao to see. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone to Qinghui Temple. I would have killed my way to the capital, Xiao Hua said regretfully. Fairy Jing comforted him instead. Fellow Taoist, don't think too much. If you went there directly, I'm afraid you would have seen everything. Now that fellow Taoist is pressuring them step by step, they're giving themselves away. If I think about it carefully, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. Apart from Xiao Jun and Gigi, who else knows that the two of us came to the Chanyang kingdom? If they didn't send a message or even rush back to the Chanyang kingdom, how could these Buddhist monks stop me? Fellow Taoist, you've stayed in these two temples for a while. We can't rule out the possibility that they sent a message. Fairy Jing flew slowly with Xiao Hua while thinking. Of course, it's also possible that they sent a message. Xiao Hua nodded. But I didn't reveal any Taoist abilities. I'm only dressed like a Confucian cultivator. How could these monks know that I'm Xiao? Besides, they're only the smallest temple in the Chanyang kingdom. How could they know the secrets of the Chanyang kingdom? Yes, fellow Taoists' words are reasonable. Xiao Jun must have sent a message back. Fairy Jing thought for a while. There didn't seem to be too many possibilities, so she could only agree. Also, Xiao Hua looked at the monk blocking his way and said thoughtfully, there's also the possibility that it's a misunderstanding. Let the Xiao go and ask. With that, Xiao Hua urged his cloud to fly in front of the monk. Sure enough, when the monk saw Xiao Hua flying over, he immediately flew out and said in a somewhat silly voice, we Buddhist disciples only want to accumulate merit in the Chanyang kingdom. We don't want to get involved in a battle between immortals and Buddhas. Senior, please turn back. There's nothing in front of us that Senior wants. Yes, let me ask you. What is it that I'm looking for? Who is it that I'm looking for? Xiao Hua said indifferently. Who ordered you to come here? Has Xiao Jun already returned? This poor monk doesn't know what Senior is talking about. The monk wasn't angry. He put his palms together and said, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is before it's too late. You. Xiao Hua was a bit angry and said sternly, fine, this old man will only ask you one thing. Has Xiao Jun already returned to the Chanyang kingdom? If the Xiao Jun you're talking about is the king of my Chanyang kingdom, then this poor monk can tell Senior where the king is if not in the dragon court. The monk said indifferently, however, although Senior is a Confucian expert, my Chanyang kingdom is a Buddhist country. There's Buddhist light shining in the kingdom. Senior, go. Not waiting for the monk to finish speaking, Xiao Hua sneered, opened his mouth and a mouthful of true qi rushed out, causing the monk to tumble down and said, this old man wants to find someone. Actually, you juniors can stop me. Go. Call Xiao Jun out for this old man. Senior, please turn back. Please turn back. When a monk fell down, dozens of monks stood up. The monks behind the monk immediately knocked on the wooden fish and chanted something as though they were chanting scriptures. Each of them even used Buddhist divine arts. Xiao Hua was quite noisy when he heard it. It was like a swarm of flies were flying around his ears. Xiao Hua raised his hand and wanted to fling it out. However, after thinking about it, he didn't want to waste time with these little monks. He activated the clouds around him and rushed over again. Just like before, he flew away easily. Hee hee. It was rare for Fairy Jing to see Xiao Hua so impatient. She pursed her lips and chased after him. Where is Xiao Jun? Not long after, another group of monks appeared. Their cultivation had clearly increased. Xiao Hua didn't say anything and immediately shouted, "Hurry up and tell him to come see me." Amit Ba. The unknown monk put his palms together and said, "Senior, please turn back. My family's grandmaster said that the person Senior is looking for is not in the Chanyang kingdom. Senior, please don't go any further." Humph. Without waiting for the monk to finish, Xiao Hua flew over the monk's head. The monk could only lead the group of monks to chase after him. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please calm down." Fairy Jing knew that Xiao Hua was deceived by Xiao Jian and Xiao Jun again and again. She was really angry. She hurriedly whispered, "Perhaps there really is a misunderstanding." "Indeed. I asked where Xiao Jun was, but they said the person I was looking for wasn't here. This person and Xiao Jun might not be the same person." Although Xiao Hua was angry, he didn't lose his head. He nodded and said, "Actually, if they weren't both surnamed Xiao, I wouldn't have bothered with them." "Hee hee, and you say you're not angry?" Fairy Jing heard Xiao Hua say "I" and chuckled. "Alright, there are more monks blocking the way. I'll ask them carefully." Xiao Hua's face was a bit red. The matter between Xiao Jun and Xiao Jian was after all the master of the Chanyang kingdom. Everyone knew that even an upright official couldn't resolve family matters. It was normal that Xiao Hua couldn't tell. In front of Xiao Hua was a short and shriveled old monk. He didn't look young. Xiao Hua stood in the air and cupped his hands. "Venerable, pleased. Amit Ba Senior, please return." The old monk didn't beat around the bush with Xiao Hua. He put his palms together and went straight to the point. Chapter 3686. Xiao Hua's body swayed in the air. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's personality was good. If it was someone else, they would have already attacked. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and asked, "I know you don't want me to go to the Chanyang kingdom because the person I'm looking for isn't there. But the problem is this person Xiao Jun? I'm only looking for Xiao Jun to ask him some questions. I don't want his life. What are you afraid of? Besides, I've already seen Xiao Jun on Yaotai Mountain. Even if I had any ill intentions, I wouldn't have attacked him there. Why must I chase him all the way to the Chanyang kingdom? Or, who do you think I'm looking for?" "Amit Ba, I don't know." The old monk said he didn't know anything. "Senior, please turn back." Then, Xiao Hua took another breath and asked, "Is Xiao Jun in the Chanyang kingdom?" "I don't know." The old monk answered again. "Senior, please turn back." Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a green light shot out. It instantly approached the old monk's forehead. It was a flying sword light that touched the old monk's withered skin. Unfortunately, the old monk didn't even blink. He said in a low voice, "Amit Ba, I know I'm not Senior's match. If Senior wants to kill me, then do as you wish. Buddha is merciful. I'll let Senior do as you wish." "You're crazy. Why would I kill someone for no reason?" Xiao Hua was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. He snorted and ignored the old monk. His figure rushed into the air and flew away. Seeing Fairy Jing chase after him, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This Buddhist disciple is good at everything, but he's stubborn. He knows he's not my match, but he still wants to stop me. "Oh right," he asked but didn't answer. "Even now, I don't know why they're doing this. Or maybe they don't know at all." Fairy Jing said with a smile. "Things are getting more and more interesting. I feel that it's the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor who has nothing to do with Xiao Jun." "That's right. The problem is that the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor stopped me because he didn't want me to find someone. This person? I really can't think of anyone." That's right, Xiao Hua wasn't from the hidden immortal continent. He didn't know many people and didn't know many things. Although there were a lot of books about the hidden immortal continent in the space, Xiao Hua didn't have the heart to look at those things that weren't useful for cultivation after he obtained the Confucian Scroll from the Copper Pillar State Academy. Therefore, he didn't even know about the mysterious yellow list, which was something that Taoist cultivators should know about. Fairy Jing hesitantly said, "Actually, this imperial teacher is trying to hide something. He's definitely trying to hide 300 taels of silver here." Xiao Hua sneered, "What kind of state teacher can this kind of person be?" This time, even if this Xiao doesn't dare to be interested in their so-called secrets, then I can congratulate them now. They have successfully piqued my interest. Fairy Jing, are you interested in accompanying me to take a look? Fairy Jing's words had a double meaning. You're the one with the greatest responsibility in the world, and I'm the one accompanying you. All right. Xiao Hua said with a smile, we won't waste time with these little monks. Let's go directly to the capital city. It was extremely simple for two cultivators of 4th or 5th grade essence force to break away from these monks. Fairy Jing didn't use any divine ability. The auspicious cloud under Xiao Hua's body grew several times larger. He brought Fairy Jing past the group of monks and arrived at the capital city of the Danliang state in just an hour. Naturally, when they were still very far away from the capital city, several faint Buddhist senses swept out from the capital city. However, these Buddhist senses were very indifferent. After discovering Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing, they didn't stop and immediately returned, as if they were just checking whether they had arrived or not. Xiao Hua sensed the Buddhist senses and immediately determined the cultivation of the owner of the Buddhist senses. He coldly said, you're just a little monk of 4th grade essence force. You actually dare to block this old man's path. Fairy Jing was now very familiar with Xiao Hua. She said self-deprecatingly, AI, that's right. I'm only at 4th grade essence force. This cultivation is really too difficult. Fairy Jing will definitely be able to divide your attention in the future. Oh, you'll definitely be able to astral projection. Right now you're just accumulating. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Astral projection, astral projection. I'm both looking forward to it and afraid. Fairy Jing's face revealed an indescribable expression. Let's just leave it to fate. Oh? Why? Xiao Hua naturally knew the difficulty of advancing to 5th grade essence force. However, he still pretended to be curious and asked. However, before Fairy Jing could answer, two figures flew out from the direction of the Danliang state's capital city. They stepped on a thin layer of Buddhist light and flew in front of Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing. And they're finally out. Xiao Hua muttered. His figure stopped in midair. Fairy Jing also urged her auspicious cloud to fly a distance away. This poor monk Jingy greets fellow immortal Xiao. The monk in front was thin and tall. He wore a shabby monk's robe. His exposed hands and arms were extremely thin. He was simply skin and bones without a trace of flesh. Looking at his head, it was also like a skeleton. There were many wrinkles that looked like they were carved by a knife. Hearing this, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said coldly, fellow immortal Xiao? It seems like Great Master Jingy already knows this Xiao's name. I presume you also know this Xiao's intentions? A monk at the side coldly snorted. He waved the shabby monk's staff in his hand. We have already let so many disciples block you. We don't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with you. Since someone wants to force us to our deaths, then don't blame this poor monk for being impolite. Shut your mouth. Although Jingy was angry, his tone was still indifferent. You are a Buddhist disciple. How can you be so competitive like ordinary people? It is also fate that fellow immortal Xiao came to my Danliang state. I'm afraid this is Buddha's test for us. After speaking, Jingy turned to Xiao Hua and said, fellow immortal Xiao, the person you are looking for is really not in the Danliang state. Please return. Xiao Hua smiled and asked with interest, let's not talk about who this Xiao is looking for. This Xiao wants to ask you. Monks don't lie. Are you speaking the truth? Jingy indifferently replied, that's right. This poor monk is not lying. I will not deceive fellow immortal. Since the person this Xiao is looking for is not in the Danliang state, you can just let this Xiao come to the capital city. Why block this Xiao on the way? Xiao Hua asked directly. My Danliang state does not want to get involved in disputes. Jingy replied, if fellow immortal Xiao comes to the Danliang state, there will be chaos in the future. Therefore this poor monk does not want fellow immortal to come. Then the person you are talking about, who is it? Xiao Hua stared at Jingy and asked with a smile that was not a smile. Jingy slightly shook his head. Fellow immortal knows. Why do you need this poor monk to speak? I presume Great Master knows about soul-searching techniques? Xiao Hua raised his hand and threatened, this Xiao only needs to press this finger on Great Master's forehead. This Xiao knows what great master is thinking. Fellow immortal can try. Jingyi was not afraid at all. His gaze did not shrink. Xiao Hua looked at Jingyi's dirty clothes and thoughtfully asked, Great Master Jingyi is from the Duta lineage, right? You clearly know yet you still ask? Jingyi could not bear it anymore and angrily said, Who doesn't know what you are planning? Xiao Hua ignored Jingyi and said again, In fact before I saw Great Master I didn't think of it. Even in Qinghui Temple that little monk Shen Ku didn't say anything. However, since he didn't say which sect he belonged to, then he should belong to the Duda's branch. Do you think this Xiao is right? That's right. Fellow immortals' eyes are like torches. This poor monk is indeed Ku Duda. The word Ku completely explained Duda's cultivation. Xiao Hua said, although Buddhism does not advocate Ku Duda's arduous cultivation, even the revered one of the world praised his ascetic cultivation. However, this Xiao is somewhat puzzled. Duda has 13 items. How many items can Great Master hold? Since Great Master has the position of state teacher and the help of the Danliang state, how many more ascetic cultivations does Great Master have? Amitabha. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Where is not ascetic cultivation? Jingyi put her palms together and said softly, In the past the revered one of the world fed the eagle with his body and abandoned his body. Today this old monk will throw his body into the secular world. What is wrong with that? The revered one of the world sacrificed his body to save a pigeon. This old monk will sacrifice his body to save hundreds of thousands of people in the Danliang state. What is wrong with that? Xiao Hua was stunned. He somewhat understood the intention of Danliang state teacher Jingyi. Jingyi treated the position of state teacher as a kind of ascetic cultivation. She treated the responsibility of state teacher as a part of the sea of bitterness. She used it to sharpen her Buddhist nature in the secular world. Ku Duda's ascetic cultivation was indeed effective. Whether it was Buddhist Dharma or Buddhist techniques, they were far superior to ordinary Buddhas. However, just as Jingyi said, Ku Duda was usually alone. His methods of accumulating merit were limited. Even if he had great magic power, he could not accumulate much. However, if he became a state teacher, the amount of merit he could accumulate was incomparable. However, Xiao Hua immediately smiled bitterly. Taoist cultivators treated state teachers as glory, splendor, and wealth. They treated the power of a country as their reliance for cultivation. However, Ku Duda treated glory, splendor, and wealth as a sea of bitterness. He used his ascetic cultivation to contribute to the country. It had to be said that in the same country Taoist cultivators and Buddhist cultivators were completely different. Xiao Hua turned his head to look at Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing had a contemplative look on her face. He seemed to have some thoughts. Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Whether it is Buddhist or Taoist, whether it is ascetic cultivation or chanting sutras, it is all cultivation. I do not understand Duda's ascetic cultivation, nor do I understand the accumulation of merit. I originally wanted to take a look at the situation in the Danliang state. I wanted to see whether Xiao Jian or Xiao Jun was a wise ruler. However, Grandmaster has repeatedly stopped me. Now I want Grandmaster to give me an explanation. Xiao Jian? Xiao Jun? Jingyi was slightly stunned. Fellow immortal, is related to the two of them by blood? No. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Grandmaster, there is no need to guess blindly. Do you think Xiao Jun or Xiao Jian is better? Both of them are dung. Jingyi answered without hesitation. You and I are also dung. Only Buddha is real. When Xiao Hua heard this, he almost fell from the sky. He really wanted to choke Jingyi's neck and ask if he could speak properly. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua smiled and said, Fairy Jing, don't be anxious. This is a Buddhist 7th grade elemental energy expert, a Buddhist senior monk. He must have benevolence in his heart. I'll explain it to him clearly. The 7th grade elemental energy? Fairy Jing was also stupefied, her face instantly becoming deathly pale. However, she immediately smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. This concubine will accompany you. Fellow Taoist? Jingyi frowned. She sized up Xiao Hua but did not say anything. Jingyi impatiently said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what are you dawdling for? Don't you want to find Grand Master? Grand Master agreed to meet you. Why are you still not leaving?" "Alright, this little monk will lead the way." Although Xiao Hua's heart was pounding, he still believed in his intuition. The benevolence in this old monk's words would not lie. Jingyi still sneered. He urged his Buddhist light to fly towards the distant mountain peak. Seeing the mountain peak approaching, Xiao Hua looked at Jingyi beside him and said softly, "Monk Jingyi violated the precepts. This mountain peak is within the single Liang nation. How is it not within the single Liang nation's territory? This mountain peak has already been donated by the single Liang nation's king Shao Jun to our Buddhist sect. It is a pure land and not within the single Liang nation's territory." He, Xiao Hua chuckled and did not ask any more. Buddhist disciples were the most passionate. If he did not let Bodhi out, he would not be able to win against Jingyi. After flying to the side of the mountain peak, Jingyi did not dare to directly fly up. Instead, he landed on the ground and walked up the mountain path. The mountain path was rugged, narrow, and rather steep. Jingyi did not use Buddhist techniques and climbed up step by step. Xiao Hua naturally did not mind. He also walked with his feet firmly on the ground. As for Fairy Jing, how could she walk? However, after walking a few steps, light clouds appeared under her feet. When they arrived at the waist of the mountain, they walked to a cave full of thorns. Jingyi knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Martial ancestor, disciples have brought 2 people here. Do you really want to see them? Come in." That voice was still faint, as if it was neither sad nor happy. Jingyi saw that they could not persuade their martial ancestor. They stood up and stood at the 2 sides of the cave. They put their palms together and said, "2 immortal friends, please." Looking at the pitch-black cave, Xiao Hua did not dare to release his divine sense. He turned to look at Fairy Jing and said, "Fairy Jing, wait outside. I can go in by myself." "No need. Since we are here, I will also pay my respects to the Buddhist seniors." Fairy Jing's eyes were sincere as she looked at Xiao Hua. She had the determination to advance and retreat together. Alright. Xiao Hua was helpless. He took the lead and walked into the cave. Fairy Jing did not hesitate to follow. The cave was very big and also very dark. There was no light, but it was nothing for Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing. Xiao Hua walked into the cave and saw that at the end of the cave was a huge wall. In front of the wall was a square stone. A tall and thin monk wearing a shabby monk robe was sitting there facing the wall. Looking at the back of the monk, Xiao Hua respectfully put his palms together and bowed. Junior Xiao Hua greets the Buddhist seniors. Junior Li Jing greets the senior. Fairy Jing did not dare to be negligent and also bowed. "Xiao Hua, are you looking for this old monk?" As the monk spoke, he slowly turned around. Xiao Hua stared unblinkingly at the monk as he turned around. When he saw the monk's appearance, there was a boom sound. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck his head. Xiao Hua's mind was filled with an explosion. He had never seen this monk before, but he clearly remembered this monk's appearance. Although this monk's face was very thin, his appearance had changed too much. Wasn't it the appearance of the shabby golden body in the Jiangchao temple of the Longevity Town? Wasn't it Xiao Hua's disguised appearance of Si Heng? This was the fake Si Heng meeting the real Si Heng. Moreover, in a flash, Xiao Hua immediately understood everything. It must be what he had said in front of the Qinghui Temple of the Centipede Territory. If all the temples in the world were like Qinghui Temple, then why would there be a Longevity Town in the hidden immortal continent? This attracted the attention of others, who thought that he came from the Longevity Town. Now that his Tao cultivation had not recovered, he only used the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator. They thought that he was a Confucian cultivator. The news was naturally sent from the Qinghui Temple to the state preceptor of the Danliang country, Jingyi. Jingyi only needed a little analysis to conclude that he knew about this monk and came to the Danliang country to look for this monk. Jingyi definitely knew that his grandmaster was not Si Heng, not the owner of the 99 Zhang golden body in the Longevity Town, so he wanted to stop him. However, he could not say it clearly. He could only say that although the Si Heng Xiao Hua was looking for looked exactly the same as his grandmaster, and even his grandmaster left merit in the Longevity Town and set up a statue, his grandmaster was not Si Heng. Jingyi did not lie to Xiaohua. Moreover, as the state preceptor, Jingyi could clearly see that the longevity town, which was hundreds of thousands of li away, was now at the peak of the storm. As long as his grandmaster appeared, he would definitely be killed by the Confucian cultivators. He naturally did not want Xiaohua to see his grandmaster. It's a misunderstanding. After thinking it through, Xiaohua hurriedly bowed again. Chapter 3688. At this point Xiaohua honestly admitted, moreover, this junior also knows that the longevity town isn't a good place. Master Jingyi doesn't dare to let people know that Senior Ci Hang is here. Therefore this junior didn't dare to admit it and wanted to cover it up. I was afraid that Senior would kill me to silence me. Hee. The monk laughed, so you're a Taoist cultivator. Jingyi should have thought of this long ago. This junior also understands Confucian cultivation, so Master Jingyi misunderstood. Xiaohua hastily explained. Benefactor, don't be afraid. How could this old monk kill you to silence you? Shui. The monk sighed and said, if this old monk was Ci Hang, so what if this old monk went to the longevity town? Unfortunately, this old monk's Buddhist name is Benevolent, not Ci Hang. That Buddhist fruit isn't this old monk's, so how could this old monk go to the longevity town? Ah? How is this possible? Xiaohua was shocked to death. He looked at Fairy Jing, who was also shocked, and exclaimed at the same time. There was a Buddhist disciple who used this old monk's appearance to do good deeds in the longevity town. The benevolent Ku Tuchuo sighed and said, it was misunderstood by others. Oh, this junior understands. Xiaohua hastily said with a smile, just like today's misunderstanding. What a coincidence. Today was a misunderstanding, but the longevity town might not be a misunderstanding, and it can't be so coincidental. The benevolent monk said. Hearing this, Xiaohua hastily bowed and said, Senior Ci Hang, as for whether it's a coincidence or a misunderstanding, this junior doesn't know. This junior definitely won't speak of what happened here. This junior is a Taoist disciple. This junior isn't interested in the disputes between immortals and Buddhas. Do we need to swear a blood oath? Fairy Jing probed. No need. The benevolent monk said kindly, this old monk has never forced anyone to swear a blood oath before. Okay, this junior guarantees that he won't say a single word. Xiaohua solemnly vowed. Of course, Xiaohua had to make a solemn vow. He definitely wouldn't say a single word about this matter, because he was the real Ci Hang, a fake Ci Hang. How could he reveal the real Ci Hang, a fake Ci Hang? Fairy Jing was overjoyed as she said, this junior is the same. This matter concerns Senior's life. This junior definitely wouldn't dare. Benevolent Xiang waved his hand and said, if that's the case, you may leave now. Thank you, Senior. Fairy Jing hadn't thought of such a simple ending. She bowed, looked at Xiaohua and prepared to leave. But Xiaohua's starry eyes flashed with a strange expression. He looked at the knife-like marks on the stone wall and said in a low voice, Senior, you said that you've been in this cave for 1,000 years. And you've always been thinking about the relationship between the skin and the saraira. I wonder if you've learned anything? Can you tell me? Oh, Benefactor Xiao also knows about Buddhism? Ci Xiang was a little surprised and asked curiously. Xiaohua had a humble expression on his face. This junior has been curious since young. Regardless of whether it is the Taoist sect, the Confucian sect, or the Buddhist sect, I have some understanding of them. Since Senior has some insights, this junior is also secretly delighted. I hope to hear it. All right. A smile appeared on Ci Xiang's face as he said, Jingyi, Jingko, wait for the two of you to come in. Xiaohua and Ci Xiang's words weren't hidden from Jingyi and Jingko. The two of them heard clearly from outside and their faces were already red. When they heard the call, they thought it was Ci Xiang's scolding. They hurriedly came in and knelt on the ground. This disciple was careless and caused such trouble. Grandmaster, please punish me. Unexpectedly, Ci Xiang didn't answer and instead said, my Buddha has said that the corporeal body is a skin on the outside, easily decaying. Inside, the Saraira is a spirit, immortal for 10,000 years. When Jingyi and Jinko heard this, how could they not know that Ci Xiang was lecturing? They hurriedly sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to listen carefully. Xiaohua hurriedly sat down after seeing this. Similar to Jingyi, he put his palms together and quietly listened to this rare comprehension. This old monk thinks that a person is a person. Everything is based on the corporeal body. The corporeal body's influence is truly important, sometimes even more powerful than the Saraira. The corporeal body is the shadow, leaving scars on stone walls. However, the Saraira has no light, leaving no traces in the mortal world. The Saraira can't leave the corporeal body and it can't be nourished without the corporeal body. Ci Xiang's words drifted in the cave. Those who were fated to hear it were intoxicated, while those who weren't fated to hear it were irritated. Fairy Jing sat for a moment and saw the joy on Xiaohua's face. It was even more pronounced than Jingyi and Jinko's frown. She was delighted. She knew that she didn't understand this, so she quietly flew up from the ground and landed outside the cave. She also sat down cross-legged and comprehended Xiaohua's teachings in her heart. She stood guard for the 4 people at the side. Time flew by and 81 days had passed since Ci Xiang's words. On this day, just as Fairy Jing comprehended the beauty of it, an indescribable smile appeared on her face. The magic power around her quietly surged, and layers of multicolored light began to ripple under her snow-like skin. Suddenly she heard a thunderclap in the pitch-black cave. It was so deafening that even the deaf could hear it. However, Fairy Jing still didn't frown because this sound was very strange. It seemed to be extremely loud, yet also extremely soft. It seemed to be in her ears, yet it also seemed to be in her heart. Fairy Jing only felt her body expand, and all of her magic power instantly dissipated. Then before Fairy Jing could think again, she saw Buddha's light flourish in the cave. This Buddha's light was different from what Fairy Jing usually saw. Not only did it rush out of the cave, but it even rushed into the mountain. The mountain didn't seem to have anything in it, but it also came out of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the Buddha's light spread from the middle of the mountain to the top of the mountain. It was as if the entire mountain was filled with Buddha's light. Then bursts of Sanskrit chants came from the cave and even the entire mountain, floating in the air and in people's hearts. In the Buddha's chants and in the Buddha's light, there were tiny images of fairies that were as small as flies, and images of dragons that were even weaker than mosquitoes. Not only did they dance around the cave and the mountain, but they also surged with the Buddha's light toward the capital of the Chanyang kingdom, enveloping the surroundings. Gurgle. The Buddha's light pierced through the void, and streams of sparkling and translucent silver light fell on the mountain peak. When the Buddha's light on the mountain peak came into contact with the silver light that was invisible to the naked eye, it immediately swelled and gradually formed a humanoid golden body. Fairy Jing immediately understood that this was the strange phenomenon caused by the benevolent Venerable Master. She wanted to get up, but in the Buddha's light her muscles and bones were limp and she couldn't move at all. Even her mind was drifting. Roar. The strange phenomenon lasted for an hour, and then there was a lion's roar in the cave. The Buddha's light on the mountain, as well as the Buddha's light that rippled for miles, suddenly shrank and disappeared into the cave. In front of Fairy Jing's eyes was still the ordinary cave and the inky darkness. Amit Ba. As a Taoist Yuanying, Fairy Jing couldn't help but chant Buddha's name. She stood up from the ground, and the benevolent voice sounded in the cave again. Buddha has a saying that a flower is a world and a leaf is a spring and autumn. We Buddhists are burdened by our physical bodies and we can't be free for our entire lives. I've cultivated hard for thousands of years, but I still haven't achieved Buddhahood. I don't have any obsessions in my heart and I'm even comforted. Senior brother Tsihong from afar almost achieved Buddhahood. Although it's senior brother Tsihong's merit, it's also my merit. I have no hope of achieving Buddhahood in this life, so I'll wait for the next life. There's always hope and there's always an end to life. Everything in the world is arranged by the Buddha. Although I don't know why the Buddha sent Xiao Tanyue to me, I know that I can't remember any merit in my heart, and all cultivation is based on external things. Therefore I can't not see Tanyue. Jingyi Jinko, do you understand? There was silence in the cave and no sound could be heard. Fairy Jing shook her head slightly, knowing that Jingyi and Jinko didn't understand Great Master Ci Xiang's Zen theory. Xiao Tanyue. Great Master Ci Xiang's tone was hesitant and he probed, "Have you understood? There's a lamp in the world that illuminates the earth. People see the light but don't see the lampstand. What's wrong with the lampstand?" Xiao Hua's voice sounded. "There's a lampstand but there's no light. Who can see the lampstand? There's no need to have a lampstand, there's no need to have light, but there's light that illuminates the world." Amit Ba. Excellent, excellent. Great Master Ci Xiang chanted Buddha's name and didn't speak again. After a while, Jingyi and Jinko accompanied Xiao Hua out of the cave. Fairy Jing's gaze wavered, and the Xiao Hua in her eyes seemed to have changed greatly, but also didn't seem to have changed at all. "Let's go." Xiao Hua quietly transmitted his voice. "Great Master Ci Xiang is in seclusion again. Alright." Fairy Jing transmitted her voice and moved her body, slowly flying down the mountain path. Xiao Hua and the other two respectfully bowed towards the cave and carefully walked down. After leaving the mountain peak, Xiao Hua bowed and said, "Great Masters, please forgive me for offending you." Jingyi's face was rather dry. Great Master Ci Xiang's rare lecture, but he and Jinko didn't get as much as Xiao Hua. They were really disciples of Buddhism in vain. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he hurriedly put his palms together and said, "Amit Ba, there's no need to mention this matter. It's this old monk's fault. Please Xiao Tanyue, if you want to see if Xiao Jian or Xiao Jun is lying, just go to the capital city and you'll know." Alright. Xiao Hua didn't want to go, but looking at Fairy Jing, he felt that there was only one last step left. After hesitating for a while, he agreed. However, the four of them flew into the capital city of the single Liang kingdom and flew out in less than an hour. At this moment, Jinko was no longer there and Jingyi was beside him. Xiao Hua had a smile on his face as he bowed and said, "Great Master Jingyi, please return. The doubts in my heart have been resolved. Thank you, Great Master. And as long as Xiao Tanyue doesn't have any doubts." Jingyi smiled and said, "This old monk is an ascetic monk, following the ascetic path of my Buddhism. It's rare for Xiao Jun to be able to participate in the daily practice," which surprised this old monk. That's right. To be able to live in a dilapidated palace, to be able to protect Queen Gigi, and to live in a daily life that's even worse than the ordinary marquises of other kingdoms, this kind of monarch is the fortune of the single Liang kingdom. Xiao Hua nodded and then took out a huge Qiankuan bag from his sleeve and handed it to Jingyi. He said with a smile, "This Xiao has disturbed your kingdom and also listened to Great Master Ci Xiang's lecture. This is this Xiao's sincerity, please accept it." Chapter 3689. Oh. Jingyi glanced at it and didn't take it. He waved his hand and said, "My Shanliang country's bodhisattva doesn't accept charity from any benefactor. Please take it back." Xiao Hua explained, "This is a gift from me to the king of Shanliang country, Xiao Jun. It's also a gift to the people of Shanliang country. It's not charity." Jingyi wanted to say more, but Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Master, take a look first." Okay. Jingyi could only take it. He opened it and was moved. He put his palms together and said, "Amit Ba. Since that's the case, this old monk thanks." Just as she said that, Reverend Clean Clothes shuddered and grief appeared on her face. She turned her head around and looked at the mountain in the distance. She said mournfully, "Amit Ba. Grandmaster, has passed away." Ah? Xiao Hua was also shocked. In his heart he instantly understood why Great Master Ci Xiang still wanted to see him even though he had some misgivings. Why Great Master Ci Xiang still had to spend 81 days of hard work to give them an explanation. "This old monk won't send you off." Jingyi bowed and said, "I hope the two of you can remember your words. Master, don't worry. The Xiao understands." Xiao Hua hurriedly replied. Fairy Jing also nodded in agreement. Jingyi didn't say anything else. He put away the Qiankuan bag and hurriedly flew to the mountain peak. Xiao Hua stood in the air and bowed deeply to the mountain peak where Master Ci Xiang was. Then he flew away without saying a word. Fairy Jing knew that Xiao Hua was in a bad mood, so she didn't say anything. She silently followed behind. The two flew for half a day. Xiaohua suddenly stopped and looked around. He asked curiously, "Where are we flying to? How would this concubine know?" "This concubine is following behind you." Fairy Jing smiled and said softly, "Although Master Ci Xiong left, this concubine heard him say that if he couldn't achieve karma in this life, he would be able to in the next life. Moreover, Buddhism's cultivation is different from my Taoism. They emphasize reincarnation the most. Today's death is tomorrow's life. Today's karma is tomorrow's cause. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be too sad." Xiaohua nodded. He understood. He knew that he had thought of many things. "Alright, what did you give Jingyi Master?" At first he didn't want it no matter what, but in the end he refused to let it go. Fairy Jing tried to find something to talk about. Xiaohua smiled. He took out another Qingquan pouch from his sleeve and tossed it to Fairy Jing. "Then I'll give you one too." "Oh." Fairy Jing was truly surprised. When she opened it, she unconsciously beamed with joy. "So it's so much rice. Then I will kindly accept it. On behalf of the people of my country, I thank Taoist Master Xiao." That's right. If it were ordinary spiritual herbs, Fairy Jing might not lack them, and there were plenty of them in this world. But with so much rice, who could take out so much in such a short time? With so much rice at the critical moment, who knew how many lives could be saved? No wonder even the clean clothes master was moved. "Let's go." Xiaohua waved his hand and the Pegasus and flying chariot rushed out of the space. He said, "Let's return to Black Wind Ridge. This Xiao wants to see how Xiao Jian will face this Xiao." "Fellow Taoist, have you forgotten?" Fairy Jing didn't get on the chariot. She sweetly smiled and said, "You promised me that after arriving at the Danliang country, you would follow me to a place." Yes, this Xiao remembers. "But when this Xiao was discussing with Xue Ping about going to the secret area, didn't you also say so?" Xiaohua was somewhat confused. "I thought you were going to that place with me." Fairy Jing rolled her eyes at Xiaohua. "Xue Ping asked for my opinion. No matter what, he is still a junior." "We'll talk about it when we get there." Fairy Jing giggled and jumped on the flying car. "I'll show you the way." "All right." Xiaohua's heart was rarely peaceful. He nodded and urged the flying car to fly in a certain direction. After flying for more than a month, the weather also changed a lot. From autumn to cold wind and then to hot. Seeing that yellow sand and barren mountains began to appear in the surroundings, Fairy Jing's always calm face had some slight fluctuations. During this month, Fairy Jing didn't close her eyes to cultivate. Instead, she chatted with Xiaohua. She would tell him some stories about the sea or some interesting things about her travels in the hidden immortal continent, or some of her experiences in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Occasionally, Fairy Jing would ask him questions about her cultivation. Regarding cultivation, Xiaohua naturally didn't hide anything from her. As for chatting, he generally just smiled and didn't say anything. He originally didn't come from the hidden immortal continent. If he spoke too much, he would naturally be exposed. As for cultivation, as soon as Buddha's relic Bodhi came out of the cave where Benevolent Master was meditating, he immediately went into seclusion. It seemed that Benevolent Master's comprehension of life and death, the corporeal body, and the relic were extremely important to Bodhi. In fact, even Xiaohua understood that Bodhi was one of his primordial spirits. Bodhi's corporeal body was actually his relic, and his corporeal body was the corporeal body of the Buddha's relic. Benevolent Master's so-called spirit was Bodhi, and the relationship between the corporeal body and the relic was ultimately the relationship between Xiaohua and Bodhi. If Bodhi could comprehend this point, it would most likely be extremely beneficial to him and Bodhi. As for the place in Xiaohua's Dantian that was injured by Kong Hongwu, it had already recovered under green-robed Xiaohua's wholehearted efforts. In particular, the 140 or so nascent souls were placed around the invisible nascent soul by green-robed Xiaohua according to the formation of the capital star formation. The 5 Qi righteous thunder had already returned to normal. Every time it landed on the invisible nascent soul, a trace of lightning would rush into the bodies of the 100 or so nascent souls. Although these nascent souls grimaced in pain, their bodies would gradually expand and they also seemed to be nourished. Soul cultivator Xiaohua naturally wasn't idle. Every 6 hours he would come out of the mysterious dark cloud and release all kinds of vibrating green seal characters from his mouth. At an extremely rhythmic pace, the characters would land between the eyebrows of these nascent souls. The green seal characters would become green threads that lingered between the nascent soul's eyebrows and gradually merge with them. While the souls of these nascent souls were being repaired and their corporeal bodies were being tempered, they gradually fell into Xiaohua's control. Green-robed Xiaohua, on the other hand, felt as if he had just survived a calamity. After his dantian's injuries were healed, he happily lay down within the 5 qi righteous thunder to receive the lightning strikes. While enjoying himself, he narrowed his eyes and pondered on how to refine a spirit tool. Therefore, Xiaohua's harvest during this month was also great, whether it was in experience or cultivation. Xiaohua keenly felt the change in Fairy Jing's mood and asked in a low voice, "Are we almost there?" Fairy Jing took a rare sniff as if she had caught a cold. She faintly glanced at Xiaohua, then pointed at the desert in the distance and whispered, "It's in the valley over there." Xiaohua was surprised. He looked at the barren land to his left and then narrowed his eyes to look at the scorching sun above. He didn't quite understand why Fairy Jing insisted on bringing him here. Chapter 3690. Fairy Jing's story was naturally Fairy Jing's love story. It sounded very ordinary. The young Fairy Jing met a cultivator she fell in love with. Unfortunately, this cultivator was a Confucian cultivator and not a Taoist cultivator. In the beginning, the Confucian cultivator still insisted on his love and resisted the resistance from his family. Unfortunately, nothing in this world was perfect. After Fairy Jing told him about her bloodline, the Confucian cultivator was completely defeated. In his eyes, the human bloodline was incomparably noble and the bloodline of a Confucian family was incomparable. He couldn't accept that his lover had a demonic bloodline. Fairy Jing looked at the departing figure of the Confucian cultivator and collapsed on the ground. Her heart was incomparably gloomy. However, this decadence only lasted for a moment. When Fairy Jing got up, she was an incomparably strong Taoist cultivator. Moreover, her Tao heart was so firm that it was beyond ordinary. "Xiaohua, do you believe in love at first sight?" Fairy Jing's face, which had turned pale because of the opening of her scar, was now somewhat flushed. Xiaohua nodded. He unconsciously thought of Fairy Hongxia and even Jiuxia. "I also believe in it." Fairy Jing firmly nodded. However, she immediately became a bit disappointed. "However, I also know that emotions that start easily are also easily lost. Love that doesn't sharpen together won't last long. I feel that I can't compare to the love of that female cultivator in your story. Your past life. I didn't have time to participate. As for your future, I don't dare to participate. I don't think." Facing Fairy Jing's confession, Xiaohua bit his lips. He didn't know how to face it and didn't know how to open his mouth. Fortunately, just when Xiaohua was feeling very awkward, whoosh! A communication talisman unexpectedly flew over, and a voice came from afar. "So, fellow Taoist Xiao, why are you here?" Xiaohua hastily got up and said to Fairy Jing with a smile, "Fairy Jing, look, this is what this Xiao was talking about before." This Xiao laughed because he saw him. Hee. Fairy Jing felt a bit regretful. After all, she didn't hear Xiaohua's reply. However, if he didn't reply, wouldn't she be more satisfied? Fairy Jing, who had reached the 4th grade of elemental energy, didn't know how she should face Xiaohua's reply. When Fairy Jing raised her head, she saw a young man in scholarly robes flying over from the distance. The young man had a pleasant smile on his face. Who else could this young man be but Fujiwen? When Fujiwen saw Xiaohua's Pegasus and flying chariot, he naturally knew that Xiaohua was on the chariot. However, he didn't rashly release his divine sense. When he flew closer, he saw that there was also a female cultivator on the flying chariot. He swept his divine sense and involuntarily cast a spell. However, he couldn't help but be shocked. This female cultivator's cultivation was actually unfathomable. How could he not know that this female cultivator was a Tao sect senior? When Fujiwen flew closer, he immediately bowed and respectfully said, Junior Fujiwen greets Senior. Get up. Fairy Jing flicked her sleeves and smiled. I hope that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't mind. You should address him as an equal. Little friend Fu, there is no need to be so polite. Ah. Hearing Fairy Jing's words, Fujiwen was even more shocked. When he first met Xiaohua, although Xiaohua displayed his invincible might and charged into the Copper Pillar Nation's Imperial Academy alone, Xiaohua's cultivation was only around the middle of the 3rd grade. It had only been a few years. How could Fujiwen believe that even Fairy Jing was inferior to him? However, Fujiwen used a spell to probe again. Just like before, he couldn't see through Xiaohua's cultivation at all. Hee little friend Fu, don't look. Even I can't see through fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation. Fairy Jing naturally noticed Fujiwen's spell and smiled. Even an early nascent soul cultivator became his disciple. What do you think his cultivation is? Hee. Xiaohua looked at Fujiwen's shocked face and said self-deprecatingly, a few years ago, this Xiao took the initiative to ask someone to become his disciple. Someone even made excuses. Fujiwen's face suddenly turned red. Wasn't this talking about him? So, Fujiwen didn't dare to call Xiaohua fellow Taoist anymore. He whispered, why is Senior here? Hee, Xiaohua laughed, come up and talk. You've seen this heavenly horse before. Oh. The heavenly horse neighed and wagged its tail intimately at Fujiwen, as if it understood Xiaohua's words. Yes, sir. Fujiwen obediently got on the flying carriage and stood respectfully at the side. You still remember Xiao Jian, right? Xiaohua knew that he would never see that unrestrained scholar in front of him again, so he asked with a smile. Fujiwen nodded. Junior knows. Junior's impression of him is not very good. Junior had told Senior before. Yes. Xiaohua nodded. This old man wants to help the princess of the Jiang country establish a country. This Xiao Jian is one of the people this old man will rely on in the future. Therefore, after this old man obtained the Imperial Master's lot at the Jade Pavilion meeting, I came to the Danliang country accompanied by Fairy Jing to investigate Xiao Jian's background. Then, what was the result? Fujiwen looked at Xiaohua's face as if he had already understood something, but he still asked. What else could it be? Xiaohua shook his head slightly. This old man is very disappointed. This matter will not affect Senior's wish to establish a Dao sect. Fujiwen glanced at Fairy Jing and said in a low voice. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua laughed. This old man has already dealt with it, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. On the other hand, this old man remembers that you should be from the Yu province's Pingshan country. Why? Why did you suddenly come here? Fujiwen bit his lips slightly and said, Junior, used to be from the Yu province's Pingshan country, but now and in the future, I will no longer be from the Pingshan country, nor will I be a disciple of the Fu family. Why? Xiaohua was surprised. Could it be that you were expelled from the family? That's right. Fujiwen sighed deeply. Right now, this junior is cultivating in a hut not far away. For your wife. Xiaohua also looked at Fairy Jing, hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, then, why did you build a hut here? I won't hide it from the 2 seniors, that's right. Fujiwen said with a bitter smile. Back then, I went against my father's order and swore that I would grow old with my wife, which provoked the family's anger. However, the old housekeeper always mediated, so the family didn't send down any lightning. The old housekeeper passed away last year, and this junior no longer had any protection in the family. My father gave a restriction that if I wanted to protect my wife, I would be expelled from the family, and if I wanted to stay in the family I would have to abandon my wife. What an infatuated man. Fairy Jing praised. After thinking for a moment, she took out a magic treasure from her Qiankun bag and handed it to Fujiwen, saying, This is something I obtained in my early years. I'll give it to you today. Thank you, Senior. Fujiwen knew that a nascent soul cultivator's magic treasure was extraordinary, so he hurriedly received it and bowed to thank her. If this item is refined by a male and female cultivator together, it will have unexpected effects. Fairy Jing said with a smile. Yes, this junior understands. Fujiwen said with a bitter smile. Unfortunately, this junior can't ask my wife to come out and thank Senior. Oh. Little friend Fu, what do you mean? Fairy Jing was slightly taken aback. Fu Jiwen said respectfully, Seniors, please don't be impatient. This junior should have reported this matter to Senior Xiao long ago. Seniors, please follow this junior to the hut, and this junior will explain it in detail. Alright. Xiao Hua patted the Pegasus and the flying carriage rushed to the place where Fu Jiwen came from. Not long after, they arrived at a tall mountain range. A small, simple house made of poplar wood was erected on a slightly shady foothill. Seniors, please. Fu Jiwen got off the flying carriage first and respectfully invited Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing inside. Xiao Hua smiled and put away the flying carriage and Pegasus. He entered the wooden house first and saw that the interior of the house was very simple. Apart from the praying mat, there were some scrolls. The scrolls were a bit messy, and it seemed that Fu Jiwen's cultivation was very difficult. Fairy Jing looked around and glanced at Xiao Hua in surprise. Because there was no trace of a second cultivator in the wooden house, Fairy Jing didn't know where the wife Fu Jiwen mentioned was. After the two sat down, Fu Jiwen took out some spirit fruits from his small cosmos pouch and respectfully handed them over. He then said with a smile, Didn't Senior Xiao ask before? The reason why this junior built a hut here is very simple. It's because this junior first met his wife here. Hee, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua smiled and picked up the spirit fruit. He tasted it and said, Then the memories here must be very beautiful. It's not that beautiful. Fu Jiwen said with an embarrassed smile. The situation at that time was very strange and almost scared this junior to death. With that, Fu Jiwen carefully took out a fist-sized wooden box from his bosom. Xiao Hua saw the wooden box clearly. It was the thunder amplification wood that he gave to Fu Jiwen at the auction in Jiaxinglu that day. Xiao Hua's heart moved and he became pensive. Sure enough, Fu Jiwen took out a wooden box made of thunder amplification wood and carefully opened it. Inside the wooden box, there was a fist-sized odd-shaped jade crystal. The jade crystal was suffused with rays of multicolored light. Lines of multicolored inscriptions flowed on the surface of the jade crystal like chains. Layers of lightning mist floated on these inscriptions. Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? When Fairy Jing saw this item, her face showed surprise. She let out a low cry as if she had seen something terrifying. Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? Xiao Hua frowned and carefully thought about it. It was as if he had never seen this item in the scrolls. Fairy Jing glanced at Fu Jiwen with dissatisfaction. She raised her hand to stop Xiao Hua's hand and then transmitted a few words. Sure enough, Xiao Hua's face was a bit strange. Chapter 3691. On the other hand, Fu Jiwen blinked, not understanding what Fairy Jing was talking about. He then looked at Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing in surprise and awkwardly put away the wooden box in his hand. Hearing Fairy Jing's words, Xiao Hua stared into Fu Jiwen's eyes and kindly asked, Fu Jiwen, do you know that this is a Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? Reporting to Senior, this junior doesn't know. Fu Jiwen honestly replied. Fairy Jing sneered, Even if you don't know, does your family not know? But at this point, Fairy Jing seemed to realize something and shook her head. This old one understands. As the saying goes, knowing the law and breaking the law adds 3 levels of punishment. If you don't know that this is a Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal, even if the Immortal Palace's law enforcers catch you, your punishment won't be too strict. This is your Fu family protecting you. The Immortal Palace's law enforcers? Fu Jiwen's face instantly paled. Although he didn't know what a Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal was, he knew what a law enforcer was. After a while he said in a low voice, My Fu family is originally a small family in the peaceful mountain country. We might not be as knowledgeable as Senior and might not know the origin of this item. Perhaps. Fairy Jing saw that Fu Jiwen didn't seem to be faking it and said thoughtfully, Since you really don't know the origin of this item, then you didn't purposely lead the disaster to Xiao Hua. This old one misunderstood. Ha, Xiao Hua laughed. Fairy Jing is overthinking. This Xiao and Fu Jiwen can be considered friends in times of trouble. He wouldn't have any dirty thoughts. It doesn't matter whether he has it or not. Fairy Jing glanced at the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal floating in the clouds and said indifferently, "If this old one encounters this item of Heaven's punishment, I will definitely throw it away immediately. The farther the better." "No." Fujiwen said resolutely, "This junior's wife is inside. This junior will never abandon her." Fairy Jing narrowed her eyes. She looked at Xiao Hua and said in a warm voice, "Actually, although fellow Taoist Xiao hasn't said anything yet, I presume fellow Taoist already has a plan in mind? This matter is Fujiwen's private matter. All the decisions are in his hands." Xiao Hua similarly did not hesitate as he spoke with a grin. "That's true." Fairy Jing nodded. She turned to look at Fujiwen and said, "Fujiwen, I can see that you're an infatuated person, so why don't you say a few more words? The decision is still in your hands." Fairy Jing pointed at the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal and explained, "The Heaven's Punishment prison crystal, as the name suggests, is a punishment from the heavens. It imprisons those who break the law within 3 inches of heaven and earth. Confucian cultivators had a painted ground as a prison, and this was the case when they refused to make any progress. This punishment is one of the methods the Celestial Palace uses to punish those who break the laws of the Celestial Palace. The sinner is imprisoned in the crystal and can't cultivate, talk to others or see others. The sinner's entire world is a 3-inch well. It's worse than being a frog in a well. Moreover, during the imprisonment, there will be divine lightning from the heavens every day to destroy their body and soul. It's said that the suffering inside is unbearable for ordinary people." "I see. This junior understands." Fujiwen's eyes were filled with tenderness. He was very grateful for Fairy Jing's explanation. Fairy Jing continued, "Above the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal is the law chain of the Celestial Palace. Without the jade seal of the Celestial Palace, it can't be unlocked. Only at the end of the punishment will the law chain be unlocked. Anyone who dares to try to break it will be seen as going against the Celestial Palace and violating the laws of the heavens. If the punishment is light, the Celestial Palace will send celestial soldiers to encircle them. If the punishment is heavy, the Celestial Palace will send law enforcers to the lower realm to kill them." At this point, Fairy Jing paused again and looked deeply at Fujiwen. She said warmly, "Fujiwen, are infatuated with your wife, but she clearly lied to you. Is using you." Yes, since Fujiwen still didn't know this was the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal, it meant that the sinner inside the crystal didn't tell Fujiwen the truth. The Heaven's Punishment prison crystal was such an important punishment that even Fairy Jing knew about it. How could the sinner not know? If she didn't tell Fujiwen, wouldn't she be pulling Fujiwen into this whirlpool? Who would have thought that when Fujiwen heard this, his eyes would be filled with deep emotions? He bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, thank you for your concern for me. Things are not as you think. My wife did not deceive me. She even asked me to throw away the Heavenly Punishment prison crystal. But I really couldn't bear to do so. It was all my own doing." Fairy Jing was a bit confused. She also knew that this matter was a bit strange. According to what she knew, the sinner inside the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal couldn't communicate with the outside world. The sinner didn't even know where they were. Even if they fell into an abyss, even if they encountered a landslide and the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal was buried underground, the sinner inside wouldn't be able to escape. She didn't know how Fujiwen contacted the sinner inside and even called her his wife. "That's strange. Tell me about it." However, Fairy Jing suddenly realized something and hurriedly waved her hand. "Wait, it's better not to talk about this." Fairy Jing said to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this matter involves the law of the Celestial Palace. It's not something that Taoist cultivators like us can come into contact with. Even a first-rate scholarly cultivator clan would probably avoid it if they were to encounter it." Hee. How could Xiao Hua, who had even killed the Hull Master of Star-Lord Hull, be afraid of this? Especially Fujiwen, who he admired a lot. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said, "Fairy Jing, don't be afraid. Let's listen first. I'm very curious. What kind of law did the woman who made Fujiwen fall in love with her commit?" "Alright." Fairy Jing knew that she couldn't persuade Xiao Hua, so she could only nod. Fujiwen carefully put the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal into the wooden box. Looking at the time, he hid it close to his body again. He stood there and explained the whole matter in detail. It was really a sad but beautiful story. As early as a few years ago, Fujiwen traveled to this place. Seeing that the time was late, he rested at the foot of the mountain. When night fell, the stone wall behind Fujiwen suddenly shone with extraordinary splendor. Then a beautiful woman flew out from the mountain rock. Fujiwen was dumbfounded, and a strange ripple appeared in his heart. The woman was also very happy to see Fujiwen, and she immediately had a long talk with Fujiwen. The woman's name was Worry Cloud, and she was a mountain spirit. However, the woman was very knowledgeable and witty. Fujiwen only chatted with her for an hour, and he immediately regarded her as a celestial being. What made Fujiwen overjoyed was that the woman also had a special liking for him. Under the clear moonlight, the two of them were in love, and the heaven became the quilt and the earth became the bed. What was even more unexpected to Fujiwen was that after the spring breeze, without waiting for Fujiwen to ask anything, the woman's face immediately changed. She actually turned into a ferocious monster with a ferocious face, and wanted to devour Fujiwen's essence blood. It was also at this moment that the sound of wind and thunder resounded, and a thunderbolt struck the woman until she disappeared without a trace. Fujiwen trembled with fear and didn't dare to stay at the foot of the mountain. He used a technique to escape far away. However, after escaping, Fujiwen couldn't forget the woman for a long time. The woman's lovely appearance and elegant manner of speech had always lingered in his mind. Carefully thinking about everything that happened on that moonlit night, Fujiwen felt that something was wrong. After all, if the woman had the intention to harm him, why would she wait until the end? Not to mention the time when they first appeared, and not to mention the time when the two of them were entangled, the woman's strength seemed to far surpass Fujiwen's. If the woman wanted to devour Fujiwen, it would simply be too easy. After thinking for a long time, Fujiwen, who couldn't forget the woman, finally returned to the foot of the mountain and carefully searched for traces. Unfortunately, the foot of the mountain was desolate. Other than withered branches and mountain rocks, there were no clues at all. Even the absurdity of that night had long drifted away in the mountain wind. After searching for dozens of days and nights without any results, Fujiwen increasingly understood that no result was actually the best result. This meant that the woman was definitely not the mountain spirit she claimed to be, and was definitely not an evil person who wanted to devour the essence blood of others. Therefore, Fujiwen looked at the stone wall that the woman flew out from, and then used his magic power to drill through the stone wall. The cave behind the wooden house was what Fujiwen had done that day. Unfortunately, even though Fujiwen had dug out many passages in the stone wall, he still couldn't find the woman. In the end, Fujiwen even wanted to push down the foot of the mountain layer by layer, but when he thought that this might hurt the depressed woman that he hadn't found, Fujiwen stopped this crazy idea. Very quickly, a year's time had passed. Fujiwen faintly had a connection in his heart. It was as if that day, that moment, the woman in his heart would definitely descend again. He might as well quietly cultivate in the cave and wait for that moment to arrive. Sure enough, on the same day at the same time, extraordinary splendor reappeared. The woman really did appear. When the woman saw that it was Fujiwen again, besides being shocked, her expression changed greatly. Instantly, a vicious look appeared on her face and she prepared to kill Fujiwen. Facing the repulsive face, facing the slender hand that wanted to kill him, Fujiwen wore a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with tenderness. He tore open his clothes and presented his bare chest to the woman. The woman was stunned. She actually couldn't do anything. When the woman saw the passage in the stone wall, she cried again. The woman was drunk again. She hugged Fujiwen and didn't let go for a long time. The two who hadn't seen each other for more than a year naturally had sex again. After the romance, the woman's attitude changed again. Although she wasn't as vicious as before, she still warned Fujiwen not to stay here. She also made it clear to Fujiwen that she was a mountain spirit and was different from ordinary humans. She didn't have any sense of shame or etiquette. Fujiwen wasn't the first man that she had given herself to. She was just lonely and unbearable, so she easily found Fujiwen. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.